So, Dr. Ravindra, this is the fifth leg of the WGP cycle. As we were saying before, we come from Cyprus and we continue in Austria. What does this mean for Pune to get such a strong tournament here in the city?
It means a lot to us. Having a leg in India itself, it would inspire a lot of younger generation players, and hosting this in Pune itself gives a more credibility and a strong feeling for all the chess lovers in this place.
Namaste.
My name is Nandini.
And I'm Michael.
You've seen us reporting from inside the playing hall.
But now we're in the gardens. Look at this wonderful view.
The final round is going to begin in a few minutes.
And I think it's time for us to go and check out the games. What do you say, Nandi?
Let's go.
Greetings from the playing hall. We're sitting at the board where the tournament may be decided. Humpy Koneru, with 6 points, plays with white against Nurgyul Salimova. But there's another very important game today, where Jiner will play with black against Polina Shuvalova. Nandi, it's been a great tournament. 9 lovely days. What's the most important thing? What have you enjoyed most about this tournament?
Firstly, I'm really happy that FIDE thought about Pune to have the Women's Grand Prix, because it's such a high-level tournament, and already having a world champion, Kokesh D, developing women's chess is really important, and we're really hoping for a women's world champion very soon. And we've also had a lot of spectators every day, which is lovely. And they've also been getting autographs and photographs with the top women players of the world. So yeah, it's amazing.
That has been really amazing.
Welcome. This is the round 9, the last and final round here at Pune for the 5th Women's Grand Prix 2024-2025. And with that, we will be shortly seeing the first ceremonial move very, very soon. And yeah, this is the last day. Remember, Koneru, Humpy and Jiner are going into the last round with 6 points out of 8, both wanting to get that last, last spot for the women's candidates that they can qualify through the Women's Grand Prix. So I think we might have the ceremonial move very, very soon. It's early start. We start 1 hour before than usual, so just because we can start with the closing ceremony very soon. And I think we have the ceremonial move, yes, and there you go, knight to f3, as we can see there, and we might see pawn to c5, as it looks like by Salome. I think pawn to c5, pawn to d5, there we go. So this is going to be our featured clash, both Humpy and Jiner have a chance of winning the tournament outright. Both of them want to win the tournament outright, not jointly, because it helps them get enough or additional Grand Prix points. And then we can see start of the games. Handshakes, and here we go. Does Humpy actually still play knight to f3 is the question. So 2 big games we'll be switching constantly between Humpy and Jiner, because both players can make. And no, Humpy plays pawn to d4. Some mind games just before the start by Humpy, and maybe that confuses Salimova, or it doesn't affect her so much. We'll see, because she played pawn to d5 against Humpy's knight f3 very soon. And let's just quickly see her reaction before we get into the action. So pawn to d5 played by Salimova either ways. And now we should also, see what Humpy is going to do. Does she go for the London system? No, she goes for pawn to c4 because she would like to play the Queen's Gambit. Now Salimova has the option of either the QGA, that's the Queen's Gambit, except that happens if Humpy pawn is captured by Salimova, and she plays the Slav defense, showing her intentions right off the bat. Salimova wants to play something really solid that does not, really give Humpy a lot of attacking chances. And remember, Humpy in a must-win situation, if he wants to have any chance of getting a big land, she plays pawn to d5. What? This is the exchange variation of the Slav, and it's notoriously known for its drawish tendencies. And pawn takes pawn immediately by Salimova, and this is a very common idea used by both players once they are happy for a draw or they're playing for a draw. Let's see if Humpy has some ideas in this opening, because FIDE Women's Grand Prix rule. So knight comes out to c3, and remember the only other player who's also on 6 out of 9 is Jiner. So we'll quickly check out that game as well. And before that, there we go. Koneru Humpy in the lead along with Jiner. Divya Deshmukh has an outside chance of reaching to the player, both the players, if both of them lose, and Divya also has to beat Alina Kashlinskaya. So it's a bit of a long shot, but yes, we could have theoretically or mathematically 3 winners at the end of the day. Polina Shuvalova with sole 4th place, Harika in the middle of the standings with 4 out of 8, Vaishali 3.5, Salimova 3.5, and the last 3 players have 2.5 each. And these are the pairings for round 9. Vaishali against Salome, both players not having the best of the tournaments. Humpy versus Salimova, our featured clash of the day. Divya against Alina Kashlinskaya. Divya has an outside chance, as just mentioned. And Polina Shuvalova versus Jiner, which we'll be heading into this after the pairing slide. And lastly, Dronavalli Harika against Munguntuul. Munguntuul finally drawing a game in the 8th round after having 7 decisive games in a row. So let's jump into Polina Shuvalova versus Jiner, because that is another game where we could see the champion being decided. So let's take it right from the start. Pawn to e4, if I remember, Zhu playing with the black pieces, which is kind of a disadvantage, but Humpy is playing with the white pieces. So Humpy definitely having a better chance overall to clinch this title outright. Pawn to d3, pawn to d6, c3, a5, rook e1. Looks like pretty much good prep by both players here. And after h3, Jiner having her first real think of the game while she figures out, which setup to play. Pawn to h6 is a very common move. Bishop coming out to e6 is very standard as well. And simply bishop dropping down to a7, to avoid the pawn coming to d4 with tempo or with attack. That's why black can go bishop to a7. So this pawn stepping up 1 square, this bishop, the light squared bishop coming out 2 squares, or this dark squared bishop, going back a couple of squares. All 3 options look good for Jiner. Zhu is thinking what she wants to do. And yeah, I think position's still fairly equal. Polina Shuvalova has shown her good prep throughout the tournament, and she has 1 hour 33 minutes, 3 more minutes than she had, and she has gotten up from a chair, leaving Jiner all the thinking time in the world. And remember, it's a 2 p.m. kickoff here in India. So everyone who's joining in, please know we are starting 1 hour earlier due to the closing ceremony that also is going to happen later tonight. And very, very important day here. It can determine whether Koneru Humpy or Jiner qualify for the women's candidate spot. So both players will try and win this game, because if you win the Grand Prix outright, you get 130 points, but if you don't win it outright, you get 117-ish. So in fact, we could have a three-way tie if both the leaders overpress and lose, while Divya Deshmukh also wins. So that a three-way tie is also possible. I would say just a 5% chance, but hey, we have seen crazier things, haven't we? So with that note, let's go into Divya Deshmukh's game to see if she has any chance of catching up to the leaders. So let's see how this opening happens. So e4 by Divya, Alina playing the French defense, and here we see the Tarash variation. Knight wants to capture on e4. Pawn to c5, very standard stuff. Takes. I think that's a DGT error, because pretty sure it was Queen d5. I'm guessing. Yeah, I think I don't. Yeah, this is the correct position. We might not have gotten here correctly because of the DGT errors, but yeah, can we get a zoom into the board just to confirm if this is the live position? Yeah, bishop to e2. Yeah, bishop on c4, short castle. Yeah, a little bit zoom out, please. Yeah, thanks. That's great. So yeah, queen on d1, knight on f3, b3, bishop c4. I can confirm short castle. White's position gets a thumbs up, and black king on e8. Yeah, queen d7, bishop c8, bishop f8, knight. Yeah, and it's white's turn to play. So I think Kashlinskaya has played knight to f6 here in this position, and it is Divya's move. All right. So three players have a realistic chance of first place. Divya has the outside chance. Humpy and Jiner, the clear favorites to take home the title. So let's check in again with Humpy once to see what ideas she has in the Slav exchange. An opening, chosen many a times between players who want to play it safe. And the point is, let's just show bishop f4, a6. If you could get the board on top of the actual board, that would be great. And the idea being, white doesn't really want to risk much, but I think, not sure Humpy strategy going into the game. I'm definitely guessing there has to be some ideas by her opening. That's an amazing board capture there, and the pawn to a6. As you can see, the move highlighted on the top left of your screen of the chessboard actually. So white wants to try and get some activity going. So you can expect the rook coming to the open file, pawn coming to e3, bishop to d3. But the problem is black can also mirror the idea. So bishop f5, pawn to e6, bishop challenges. So it's like all the pieces get traded, the heavy pieces get traded on this only open file, the c line. So it's very much likely that this game ends in a draw in this way. So if black would have mirrored, there are some ideas for white with queen to b3, hitting the pawn, and trying to get some counterplay going. So Humpy is doesn't look very confident to play her next move, bishop f4, a6. Both players under, and yeah, queen b3, like I mentioned, the idea is on the board. So the white wants to restrict the bishop from coming out, because if you move the bishop, now this pawn is under attack by the white queen. So this is also something Salimova has to be wary about. She cannot, forget that the pawn on b7 is hanging. In fact, if she plays a move like pawn to b5, then white has ideas like rook coming to the open file, hitting the knight. Ideas like knight b5 can jump here. So Salimova thinking here in the position. I was just curious to see if Humpy has played this opening before. So let me quickly check if we have some games. Alexander Grishchuk has played this opening as white a couple of times, I mean more than a couple of times. Daniel Dubo, Jahangir Wakidov, Vidit Gujarati as well has played this opening a few times. So not a lot of games in the current position, just 20 of them, and overall 42% wins for white, 29% wins for black, and 29% draws. So again, as you can see, all results possible, and we're waiting Nurgyul's move as she thinks the best way to combat the queen coming out to b3. Let's say pawn to e6 is possible because black wants to get the bishop out to trade it with its counterpart. So that's one possibility. What else do we have here? Pawn to g6 is possible, trying to get the bishop out along this diagonal. And after queen b3, black can of course play the knight to the edge, trying to kick the queen away, and queen a4 check, pawn to b5, and again queen has to drop back. No knight into b5 stuff, because I think you just go pawn takes, queen takes, and bishop comes to d7. So that's not possible, and Salimova was still thinking. Let's have a quick look at Jiner's game as well to see if she has played something. Yeah, as we had discussed, chat, bishop went to a7 back. Yeah, and that's there as we can see it. And let me just quickly check. Yeah, there we go. Bishop on a7 has been played, and Polina is the one who's thinking. So both players know a few ideas for sure, but none of the players above 1 hour 30 minutes. So both players kind of into their own, out of their full prep, and it looks like again all three results possible. And Sahil, 5 exciting games, 3 winners, 3 possible winners, but looks like it's going to be either Humpy or Jiner today.
Yeah, and I mean, we already know the stakes of the games. Yeah, so it's just one game away from glory.
Yeah.
And as we know, one game can change a life, and it could change the careers of some of these players here. And everything is at stake. And if you can have the bird's eye view once, just to kind of have a top view glance of all the games together, Rakesh, I can already see that there's one game, and that's board number 3, where Divya against Alina seems like it's maybe slightly better, but regardless, I think overall all the games just starting out, and we already know the 2 important games. That is, first of all, Humpy against Nurgyul, and second is Polina against Zoo. I think both these players, Rakesh, first of all, question for you, being Humpy or being Zoo, what do they kind of aim for here? Like, the team must have kind of given them some, words of wisdom there. So do you play normal chess, especially for Zoo, who has the black pieces? Does she try to, create some chances in the opening and try to go for the win? Or do you think they're just not going to focus on the result? Because it's very difficult, right? You're one game away from winning the tournament outright. So how does each player approach this given the change in color?
That's a great point, Sal. It's very tough because players have different opponents, different colors which they are playing with. So Humpy, I would say, has the advantage playing the white pieces against Salimova, who is also lower rated than Polina. So Jiner is playing somebody who's only 25 points lower rated, whereas Humpy is playing someone who's almost, I think 150 points-ish, 140 points to be precise. So, definitely I would say Humpy is the favorite going into this the game, and I would say overall she is a 70% favorite according to me.
But even if you look at Jiner, she's playing Polina. I think at some point Polina was doing well, not doing well. I think who would you say is more in form? Is it Nurgyul or is it Polina?
I think, of course, it's going to be Polina Shuvalova because she is in sole fourth place, has just lost one game, and has still gotten a couple of wins. Whereas, as we know, Salimova was almost lost yesterday as well, and she could have been down and out, but she made a nice comeback against Vaishali yesterday, and she's in seventh place, 3.5 out of 8. Polina with 4.5 out of 8. I would say Humpy the favorite to win the event.
Oh, let's see what happens then. And as we know, to get the best chances for qualification, she needs sole first, Rakesh. So tied first will not give her enough points.
Yeah.
So she will definitely go for the win today, and it's going to be exciting. So we can see there Polina and Zuzina. By the way, Rakesh, just kind of getting your opinion on this game. From the opening moves, 8 moves played. Zuzina, using 2 minutes. Polina using 6 minutes. What's your first take here?
I think, like I said, both players look that they are in prep. They have a good idea. They might not know the exact opening moves, maybe, but they definitely know where the pieces belong and where the opponent's pieces are going to come.
Yeah, very important game this one, and we can see Zuzina not at the seat. Maybe I'm mistaken here, but usually she doesn't get up as early, or maybe I'm just not acquainted with that. But as of now, Polina calculating what to do, and usually this A5 move is very normal. Black tries to avoid expansion on the queen side from white, and the bishop has a comfortable home on A7. So already preempting moves like D4, and of course this bishop on C8 will at some point likely come to E6, challenge the strong bishop on C4 as well. So we'll see what happens. And maybe the knight maneuver as well, Rakesh, as we commonly see the knight coming to G6, black preparing, potentially an attack on the king side as well sometimes. And of course, this knight, that typical maneuver of the knight coming to G3 as well. So I think both players know the plans. Of course, even knight A3 is an option here with the B5 square available and the C2 square available. But yeah, Polina calculating all these moves right now. So in the other important game, Rakesh, Humpy against Nurgyul, that's a very interesting opening choice, right? By the way, I love this move here, F3. Personally, I played this like hundreds of blitz games online, gets amazing results. But of course, knight F3, knight C6, bishop F4, A6, queen B3. That's very interesting, Rakesh. I don't know if we covered this, but choosing an exchange love in a must-win game is so counterintuitive. Definitely, I'm sure Nurgyul did not expect this. What do you think is the reasoning behind this choice?
I think Humpy and her team have something up their sleeve. Otherwise, I don't see any reason why White would play the exchange love. I mean, you have some ideas. It's also like a pretty safe opening. So in case Polina beats Zuzina, then Humpy is happy to trade pieces and make a draw. So it's a very interesting opening choice, and I feel there is some exciting prep that White has.
And very important. So in this position after A6, we've had thousands of games, and E3 is the most common played move. Then it is Rook C1, then it is Knight E5, then it is A3, then it is H3, and only after that, just to compare, E3 alone has been played in 2,700 games, but Queen B3 only in 32 games. So, of course, the ideas are similar. After E3, the queen does come to B3 anyways, but there is clearly a change in move order trying to induce some mistake from Nurgyul here. And Queen B3, an idea. And I can see already Humpy only using 1.5 minutes, and Nurgyul has already used up more than 10 minutes. So trying to surprise Nurgyul in the opening. Rakesh, knowing Nurgul's games in this tournament, especially the last 3 games, I expect some crazy chess here.
Of course, we have seen her play, amazing, resourceful chess in the last 3 games. But Queen B3 in the opening, throwing Nurgyul off her opening, and if she takes up half an hour or so for the first 10-12 moves, it looks like Humpy's opening choice paid off, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. And the idea is very simple. So if you play E3, black can sometimes bring the bishop out, and then you kind of go, let's say, bishop F5, and then you play Queen B3. Ideas to put pressure on this pawn, but White already playing Queen B3. So if you go bishop F5 now, the pawn on B7 just hangs. But of course, this queen can be attacked with the knight as well. The knight coming to A5. So we'll see how this turns out. As of now, Nurgyul calculating what to do. She's trying to, go through the move orders in her mind and will come up with the best move for sure.
And Sahil, before we jump to the next game, I would like to ask your prediction as well as I want to know chat's prediction. Who do you think will win the tournament? And if we could get a poll on the channel, that would be amazing to ask, our fans and viewers that which player will think. Divya has an outside chance also of tying in the score, but all three players have a chance. But it looks like only two players have a realistic chance.
Yeah, I agree with you, Rakesh. I think that's an important question. Who wins the event? Only if you knew the answer, Rakesh, then there'll be no, there'll be no need for commentary, unfortunately. But I agree. I think this is an important question. Chat as they make their predictions. Nurgyul, by the way, playing knight to a5. So asking the question to the queen, where do you want to go? Usually, there are two options. Either you play queen c2 or you include this check on a4. But because the pawn is on a6, b5 would come with tempo. So no queen a4 check here. The queen drops back. Very importantly, controlling this square on f5. So there is no bishop coming to f5 for black. It would be a free piece. And that means the bishop likely, after a move like e6, has to stay behind the pawn chain. And that means white already has a slight edge because the knight on a5 can come to c4. So it gives black a head start on the queenside play. Double-edged game, Rakesh, as usual. And Nurgyul playing knight a5, queen c2 played in just 41 seconds by Humpy.
That's prep.
It is absolutely prep, and Nurgyul now again in a think.
Yeah, and Sahil, you still didn't give us your prediction there. So
I don't know, Rakesh, because the thing is, both players want to win outright, right? So if they share first place, both get less number of points. And first of all, tackling the Divya angle there, I think at least one of them will probably draw at least. I know we've seen before, especially the candidates, both Kramnik as Carlson losing, but I think at least one of them will at least get half a point. So unlikely Divya wins the event. I do think that Humpy with the white pieces should be the favorite. I agree with you there. So likely Humpy wins and maybe Zoo draws, and then Humpy takes home the championship. Why are your predictions, Ramesh?
I think that is my prediction as well. And chat, do let us know. We are, looking to read your comments. Fernando, Ruhan, Shankar out on the Chess 24 channel. And plenty of people watching on the FIDE channel. More than 300 of them already at the start, Sahil.
Absolutely. And this is amazing because this is exactly the finish we need. And that is, I kind of like the fact that both players on equal number of points. They have everything within their hands right now. One game. And if they win this one, but the G6 played.
What?
So black forcing her way to putting the bishop on f5. She really wants to put the bishop outside the pawn chain, and she's ready to play a move like g6. Kind of spending some time, Rakesh, a full tempo just to get the bishop out. And here, just to kind of highlight how rare this is, we already have only one game in the database in this position. So we've seen this idea, but not in this exact move order. Usually white has already played e3 by now. And here in the only game, e3 was played, and then black put the bishop on f5 in one of those games, and bishop e3, f5. And where do you put the queen now, Rakesh? Do you kind of exchange bishops to bishop d3? Do you again move the queen? What's your plan?
I think I can take trade the bishops with bishop d3. And I take, and what do you play? Bishop g7, maybe?
Yeah, maybe the bishop is not well placed on g7, and you don't really want to play g6 and e6 both.
Yeah, that's a big weakness.
Usually a weakening structure. And Rakesh, there's also another option here. If you want to be fancy, you can now, apparently, in this position, give a check on a4. So queen a4 check. And if you want to play b5, there are chances of sacrificing material. Oh no, after a3.
Yeah, so bishop f5.
Bishop f5, queen a4, and now b5, there is the option of bishop takes b5 check, a takes b5, knight b5, threatening knight c7, checkmate, Rakesh.
Okay, that's not a checkmate, but I understand the enthusiasm. Bishop to d7. What do you have? And bishop d7.
So what if you play h6, Rakesh?
Oh yeah, knight c7.
Checkmate, don't
Double checkmate.
Double checkmate, exactly.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah,
so bishop d7, and how do you continue?
Bishop d7 being the only move. If queen d7, it's still going to be attacked with knight d5 now. So you have to play bishop d7 here. And now knight d5 anyways, trying to get...
And Sahil, we might have that because e3 bishop f5 played. Will Humpy play queen a4 check?
See, if she has prepared this, that is definitely a possibility. But if black plays the best moves, does black get equality? No, Rakesh. No, I think she should not like that preparation. Bishop d3, a bit more strategic. After bishop takes, queen takes. Black solved the problem of the bishop on c8, but now the problem is the bishop on f8. And usually you want to put it on d6, exchange it off. But now it will go to g7, which is not the ideal square. Looking at a white pawn, and white maybe maintains a slight edge here.
Yeah, and I think Humpy's plan is clear now. It looks like she wants to have a slight edge throughout the game for 4.5 hours. She wants to play it slow, positional chess, her forte overall, and it's similar to what she did against Zuchiner and won that game. So putting in the pressure, and after this knight, once it comes to e5, let's say takes bishop g7, knight e5. Now the knight on a5 is funny.
Yeah.
So where does it go? So I think this is going to be a long game, and she will definitely have her eyes on the Zuchiner game on how that is going, and
Do you
accordingly,
think so? Like she will have her eyes on the other, and both players checking out the other game here.
for sure, yeah. And I mean, people say don't look at it, or people advise against it, but human tendency is you will have an eye on that game, and maybe change your strategy accordingly, Sahil.
Yeah, and as we have seen yesterday, the games lasted pretty long. We had no results for almost 4.5 hours, and the games, were very, very tense with either side having chances and lot of mistakes, Rakesh, under time pressure. So all the players, as we saw you doing yesterday, putting Divya under pressure on the clock, we might see her do that again today. So kind of going to the Zuchiner game against Shuvalova, we can see after h6, she's already gotten a healthy almost 10-minute edge on the clock. So do you expect that to happen today as well?
Yeah, I mean, she's a very stronger player, and tries to take advantage of all the possible resources in her armor. So time pressure is definitely one thing. She is the stronger player by about 25 odd rating points. So I think Zuchiner is going to play this for a win, Sahil.
Wow, that will be a clash to watch. And h6 on the board, preventing bishop g5 ideas. By the way, knight a3 chosen indeed by Polina here. So are we looking at knight b5, Rakesh? Because that's usually not where the knight lands up. And here, where do you put the bishop? If you put it on b6, I am sensing bishop e3 trading off the bishops, and you really don't want to put it on a b8. I mean, that's just a weird square. So I think knight b5 could be incoming. Any other moves you're considering here, Rakesh?
I think knight b5, bishop e3 is also something I'm looking at. In case you take, I want to try and capture with my rook and swing the rook across on the king side there.
Yeah.
And then ask you some questions against your king
Is it
safety.
even knight c2, Rakesh, with the same idea, bishop e3, then taking with the knight,
Correct,
and the knight coming to f5. So lots of options, all equally good for Polina here. So she is contemplating her choices, but she is using some time here, and Zuchiner getting a 10-minute lead already.
Yeah. I think it's Polina who is still thinking. Let's have a look at Divya's game. Maybe 1 to 5% outside chance of catching up with the leaders.
You never know. And
Take it from the start.
yeah, we had the French defense. I love this line, by the way. There's so many sacrifices in this line, from bishop h6, whatever, any knight f5, so many sacrifices. Knight f6 takes, and knight takes. And after a6, bishop g5, b5 attacking the bishop. Bishop drops back to e2, and this is the current position. And Divya took, I think, almost 10 minutes for her last move. So I don't know if this is like prep or she's already out of prep. Prep looks unlikely though.
I'm not sure. I mean, this is definitely like a very well-known line with a lot of theory. Maybe trying to think of ways to confuse her opponent, but I think overall both players have a decent idea of where the pieces belong and where the pieces should go to. And I wouldn't be surprised, to know that both players have an idea of what's going on in the opening.
I read the Chess.com article on this, report from last round yesterday, and Alina basically was not happy with how the game went. She mentioned that she was thinking about rook d5. Remember that position where the e5 pawn was hanging, and then she thought, you know what, rook b7 feels simpler. Why should I need to, keep pushing? I can just win on the spot. And she kind of hurried with rook b7, and then she kind of drew. So she was clearly not happy. Of course, she must have recovered, but this tournament has not been the ideal one. So Divya could potentially, use that psychological edge as well to put pressure on Alina. And yeah, both players really, really want to win here. Alina for her confidence going to the next event, and Divya for that hopeful chance that both the leaders lose, and then she gets first place.
Yeah, for sure. It all depends on, if the players or their trainers and the team are reading the chess.com articles to know about that insight from Alina's thought process. But I think, what would you... In fact, Sai, let's do our favorite thing of the day. We are 30 minutes in. Let's get the bird's eye view. And it's time to predict the decisive results of the day.
Yeah, great timing, Rakesh. And so far, all the bars right in the middle. I think this prediction will be based more on the stakes of the game rather than the actual position. So, this is human versus human. So, emotions might take control of the game. You have to win. The position is equal. You might overpush and lose. So, lots of possibilities. What's your prediction, Rakesh? I'll give you the first chance now.
I would say overall, looking at the stakes in the tournament, it's nice to have, both cameras that are
the same game.
Somehow. You could have one with another game. That would be nice. And, I would say overall, 2 decisive games. And I feel they will come in the games with the most important stakes.
Wow, so 2. I am sensing 3 or 4 results, Rakesh. And I'm going to go with 3 because, it's a pragmatic choice. But I feel there will be blood on every single board, just like there's been in every single round. Even in a round where we had 1 result yesterday, at one point we were betting that we will have 5 results. Our prediction only put on his gun shoes. So I think I am not going back down in the final round as well. And look at the stakes. Board number 2, Humpy needs a win. Board number 4, Zhu needs a win. Board number 3, Divya needs a win. And these 3 results automatically force the players to push and find chances.
Yeah, and what about the other boards? Sahil, I know those games might not have that much importance, but if we can go to Vaishali versus Salome's game to see, what's going on there. Yeah, and, Sahil focusing on other stuff while we have the most important game.
No, I was checking a couple of moves, Rakesh, some opening ideas. But that doesn't seem to work here. Bishop b7 here played by the way, Alina. So she's allowing the damage to her kingside pawn structure. But the king on e8 is not under attack right now. The rook is not even on e1.
Yeah, for sure. This is what Divya is thinking. But let's go into Vaishali and Salome's game to see what's happening here.
Yeah, Rakesh, and this is the current position. We can see a knight on e5. And as of now, if you want to play pawn to f4, this is the moment. Very, very typical. And of course, then black will read out the knight from c6, put it on e7, and then try to use the e4 square. And of course, you play queen f3 to control this. And then there will be knight f5 ideas or even other ideas. And very, very interesting that Vaishali chose this setup because usually it's well known that black has equalizing ways to comfortably kind of, neutralize any attacking chances white has. So Vaishali now thinking after rooks, but this is, she goes for f4. She finally goes for f4. She had to, and now I think we'll see knight e7, opening up the bishop's diagonal to control the e4 square. If white passes a move right on a pawn to s3, then we'll see knight e4. And now you see the problem in the white camp. You've kind of advanced all your pawns, but you left a big hole in your camp, that e4 square, and now the knight blocking the bishop, blocking the knight, and it really feels like black is taking control. So white absolutely has to be on point here, or this might just go south.
Agreed. And, Sahil, what do the players think? They are not in contention for first place, but some Grand Prix points as well as, some prize money to be won in this event. And of course, rating and pride, plenty of things at stake. So do you expect, a draw, or you expect one player to, actually start pushing in this?
No, I think we'll have both players pushing from either side, because at the end, chess players, they want to win. They want that feeling of victory, especially if the tournament has not gone as well as the case for both the players here. I would say, I just played a rapid tournament recently. It wasn't even rated and I lost a game and it hurt deeply. So as players were fighting at the top stage of the world, I kind of feel they won that victory under the belt in the final round, going into their next event, wherever that may be. They really won that victory. It gives you a lot of confidence, Rakesh.
Yeah, for sure. Going into your next tournament as well, and always taking back good, happy memories from India and from the country for the foreign players. So definitely looking out
Yeah.
to end on a high, as they say.
Yeah, they must have a lot of pleasant memories, of course, the Indian food, the culture, and of course, they went outside and had some fun with the places in Pune. But of course, the games matter a lot. Yeah, that's the reason they're here. So they want some good results, and that's what both players are hoping for right now. So as Black ponders over her next move, maybe the other game, Harika against Munguntuul. And Munguntuul, I'm not happy she broke her streak, right? We need to the results.
Yeah, that is very true. I mean, Sahil, a player which we both will be looking forward to in the future events
Yeah.
because what a great attacking style that she has. And Harika versus Munguntuul, you are playing her, her favorite knight f3, the Reti opening from white. And I think Harika would definitely want to win. She is currently at 50% in the middle of the standings and, can get a few rating points and can finish in the top for a top three also, maybe if, results go her way. So a
Yeah.
podium finish is always nice, getting that bronze medal from a Grand Prix in your home country. I think that is what Harika is eyeing.
Absolutely, but Munguntuul will not make it easy, and you can see there's already a queen trade happening, Rakesh, and that does kind of simplify the position quite a bit for both players. I mean, with no time pressure, 13 moves in already, and only I think 8 moves used by white. I get a feeling this should be also equal. So I think this game might end in a draw, and Munguntuul now will have a drawing streak instead of winning or a losing one. So we'll see what happens, but of course, a very, very important game nonetheless.
Yeah, and Sahil, let's quickly check the cross table of the standings of this tournament. So Zoo and Humpy right at the top. Divya is the only player who can maybe catch them.
Yeah.
Polina, it's interesting. Sahil, you were speaking about the dynamics. She's on 4.5. She also is eyeing that Grand Prix medal. So if she wants that, she has to win against Zoo Jiner. So maybe that works out well in Zoo's favor. Harika, as we pointed out, no, in Zoo's favor, because if she, if Polina is pushing for a win, maybe Zoo gets a chance, and Harika also can reach that third place somehow with a win and other results going in her way.
And you can see, lot can change if the bottom people as well win a game. They go to 3.5 in the middle of the table. That's not a bad tournament. So lot of possibilities. And this game is super, super important. So knight c3 on the board, kind of forcing that trade now. I don't think the queen will go back.
You capture with the king, Sahil? Like, you're not
king
afraid,
takes.
right?
Yeah, king takes. In the end game, I'm not really worried. I want to keep the sanctity of my pawn intact. One pawn on each file. Double pawns, Rakesh, they somehow do not inspire confidence. Also, you can come to d3
Correct.
and literally block my development of the bishop. I'm not happy with that.
Agreed. So with that, Sahil, we have had a look at the games. I've predicted 2 decisive results. You've predicted 3. So can we have the bird's eye view, please, and give our audience one last chance to lock in their answers for how many games that they think will end up with a winner. And Sahil, which game do you think we should head into next?
I think Humpy's game, I can see a slight shift, Rakesh, in that evaluation. So let's have a look what really happened. I think we left it at bishop d3, where the bishop exchange was offered. Black takes, white takes, and now e6. And Rakesh, she really did not want the bishop on g7. Understandable. But now this structure, is quite weird. Usually you have a bunch of weak dark squares around the king now, and white can utilize this later. And for example, let's say you castle, and now you play bishop d6. I'm not even forced to take. I can now pin your knight again. Then you have to put the bishop back on e7.
Can I go bishop h6 now?
Yeah, bishop h6 also possible, but I think maybe knight g4. And knight g4, bishop g7, rook g8. This is a very, very weird position. But I think black is usually safe because she can basically castle by hand after she takes, then king f8 and king g7, and black is okay. But overall, I think this structure is known to be, dangerous sometimes, and this can backfire for Nurgyul here.
Absolutely, I fully agree that you do not want to have those dark square weaknesses especially when the opponent has a dark squared bishop. And Humpy thinking about those ideas, how she can make advantage, use that to her advantage. And Sahil, short castle and is a very likely possibility, but I'm afraid black can play knight h5, and I know it's not the London, but it looks like that London bishop, and I don't want to lose that.
But Rakesh, I have a tempting possibility. Thanks to your pawn move on g6, I can actually attack your rook now. And the rook's like, bro, I never get attacked like this. This is so rare. And now, I mean, you can play bishop g7, of course, but that's not ideal. Your knight will probably go to g7, or you have to play a pawn move to f6, which is also not ideal. Again, the structure, can be very, very double-edged, gives black some possibilities, but also white some possibilities. So as black, you ideally want to avoid this. And again, the knight on h5, is it a great piece? Not really. Does not really have any active squares. And I will not give the knight for your bishop. You will have to play f6. Takes, and now at least, even if you take this, I've gained something in return here with this weak e6 pawn.
Definitely, I think that is what is going on in Humpy's mind. She really wants to, maximize her chances of winning. And speaking of that side, is it a good time to jump into Jiner's game? Because a couple of moves have happened there as well.
Yeah, bishop a7, knight a3, h6 is last, we left it, and knight c2. So going for the third plan we discussed. And now comes bishop e6, offering that trade. So very important choice for white. Do you play something like bishop e6, opening the f file? Do you play bishop b5, attacking the knight? Do you play something like b3, defending the bishop? Do you go back knight? No, I think that will not happen. So difficult choice, Rakesh. Which one would you opt for?
I mean, I'm spoiled for choice, and it would be great if you could have Jiner's camera and show their game. And it's if you capture the pawn on c4, you are kind of left alone, like we are feeling right now.
Yeah, that's a hard feeling to have, Rakesh, especially during a live broadcast.
And bishop b5 played, Sahil.
I think you had
using the third option.
You had to, right? Because I mean, you can't really, if you exchange, that's really simplifying the position of black. And now you play bishop b5, maintaining your chances. But now knight e7. It's like I point a target at you and you simply move away and stand behind my back, and now I'm stuck holding some target, some weapon in my hand. It doesn't work, and now bishop on d5 looks absolutely, misplaced, if I can put it mildly.
But Polina expected it because she played d4 within 7 seconds.
Wow, the central break. I don't know if we can go full screen right now. Would love to check out the expressions of the player, because this is tense moments, Rakesh. You can see already a 16-minute edge for Zuzina on the clock, and she's again played 7 seconds. She took for pawn to d4. She's not backing down. Shuvalova took 2 seconds to play this, and she's also not backing down. And Zuzina, of course, will try to play as quickly as possible, and even she does not take time. Both players playing very quickly.
What is happening, Sahil?
It's almost like the pieces have decided to just walk out of the initial squares and just quickly develop two attacking squares. Pawn to c6. The bishop now, Rakesh, very important. You do not want to play bishop a4. This will be attacked again at some point. So maybe the bishop has to go all the way back to f1 now.
Yeah, bishop f1, bishop d3, both moves possible, and it just feels that, Sahil, something is going to give in the next 5 odd moves.
Yeah, absolutely. And bishop f1, then black will continue with her plan with knight to g6. And you can imagine knight h5 at some point, knight f4, the queen could join into f6. So there could be an attack building. And of course, this bishop on a7, do not forget that bishop on a7. That could be the star piece already, piling on the pressure on the d4 pawn, on the f2 pawn. And this could get tense very, very soon. So interesting game, Rakesh. I think both players having some chances there.
Yeah, I fully agree. And Sahil, is it a good time to jump into Divya's game now to see what's happening there?
After bishop b7, very interesting. So no bishop f6, no c3 defending the knight. Divya instead plays bishop to f3, offering a trade. So that does simplify the position quite a bit, Rakesh. And of course, very important, if black takes, you can take with the knight, but I think she intends to take with the queen, with the idea that if you take the knight, I want to grab the rook, and that should be game over. So, of course, you have to move the rook now. But if you play something like rook c8, then this, the pawn on f6 is hanging. I will pick this up, and maybe I will first defend my knight here, and next move I can take this. And of course, rook e1 incoming, knight f5 incoming. This feels like it should be a strong attack. So here, the only move for black is queen to d5. And Alina is the expert in only moves. We've seen a bunch of games there, finding all those moves. And now after queen d5, bishop f6, queen f3, knight f3, gf6 is the likely endgame we're going to have. Which side do you prefer in this position, Rakesh?
I think I like white, because of that doubled pawn and just a little bit of better development overall for white. And again, no stress of losing for white here.
Yeah, but I think black also very solid enough that she should hope for a draw here at least, and the bishop against knight can be an asset in some variations. So let's see what happens. Bishop 3 on the board right now. Alina contemplating as well, but Rakesh, it doesn't feel like this is going to be that position where Divya will find out a win.
Yeah, definitely. And meanwhile, we have some comments in the chat, and Tatagad Behuri is saying there's some DGT error in Divya's game, and yeah, that was fixed. So thanks for pointing that out. Cinema Show thinks d4 now. Actually, Nikhil Arora thinks Humpy is going to win, and some people are also rooting for Hendrik is rooting for Zhu, and also thinks that a player from China is going to win. Roro says interesting game, but both Humpy and Zhu have chances. I support Zhu, but Humpy is still the favorite. And I fully agree with that.
Yeah. I think chat supporting their favorite players as Alina. Wait, she played rook c8.
Rook d8.
Yes, she blundered. That's a blunder, right? Unless I'm mistaken. Oh, not a blunder. Okay, fine. Oh, she did not take on f3. Actually, she took on f3 and then...
Oh my god, what?
Yeah. I panicked. I thought she took on f3 and then played rook d8.
That would... Let's show why that's a blunder.
Yeah, so that would be a mistake because now I can take on f6, damage your structure. Now I can play rook f d1 or rook a d1 and then, slowly pressuring this d file. Queen f6 is also hanging. So I thought she took on f3 and then played rook d8. That would have been a huge mistake. But no, she directly plays rook to d8. And now the knight on d4 is hanging, Rakesh. How should Divya tackle this?
I think you have a few options here, because you want to play either bishop takes f6 first, or, in fact, completely ignoring black's last move is an option if you don't take f6 and just play pawn to a4. Because once you capture my knight in the center, I'm going to capture bishop in the corner.
Yeah, that is still a tactic in the end.
And now white has the double bishop advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. So a4, interesting idea. Not an obvious move, I must admit. And bishop 6 always is an option. So Divya still not really under a huge threat here, because if you do take, let's say I play a pawn to a4 move, and you do take on f3, I can simply still take with the queen, Rakesh, apparently.
Wow.
Now, queen takes d4, there is rook fd1, queen to b6, bishop e3, and apparently these tactics are kind of working out for white. And queen c7, rook d8, queen d8, now a takes b5, a takes, and now queen c6 check seems to win for Divya Deshmukh. So I think there are...
And knight d7, rook coming to the back rank.
And that is over for the queen. So I think very, very interesting idea from both players.
Yeah, and I think if Divya finds a4, it's a good initiative for white. And I feel after rook d8, maybe Alina has missed the pawn coming to a4.
Yeah, that is not normal at all. I think the knight is attacked. You feel like either c3 or taking the bishop on b7, something like the obvious move. But yeah, a4 being kind of a ridiculous idea. But of course it works. If it works tactically, I think Divya will definitely try to find it. And as of now, the position is still roughly balanced. So all the games still equal, even though the stakes are extremely high. All the players want to win. But as of now, it doesn't seem like any position promises a clear advantage for any player. So if we go to the game of Humpy against Nurgyul again, and after pawn to e6, we saw that bishop trade, pawn e6, that weird structure with the dark squares weakened, castles for white. She has put the king in safety, and now black will play bishop to d6 likely, challenge the bishop on f4, but still, this g6 move makes the task a bit more complicated, Rakesh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
completely.
Rakesh with those words of wisdom, and as of now, 8 minutes taken by Humpy to play castles. Rakesh, 8 minutes for castling, it feels a bit excessive, no?
Yeah, but I think she was thinking of those ideas of knight h5 or bishop d6. Does she want to go bishop g5 or bishop h6?
That's an important choice, right? So bishop h6 feels tempting, but of course there is knight g4, and the bishop will have to move again. So you can play bishop g5 as well. You could take, I think that is also a possibility, and then put the knight on e5, the rook on c1. But black is also pretty solid, so winning chances will not be that high, Rakesh.
I agree there, Sahil. And there if there's one result Humpy wants is for her to win and Zoo to slip up and draw somehow, because that gives her the title. And we have a very exciting day, Sahil. Round 9, everything boils down to this: how this game finishes, how this round finishes for all the players, because we might have an Indian winner in the Indian Grand Prix, Sahil.
Yeah, and of course, Zuzhina trying to prove that wrong. If we can go to her game now, and we see bishop d3, or no, bishop f1 actually. The bishop comes to d3, and now knight g6. I was wondering, the bishop can be a target sometimes for the knight f4 move. That's why it might have been better placed on f1. But now comes knight to e3 by Polina, so the knight can also go to f5, and this is the current position. Actually, a 18 minute edge for Zuzhina.
I think that's a lot, and we saw her expertly use this to her advantage against Divya yesterday. Putting pressure on the clock, putting pressure in the position, and it worked out great for her yesterday.
And you can see her extremely stressed, though. I think this is not the typical Zuzhina we see. I think she's a bit more calmer, but I think the stakes of the situation and the game kind of putting you under that extra stress today.
It must be the nerves, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So we can see Zoo under thought. Rakesh, no game so far where we are seeing one side take control. So maybe we could do the Vaishali against Salome game. We left it at f4, and Salome did play knight to e7 after a 7 minute think, and Vaishali is still thinking. So I'm a bit surprised I think so much time, because it's still I think opening theory, and I expect queen f3 to come on the board pretty soon.
Yeah, because there is this idea of queen f3, queen h3, and you want to push that g4, g5 ideas to try and checkmate black's king. And it's like the stonewall setup, and black's bishop, white's dark squared bishop is on b2. Sahil, as a London player, you must be hating this.
No, I think I've seen some games where white, takes on c5 sometimes at the right moment, opening up that bishop for a devastating attack. So the bishop on b2 looks calm, but I think it has some, great intentions to finish off the game. So that g7 point is where he's kind of focused on.
And I think it looks like we might have a result in this one. I feel White's attack can get going, and
of course, if White makes a mistake, then knight is, for example, we already saw, let's say h3, knight e4, black is already better.
Wow.
So White has to be absolutely on point. This game can go either way.
Vaishali at 3.5 out of 8, not having the best of her tournaments, but with this win, she goes to 4.5 out of 9. And more importantly, reaches 50%. But remember, she is going to play the Norway chess event in just under a month's time. So definitely an important win for her confidence, Sahil.
Absolutely. Especially Norway chess, very limited players. That double round robin format is also very interesting.
She played Ju Wenju, the women's world champion who just won it last month.
Yeah, that'll be great exposure and a great challenge. So she would love to head off with a victory, Rakesh, here. And this is a great opportunity if the queen can come to f3.
Yeah, for sure.
Meanwhile, no updates in the Humpy game. In Divya game, by the way, we have queen to e2. So getting out of that pin on the knight on d4, putting the queen opposite that king on e8, Rakesh. So knight f5 is a genuine possibility in some cases. And now the rook could be coming to d1. Either one of these rooks could be moving towards that d1 square, and black feels like, black has to be a bit precise for the next 2 to 3 moves to not get under pressure. For example, a move that comes to mind is, I don't know what is the move. Like, let's say I want to play bishop e7. For example, h6, for example, if you play, this is already close to lost. Yeah, rook a d1. And this is very, very unfortunate. Bishop g7, for example, knight f5. The queen is attacked and the bishop is attacked. And this is the simplest way for white to win. So white has to rise with bishop e7, just kind of preparing castling. And the white will play rook a d1. And then you have to choose, okay, do I move the queen? What do I do? It's not an easy decision for black.
Absolutely not. And you have to be careful about this, Sahil, because one slip and your position is lost if you are playing with the black pieces. And by the queen f3 played on Vaishali's board, we just an update that. But if we think about it, it is tough for Kashlinskaya to equalize easily. So I feel somehow Sahil, black might play bishop takes f3. Well, it releases the tension, and it's the fastest way to equal it. And your knight has to go back. I just want to quickly play bishop e7 and short castle.
And if I play rook a d1, maybe you put the queen on b7. That is very nice diagonal.
Yeah.
If I take on d8, you can again take with the bishop, not lose your castling rights. Rook d1, and I'm just in time.
Barely.
Yeah, put my king into safety. And black should be okay, even though it's
still have the initial, knight e5 ideas, bishop f6, rook d7 coming in. But I think black just survives by the skin of her teeth.
It's not enough. Even knight e5, Rakesh, just exchanging the bishops feels like this should be equal. So this might be actually the first result for today as well, Rakesh, because this feels like a lot of liquidation incoming.
Yeah, either liquidation or a blunder, and Divya wins in an hour again. So that's also a possibility.
Yeah, definitely. So this game, I think, looking interesting. And now we check out, no updates in the Jiner game. Some updates in the Harika game. We can check that one out. I think knight was the last move, and queen f3, king f3 as expected. e5, d3, knight, another trade offered, Rakesh. a3, bishop c5. We might even, I don't know, see some repetition like this. I don't know if that's a possibility. And a draw. I mean, definitely a possibility, Rakesh.
Yeah, but I think white's going to push here. White has a slight edge, a very, very slight edge, but also you can't really offer draw. So repetition, like you showed, is the only way that you can see a draw.
I would even repeat twice just to challenge Munguntuul, because she will try to maintain her winning target. Makes a mistake,
Absolutely, and overall a very nice opportunity here for 4 Indian players to be playing in the Women's Grand Prix. So hopefully we'll have more of such events in India side.
Yeah, and the great team of NGD1, only them organizing this event. Great event overall.
Yeah, and it's just not these 4 players that they are focusing on, because 64 Squares initiative between the Pravaha Foundation and MGD1, they have a new batch of 5 young Indian stars. So, doing the right things here for Indian chess.
Yeah.
MGD1.
Yeah, and not taking credit, rushing away from the room instantly. So, as of now, Rakesh, I think the players look at Harika under stress. By
Bishop East, Sahil, will we have a repetition incoming?
I think we'll see a repetition, Rakesh, because the final round, the players would love to kind of relax. The stakes for this game are not as high. The stakes are not as high, and also the position, it doesn't really feel like either side has the edge. The knight on d5, such a great piece for black. So I think knight c3 and bishop c5 we're definitely going to see, and then we'll see Harika go into a deep think, trying to figure out if she has any chances. And I was absolutely wrong, because Harika is moving some other place now.
As usual, both of us there. And bishop e7. I think pawn to b4 you want to play, or
bishop d2 she plays, so developing the piece. Harika is much more ambitious, Rakesh. She will not let the white pieces go.
Obviously. Like that. I mean, she is with MGD1, so definitely ambitious there.
Yeah.
And I think it's time to go to Humpy's game style, because knight c6 played.
Yeah, let's go there. So quickly, Koneru Humpy against Salome, knight c6. So that's not something I expect, to be honest, Rakesh. because I usually the knight can sometimes also come to c4. So rook c8, knight c4 can also be an active way for black to play. Then put the pawn on b5. I think knight c6 also is a sign that Nurgyul is not as comfortable with this position as she would like, and the knight then that maneuver with all makes sense now because the knight really don't take advantage of that jump on c4.
Yeah, it's like white has gotten a free move in a way, and I feel that white can push here with moves like rook c1. I don't see anything wrong with that. Either rook could come, rook a or rook f c1.
Yeah.
And also I like this h3 move, saving our London bishop. I know it's a Slav defense, but just shows the importance of that bishop. And I feel white could really have a good chance in this game.
Yeah, Cinema show in the chat saying, I think both Humpy and Zoo will win today. I mean, he clearly knows what Cinema looks like,
Yeah.
There's winning and a tie for first place. Nightmare saying Humpy and Zoo will lose today. So chat is absolutely,
Sal, you mentioned that candidates example 2013
Yeah.
where Carlson and Kramnik both lost in the last round, needing just to better each other's results. So
Yeah.
all results possible here.
And then somebody saying Zoo will win and somebody saying, hi guys.
And Humpy will win. So
Yeah.
we have supporters for everyone. Chat as the FIDE chess comment you see in the chat. What are your predictions for today? Let us know quickly, as we have more than 350 people at the start of the hour and we close in on 1 hour of play, Sahil.
Yeah, and no clear advantage for either player. As we saw yesterday in the final section of this tournament, players not really making mistakes at all. But then, once the time pressure phase hits, we see blunders, from few players. So yesterday, you could have had 5 results. And now today, you've made 2, right? Your prediction is 2 results.
Yeah, 2. And you are at 3, I think. 3.
By the way, rook fc1 from Humpy on the board. So very, very logical, bringing that rook into the game. And usually white's plan could be knight a4, knight c5 to get that knight in the active square, double up rooks on the c5 and just play on the queen side and get that slight advantage. And usually it's not easy for black to tackle it because you're kind of playing for 2 results. That's the problem for black here in this position. And now I think after knight c6, I'm expecting something like bishop d6 to exchange off that strong bishop on f4. And of course, knight h5, your move, Rakesh, also possible because now bishop e5, at least the knight controls it. So both moves possible, but I expect bishop d6.
Yeah, bishop has to come out at this point. You have already wasted a couple of moves, e6, g6 to get the bishop out. Knight was in the corner. I think that made a lot of sense to bring back the knight from the corner. But now it's time for the bishop to go to a d6.
Yeah. Let's see what happens. No major updates. Yeah, players taking their time, and just to kind of highlight the time situation, Nurgyul is already under 1 hour. We can see, I think, Polina under 1 hour as well, and we can see Munguntuul under 1 hour as well. And we've already had 1 hour of play, so they've used up 35 minutes already of their time. So I expect time pressure in a bunch of games today, Rakesh.
Yeah, and it gives us a great moment to, take some questions and comments from the chat. So, Praveen is saying commentary goals there, Sahil and Rakesh boys. So thank you to Praveen. And Nikhil Arora says Humpy is going to win this. And elsewhere, Anshu Pandey is asking, what is the tie break? What if both players reach the same score? And I think there are no tie breaks. If you have the same score, you share the prize money and the Grand Prix points. So in case Humpy and Zujur both end up winning or drawing, they will share the Grand Prix points. They will share the prize money as well. So not a lot of, we won't expect a tie break or an Armageddon game today, Sahil.
Yeah. Although that would have been awesome, but I think
I know,
both
right?
players would love to settle it in classical chess anyways, because they want the maximum number of points with Soul first. So I can guarantee you they are not really hoping for that. They just want to win under their belt.
And yeah, with that, Sahil, on that note, let's show our audience the standings. So we can see Humpy at 6, Zoo at 6 as well, and Divya Deshmukh, the only player who can catch up with them, with a win, and hoping the top 2 players lose. Polina with 4.5 out of 8. Harika with 4 out of 8 and also having a chance of a podium finish. And also, if you could show the women's Grand Prix standings as well, letting the chat know why it's important. So, as we see, Goryachkina in first place with 303 points. None of the players between second to fifth have any realistic chance of qualifying. And after that comes in Koneru Humpy and also Jiner, who's on 11th place. Remember, Jiner will also play in the Austria Women's Grand Prix leg, which is the last and final leg after this. So it's one of those three players who will actually be going into the women's candidates from the FIDE Women's Grand Prix route.
Yes, all the legends of the game and so much competition there, Rakesh. And it's so important. I don't know. I think we'll see those standings change tonight itself.
Yeah.
And then we'll know who has the best chance. Meanwhile, Nurgyul going down to 55 minutes. So far, I think Humpy would be kind of happy with the opening discussion there because her opponent is taking time. She's made a couple of concessions. And I think she doesn't look comfortable with her position. And Humpy should be relatively happy. Choosing such a safe line, she's gotten some results.
Yeah, and time pressure. We saw so many results, and outcomes change in yesterday's time pressure phase. So we can expect the same today. But Sahil, pawn to e6, knight c6, rook f to c1 was played. Bishop d6 is very natural, right?
Yeah, very, very natural. And you want to exchange this bishop and get the queen up, castle quickly.
Yes.
But even if this happens, Rakesh, my idea is knight a4. And that's why that knight a5, knight c6 back move doesn't make sense. Let's say you castles. Now I put the knight on c5. You have to defend this pawn. Let's say you play rook a b8. Now I can double up rooks as well. And somehow white always has a slight edge. And it's suffocating to play as black because you don't really have a plan. You're hoping that you play, move like knight d7 and offer some exchanges, but rook a c1, knight c5, rook c5. I can even have an Alechine's gun soon, and then I'll put the knight on e5 in some cases. So you can see how only white is playing. It's a very small chance of victory, but black has absolutely no chance. You don't want to play e5, of course, because that will weaken the d5 square. So, and your king side is also a bit sensitive, so you can't really expand there. So I would say Humpy will play for 2 results, and maybe that's the philosophy of choosing this opening.
Very well put, Silent. It's 2 results for a lot of time. And let's go to board 4, Sahil. There's something happening on board 4 between Polina and Jiner.
So we left it at, I think, knight to g6, knight e3, and rook e8 played. So there's clear intention to put pressure on that e4 pawn. Bishop drops back, and now queen c7, bishop d2, rook a d8. As of now, all the pieces have been developed now, Rakesh. So this is where I expect both players to have another deep think. But Jiner still maintaining that lead on the clock. I think that's very obvious. That's what she has as a strategy across this tournament.
Yeah, nicely put. Queen c1, eyeing that bishop takes f6, sacrifice once the knight gets to f5. So some attacking ideas for Polina, but very interesting to note, Sahil, that both players who are in the lead, Zoo and Humpy, have 1 hour 10, 12 minutes, and their opponents both are on the 55-minute mark.
Yeah, I would even expect the alternate to be the case, right? So both of them under pressure, but they have come with a clear strategy that, the clock should be used as a weapon here. And now after queen c1, Rakesh, what do you expect as black to play? Because, there is this idea, of course, not right now. Black has kind of maxed her pieces. So what does she do now?
I think you want to, safeguard that pawn on h6, but with king h7, but that king h7 comes into the diagonal of the bishop.
Yeah.
So you want to be very careful about that.
And it doesn't feel like, this is a problem because there's so many pieces in the middle. But sometimes e takes d4, c takes d4, and then e5 break, and the bishop opens with some sort of check, and the knight can be pinched. So I think that's always in the air. Queen c1 played. I would expect something like maybe I would love to play knight h5, Rakesh. That's my move.
That's a great move, Sahil.
I want to get to f4 if possible. What can be white's counter to this? Do I now go to f5 as a counter? And we have this situation where both pieces have like one piece there.
This is a mess.
Yeah.
And as Jiner, you ideally want that, but you want the chaos to go into your favor at the end. But with the bar rising, it looks like pawn to g3 and your knight is caught offside.
Yeah, you sacrifice a pawn temporarily, and now king g2. The knight doesn't have any great squares to go back to, and somehow I feel white will come out on top. So yeah, the queen pointed towards the king side, making the difference in that tactical decision. Rakesh, the black queen not able to do so.
Yeah, very well put. And Sahil, we have an interesting, comment on the FIDE channel, which I'd love to discuss with you and the chat. That is, when Anshu Pandey asked what's the tiebreak rule, Donald says Humpy would be the winner of the tournament just because she's played more black games. So they both get 117 Grand Prix points and 15,500 euros. So, but you get the gold medal as Humpy, but you lose out on qualification. So, does that play in your mind, or you're just going for first place?
I think knowing Humpy, I think both matter. There is no doubt about it.
Yeah.
But I think maybe as a chess player, that candidate's qualification matters just a little bit more. So I expect her to chase both and go for. And she is likely to get a medal anyways, right? Because even if she loses, she will be likely in second place now. So I think I expect her to really chase that win. But same for Zuzina. So anything is possible here. What do you think of that?
I fully agree. Humpy, the only player who's undefeated in this tournament, fully deserving. I think she will want to really get that win. And Queen C1, things can heat up in this game.
Yeah, and as Zuzina thinks, let's off the Vaishali against Salome game, where after knight e7, queen f3, queen c7 was played, which seems to be a mistake. As far as I remember, I think there are a couple of other moves. I'm not exactly sure what was theory here.
You mentioned the knight e4 idea, right?
Yeah, but queen f3 prevents knight e4 now. And I think knight f5 or b5, there were a bunch of moves, but queen e7 has also been played in the past. And now queen h3, Rakesh, your idea has a lot of merit here.
Yeah, just go for it. And also the queen h3, pawn takes c5, opening up the diagonal for the bishop. You want to checkmate on the h7 square somehow.
Yeah, and if you now try a move like knight to e4, then again that same idea of dc5, opening up the bishop can be a bit deadly. So the knight is right now pinned, Rakesh. You can't even take the knight on d2 because it's mate in 1. So this knight in the pin loses its influence to some extent once the queen is on h3.
Yeah, fully agreed. I think Vaishali should be really happy with the position and on course to get a win and get back to 50%.
Yeah, the time situation also looking much better in this game for both players. Meanwhile, in the Humpy game, no bishop d6.
What?
Instead,
Bishop e7?
Bishop e7. So maybe she's planning that knight h5 move, and this would be a nice time to put that pawn on h3, Rakesh, or even just go knight a4. Because after castling, and now I can slowly plan knight c5, h3, and I feel somehow this is looking better for white than I expected it would be at first.
Yeah, I mean, if you are not going to challenge that bishop and you think something's wrong with that, then I think white's position or white's opening choice has paid off. And I feel with every passing minute, it looks like Humpy is getting inching closer towards victory.
The simple problem is, Rakesh, we already saw in that variation, right? So knight is coming to c5. When that pawn is attacked, you want to be able to play rook b8. And that's not possible while the bishop is on f4. So you will have to play awkward moves. And maybe queen d7 can't be played once knight is on c5. Either you have to give up the bishop, but once you give up the bishop, let's just play a random move for now. And knight c5, if you're the bishop, I can already imagine this, this structure here being a problem as well with weakened dark squares. And if you don't give the bishop, how do you defend the pawn? It's not easy, right? There is no rook b8, there is no queen d7, queen c7. You might have to play rook a7, which is not exactly how you want to do this. So that's the problem with bishop e7. It really, gives a control of the b8 square. So whenever knight a4, knight c5 happens, you will have to come up with a different way to defend that pawn. And that could include giving the bishop when you've already played g6.
Yeah, things looking good for Humpy, and I don't know why Salimova didn't play bishop d6 because it looked very logical there, Sahib. But bishop e7, somewhat a passive move, not going for the trade. And Sahil, do I have something like bishop h6? I know you have shown me knight g4 earlier, but it's just stopping you from castling. Does that work somehow?
That could also work a little bit, Rakesh, because after knight g4, I can simply come back, and now the bishop on d6 is not threatening to grab this. And after, let's say you castles, I anyway wanted to play h3. So it will basically, I think, transpose and not really hurt you. So you can test black with this, whether black plays knight g4 or makes some mistakes, totally a possibility. But I think maybe Humpy might not go for this. She will continue with her plan with h3, knight a4, knight c5, a very, very logical plan. And then you can try to double up rooks as we saw, and then put pressure on this complex on the queen side.
I agree. Bishop on f4, eyeing that critical b8 square as you pointed out earlier. And I feel once Humpy has played rook f6.
Wait, what happened? Is there a huge update in the Divya game? Have they blundered, or is there a
Let's check
defeat error? Very likely, yeah. I don't think they will blunder. So this was the position we left. Bishop e7, logical move. Rook f d1, very, very logical. And apparently bishop d5. Was this?
No, that was not. Can we get a zoom into the board, please?
Yeah, just to confirm that the bishop
f3 played.
Yeah, because bishop e4 and now bishop e4. This is definitely not what happened.
Yeah.
So instead, black has taken the bishop on f3 here, which is a very, very normal move. And now I think you can take with either piece, but I expect knight takes f3 on the board, and the queen will be attacked. So queen will drop back. We will see the rook trade. Bishop takes, and of course, Rakesh, this should be pretty close to equal. It's literally the same position we saw earlier.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, Sahil, what if I capture with the queen after bishop takes f3? Because let's show a random move, like not a good move, like short castle, and I have some knight jumps with knight c6 or something. So after queen takes f3, you have to be very precise with something like queen d5, I think.
Wow, that is the only move in the position, but that is a very good one, Rakesh. And now I cannot really
still go knight c6.
Knight c6, queen f3, which takes rook
gf3.
gf3. Potentially, I go rook c8 now.
My c2 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, knight e7, king e7, and these double pawns don't inspire confidence. But I think you can potentially, after queen f3, first take on d8 with check. Bishop takes gf3, and now I think, if you castle as black, maybe white has some initiative with a4. But this is very difficult to figure out, I feel.
Yeah, but Divya, to her credit, has not recaptured with the knight. So I think she is definitely thinking of these ideas, right?
I think she understands this could be the critical moment. If she does not manage to do anything and black castles, then it's just equal. Then she has no chance, I think close to no chance of winning this game, barring a blunder. So she right now focusing on which capture gives her the best chances. And of course, she can use time. She has enough time on the clock. No time pressure expected in this game, Rakesh. So this game, potentially a draw.
But so do you capture with the queen and have some, imbalances in the position? Or you play knight takes f3 and, go into an equalish endgame?
I think if I see nothing there in, knight f3, then I might be tempted for queen f3. But especially if it's the only move, that definitely feels a lot more tempting to me. And after queen d5, I always have the option of just taking. Yeah, so that should also maintain equality if I really am worried about that double pawn. But of course, I think I might choose queen f3. Which one would you choose?
I think I would choose queen f3, but also, Divya can definitely catch up with the leaders. But I think as we see, a draw would also guarantee her a Women's Grand Prix medal, because she goes to 5.5 and Polina does not have a good enough tie break to catch up to Divya. So,
and Polina also has to beat.
Yeah.
So that's also, not going to be that easy.
And of course, Grand Prix points matter, ratings matter, but also it's like always a good thing to have a medal at the end of the day.
And today the round started 1 hour early. Rakesh, I remember 2022 Olympiad where the round started early, and I think sometimes that can shift, the players' preparation schedule, the
routine.
Schedule. Yeah, it can change your, play as well. For some time. So have you ever faced that issue that, the game started early on the final day and then you probably couldn't prepare or couldn't sleep or something like that?
Yeah, for sure. The whole routine shifts. I don't know when the time you wake up, when you have breakfast, your preparation, your call with the coach, everything has to be changed. But luckily here it's not very drastic. It's not
It's
like
1 hour.
a 10 a.m. start like 4 hours before.
Yeah.
So that's good for the players. It's just a slight difference. So I think the players would not be that affected here. I feel.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely agree with that one. And right now we can see Divya trying to come up with the best response to Bishop F3 and not Bishop D5. That seems to be a DGT error, and we will
Yeah.
have her response pretty soon. So, meanwhile, I think is so which games are updates? So no updates in the Harika game, no updates in the Blue game after.
No updates in any game, right?
Yeah, Divya, I think that's a detail. No update in the Humpy game. And we have Queen H3 in the
Nice.
Vaishali game. So she goes for the ambitious line, and there's a simple convergence of the bishop and the queen near the black king, and the black wing king sweats right now. So he better not make this knight mad, because this knight, if it moves, it's made in one Rakesh.
Yeah, and even let's say if it doesn't move, let's throw in a random move like rook F to pawn to A6.
It's already lost, Rakesh. After
Yeah.
knight to G4, basically offering this trade, it is game over. If you take, of course, I mate you again. And
Okay.
if you play G6, then I win the knight and then mate you. And the only way to defend would be to play knight G6, for example. But then I would take, and look at the bishop smiling on B2. And he knew from move 1 what's going to happen here. And after you take back, let's say this way, bishop F6, queen H6, queen G7, the game is over.
Yeah, looks completely on. So I'll just what if knight G4, black plays in knight to E4? That's a move.
Which position, Rakesh?
Knight G4.
Yeah, let's say A6.
A6, knight G4.
Knight G4.
Knight E4.
Yeah, knight E4. And I think here also you can potentially just take on C5. Again, opening up that bishop. Let's see you take back with the bishop. And here it's time to strike, Rakesh. You can play bishop takes G7 and open up the king side. If you take back, I just need the access for the F6 square. So I will play knight takes E4. You will take back queen H6, king G8, knight F6, king H8, and then I will do a WWE finishing move, and then play queen takes H7 checkmate.
I agree. And Sahil, queen H3, Salome thinking what can be done to avoid this. Can black go pawn to G6 somehow?
Yeah, pawn G6 makes some sense. You block the bishop, but it's similar to what Nurgyul did, right? You're opening up this bishop's diagonal, and I think after again this DC5 move coming into the game, if you take with the bishop, for example, pawn to B4 attacking the bishop, bishop has to drop back. Now maybe even just moving the knight, like knight F3 or queen H4, attacking this knight, it doesn't have a good square. Again, that's a knight H5, knight G4, threatening mate in one, Rakesh again. And this is the day for mating one threats.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure none of them gonna happen. But this just shows why tactics are so important, Sahil. And I think we have a question about the prize money. So I would love to before CD4 played, Sahil. By the way,
look at this. After CD4, if you take back with the pawn, knight E4 equalizes completely. So here you don't take back the pawn. You have to play knight D to F3 now. And if Vaishali comes up with this move, she's going to have a great initiative, because if you now take this pawn, knight G4 is just resigns. And we could have the shortest game of the event. So you can't take the second pawn now. You will have to block this bishop's diagonal with a move like knight to F5 and then G4. Let's keep pushing. You can take on E3, doesn't matter. Simply saving the rook even. And again, G5 incoming with the idea of queen H7. And this is the way Vaishali has to play. But this is not easy.
knight DF3 is definitely not easy, Sahil. I mean, it's a big it's a big move there and difficult move to find, I feel. But Vaishali thinking, so maybe she knows already about this.
But she needs to do something, because if E takes D4, knight E4 seems to be very, very comfortable. You don't want to do this. So let's see what happens. And we are looking at the game here. C takes d4. Critical moment in this game. Will Vaishali find knight d to f3 and kind of put pressure? And we are waiting for the move. Meanwhile, let's go to the game of Humpy against Nurgyul, because Humpy finding the most challenging move here. That is knight to a4, putting pressure on Salimova. If we can have the cams as well quickly. And after knight a4, Nurgyul realizing that the knight coming to c5 is not good news. Playing knight d7. By the way, knight a4, Humpy took 30 seconds for this, Rakesh. Nurgyul plays knight d7 after 3 minutes, and now there is no knight g4, Rakesh. So bishop h6, the move you have been chasing for a long
For a while.
it's actually possible, and there is no easy defense. You will have to play bishop f8, and you could have played bishop d6 to take this, and now I can again repeat and torture you a little bit, but I can also take on f8, my choice.
But if I take on f8, isn't that like castling by hand, which you mentioned a few minutes ago?
Yeah, knight c5, rook c5, king g7, rook a c1. Again, I have that initiative. I got enough time to build that initiative. But I can even just kind of, put back the bishop on f4. After bishop e7, I do the same stuff with knight c5 or even queen b3 here. Very, very interesting. So I think, of course, this is not winning for Humpy here, but this knight d7 definitely adds one more layer to this uncomfortable position for Nurgyul.
It's just starting to get better and better style for Humpy somehow. Once it started with the knight coming back to c6.
Yeah, looks very interesting. I think Humpy has the position she would have dreamed of when she prepared this opening, and she should be very, very happy with what she sees on the board. Rakesh, how many results, if you had to, I will not allow you to update your prediction, but if you had to update your prediction, would you change it from 2 results?
Yeah, I think because Vaishali is suddenly, very close to, I mean, not close to winning, but the game is very interesting. So that is definitely possible. And Humpy is also looking like she might be putting some pressure. And Harika is also trying to convert that game against Munguntuul. So I think Humpy is thinking about ideas like bishop going here, bishop to h6, stopping the black king from castling, and I think another idea can also be just queen b3 and hitting that pawn once again, or you want to just have an extra square for your king and you just go h3 here. And while the players are thinking, we'll head into a quick couple of minutes of break and we will see you on the other side.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the final day of the Women's Grand Prix, and somehow we are in white and black, Rakesh, symbolizing chess. And I think that's exactly we're going to see on the board as well. So, very, very interesting games today. Five battles, legendary battles. Who will come up on top? Let's find out. I think game number one has to be Humpy against Nurgyul, and we already saw a slight edge for Humpy after that move, knight d7. And she did choose your idea of bishop h6. So Rakesh, you must be very happy finally.
Yeah, proud moment. And in fact, this is an idea which, in fact, causes the most problem for black. And, black has to be wary of this move because you can't castle anymore. And it's a tough choice. Bishop f8, do you go back and try and, castle by hand, or somehow do you try and, kick this bishop out? But I don't know how. So let's see what Nurgyul played.
Yeah, she played queen a5. That's a very, very interesting choice. So kind of taking some risk there with that move. The queen comes out and puts pressure on the knight on a4. And I think the idea is if you play a pawn move to b3, she probably might even want to go bishop a3. But again, all of this is very, very double-edged. You've not really castled Rakesh, and you'll not be able to do so for a while. So maybe that's why Humpy chooses the very interesting move, queen to d1, defending the knight with the queen, getting out of knight b4 ideas from black, and it feels like Humpy's advantage has only gone up.
Yeah, and where does the king go? Is there any world style where we see black playing long castle?
Oh, no chance. Absolutely no chance. That would be pretty much game over.
As we can see the bar rising.
I was hoping a3, b4, but apparently white, the engines just love b4 directly, not even waiting for that a3 move, and this should be game over.
That can be captured by three of black's pieces. I mean, one is illegal though, but queen and bishop can capture. Let's just show. Queen takes b4.
Yeah, rook a b1, opening up the file towards your king. Let's say queen a5, now queen b3, and everything is falling apart. You can't even play b5 because the knight on c6 just hangs. So
that's game over.
That will not happen in a million years.
So long castle definitely not on Nurgyul's mind. She just played queen a5 to attack the a4 knight.
Yeah, and now the problem is, let's say you play bishop f8 now. Yeah, you want to castle. Now I will not take. I might even play bishop f4 because you can't really challenge me with bishop d6 because you block the path. And if you play bishop e7, I'm going to play a3. Let's say you finally even castle, but now b4 and the queen can't go to c7, has to now go to d8 and knight c5. And this is a much, much better version for white because black can't play rook b8, right? And if you play rook a7, then I have knight takes b7 winning a pawn. And how do you defend this pawn? And if you take, for example, I can actually take with the pawn now, open the b file, and you still can't play rook a b8. And I think this will be the worst version, the worst outcome of this opening for Nurgyul. So she needs to come up with some clever moves right about now, or after that a3, b4, and knight c5. This will be pain for the rest of the game.
I think, and white taking over the initiative, Sahil. And you know what? If Humpy is, in an advantageous position, somebody has to match that. And Jiner is doing exactly that.
Oh, wow.
Big mistake by Polina. And, gifting the initiative to Jiner. But Zu definitely has to, handle all those complications, Sahil.
H4, that is not a move you would expect from white in this position, because I think queen c1 and your move king h7, Rakesh, pawn to a4, queen c8. So black also setting up a similar threat, like white did. And instead of trying to play knight f1, safening up the king or something else, she plays pawn to h4. I think the queen c8 move did have the intended result. And the problem here is you weakened your g4 square. And even though right now it's controlled, at some point it might not be. And that could be a problem. So both the leaders having a plus 0.5 advantage with either color. And we are moving towards a potential tie with 7 points, Rakesh.
Yeah, that is highly on the cards. Both players, both leaders winning when it really matters. And, Humpy has her eyes locked on her own game, Salome. She's not really worried about other results or other games. So that just shows her professionalism. And while we see Jiner think of a way to combat this. Let's have a quick look at Vaishali's game because she did not play that tough move, Sahil.
Yeah, she played ED4 and now 94, and suddenly Black is back in the game. Rook, oh, not Rook, even Knight F3 now, and Black plays H6. So subtle mistakes there yet again from Black. And I can imagine already, even the G pawn might be tempted to move forward. They bring this Rook into the game, makes a lot of sense first, and then White can decide what to do. So still very, very, imbalanced, but the time for Vaishali can be a problem with just 34 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and people in the chat asking about the Divya game.
Yeah,
that has been corrected.
Yeah.
It was a TGT error. Of course, these top stars will not be blundering one move mistakes. So,
so this was the position. I think there was a TGT error with Bishop D5 or something, but Bishop F3 was played instead. Queen F3 played, and now Queen D5. Alina finding the only move in the position to maintain equality, and now Queen D5 played by Divya. Rakesh, I think this is moving towards a very, very comfortable draw for either side. And then Divya, I think, likely to finish in third place.
Yeah, well, I think that just locks up her third place and bronze medal at her home Indian Grand Prix in her home state of Maharashtra. So that definitely will bring a joy to her and the organizers here as well.
Yeah, and can we jump again to the Humpy game? Because this game is, becoming more and more confusing by the second. Because here, Black just plays Rook to G8. What?
What's the idea? Okay, I see an idea here. So, let's say you just chill and you play a random move like A3, G5, B3, and Rook G6, and the bishop is trapped.
But Rakesh, I really can't imagine Nurgyul expecting that Humpy would miss G5.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
If I play pawn to H4 here, what is your plan? You've given up your castling rights. Keep in mind, once the Rook has moved, there is no castling anymore. And this is already, you can see, +1 for Humpy. Somehow Nurgyul kind of making this much more complicated than expected. Rakesh, I am pretty sure Humpy did not expect Rook G8.
None of us did. And after Rook G8, let's say pawn to H4, +1 and Sahil, as we've been sharing this with chat, that means literally the computer thinks that Humpy has an extra pawn in the position. That's huge advantage, especially for a player like Humpy's stature.
Yeah, and this should be great. And look at the clock as well, Rakesh. Humpy's ahead on the clock there as well. So things looking great for the Indian star to get that victory in the final round. And let's say Humpy does play H4. What's Black's next move actually? I don't see it.
I'm not sure. Maybe bishop F8 or pawn to F6 is something I'm thinking. King F7 idea.
Oh, but I can put the bishop back before you again.
Yeah, that was my slight touch.
King F7, and again, my plan is simple, Rakesh. A3, B4, and Knight C5. So common. And of course, you never ever would play G5 or E5 because that would weaken something in your own king's camp. So this ambition with trying to create your chances doesn't really feel like it's going to work.
Yeah, I don't think so either because the idea of Rook G8 is never to open up the G file or attack. So I don't think that's going to work, and Rook G8 might be just a big misstep by Salimova.
Yeah, I think she wants to challenge Humpy here with the black pieces, but she had made a couple of minor inaccuracies, and the prudent way would have been to kind of hold forward for now, defend those pieces, exchange that knight coming to C5 and hope for the best. But going for aggressive chess, it doesn't seem to work as of now.
Yeah, and I think Humpy thinking rightfully so because if you find H4, you're completely better winning. But Sahil, is H4 the only move for White?
Not really. You can also go Knight G5 and
H4 played.
H4 played. Humpy will not back down. She finds the best move. And now, Rakesh, let's say, okay, F6 is definitely a possibility. Let's say you now play a move like Rook to C8. Now you can also go Knight G5. And you're threatening that pawn on H7. And if you now try to defend this, now I again go A3. This is just a brutal bind. Black has no moves. The rook can't move. The king can't move. This rook has no more squares. The queen can only move to D8. And you have to go to d8, yeah, because it's getting kicked anyways on the next move. Queen d8. I mean, queen f3, threatening checkmate. This can't be comfortable.
Yeah, this is game over, I think, Sahil.
Rakesh, imagine you have to take the knight now.
And have those dark squared weaknesses.
Yeah, and you can even take with the pawn. And we've mentioned paper tigers before, Rakesh. But in this position, I would not say this is a paper tiger. This has a very, very real task of literally just dominating the black king side completely. And I feel this position should be practically winning for Humpy already. So lots of ways for Nurgyul to go wrong. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, and I think after pawn to h4, Humpy realizing she is definitely, she knows she is better now.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, if there was any doubt, and still that a3 b4 planning coming. I still don't get that queen a5 move. That was hoping for b3, hoping for a mistake, but that's not how you play against a very, very strong player. And I think there were a couple of missteps from Nurgyul, and they might bite her now.
And what does black do here, Sahil?
I think my angle will be again just bishop f8. I've been praying for this move for a long while, and if you were to take king takes, I'm gonna hope that after king g7, rook g8, I'm somehow gonna hold this. But as white, I will not take now. I'll put the bishop on f4, and again controlling that d8 square. And if you again come to e7, I mean, this is already lost. In fact, apparently b4 is winning on the spot. And if you take bishop b4, queen b3, this is really bad, Rakesh. It's just close to loss after rook b1 and queen takes b7.
Yeah, and if you just show b4, queen takes b4,
yeah,
then rook a b1, and you just capture the pawn.
Yeah, this is absolutely over. Just finished.
And I think let's show the last capture for b4, knight b4. I think bishop c7.
Yeah, bishop c7, kind of almost trapping the queen. And after queen to b5, I think you play a3 now. And after knight to c6, knight to c3. And this queen, I don't know how long it will survive, Rakesh.
Yeah, that's not looking good for black.
That's not great. That's not great at all. So I think no comfortable position. This is a game which could potentially end in the next 5 moves or so as well if Nurgyul were to go horribly wrong. So she has to be absolutely precise now, not make a single mistake. One more mistake and the game is over. One minor mistake and the game is over. And you can see it on her face. She's not happy with it. She's holding her head and she is under huge trouble right now.
Do you think Nurgyul missed pawn to h4, Sahib?
No way she misses h4. I think that rook g8 was optimism. Over optimism, I would say. She's hoping that there could be some play, but there simply isn't. Her style is aggressive and she doesn't want to defend like this. And that basically is making it from bad to worse.
So if Humpy is in such a good position, Sahil, it makes sense to quickly check in with Jiner.
Yeah,
how she's doing.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at that game. Apparently, Zhu did not find the best move. She played knight g4, and that gives white the possibility of playing knight to f5 instead, and still kind of using that king on h7, Rakesh. If you want to take this, that would be a mistake. Once the knight moves, you will have this f6 check, really kind of causing a lot of problems on the white king side. So that king does not belong on h7, as you correctly pointed out earlier.
That knight g4 mistake, and I feel this game is right back in the balance, Alan.
Yeah, but and also time, by the way. Zhu does not have a time advantage now. A very, very important detail that's been traditional to her games. Always ahead by 15-20 minutes. Uses the time to find the best continuation in a winning position at the end. She does not have that right now. So things as of now moving smoothly in Humpy's favor, Rakesh.
Absolutely. I mean, it looks like... And queen d8 played Sahil on Humpy's board. Can we quickly go there?
Yeah, let's go. The queen should not have come to a5 anyways. Queen goes back. And the evaluation jumps to 1.2 now, Rakesh. Simple, and you don't even need to worry about the h pawn here. You could play a move like knight g5, threatening the h7 pawn. You could just even play normal chess like queen to b3 again, pressuring that pawn. You could play rook c3, trying to double up rooks. And if black were to be ambitious enough, I don't think black should do this, Rakesh. I really don't think you should do this, especially once you can't castle.
It's just over. I mean, Queen d8, is it actually, trying to just safeguard everything, or just threatening to capture on h4 side?
I
What do
think
you
it's
think?
both, yeah. You prepare for a3, b4, and you also kind of attack the pawn. As white, you can of course play g3, but I think it feels like a waste of a tempo with so many dark square weaknesses, especially when black cannot castle. I think this pawn should be offered as bait anyways. Let's give the pawn and use those dark squares.
And about a 5-minute advantage. Looks like Humpy is going to win this one.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. And meanwhile, other games, I think 3 games right in the middle. Let's have a look at the Vaishali game. Because of h6, c4 by Vaishali, apparently. Not the best move. And both players making minor errors in this complicated position. Very, very natural to make mistakes. But, the knight on e4 doing a great job of keeping out the white pieces. But still, white has a huge kind of, initiative here potentially. One mistake from black and the game could be over.
Yeah, and it feels tough to defend this position as black, because white's attack can really get going if Salome is not careful there. We'll have a look at the other games as well if something has happened. Oh, we have to check in with Divya's game, yeah? So
Let's go.
queen takes d5 was played. No, I think there were some issues with the DGT and everything, but finally we have everything sorted. So after bishop f3, it has been queen f3, queen d5, and a very tasty queen on d5, because queen d5, knight d5, and bishop e7. A lot of captures, a lot of munching around going on here today, side.
Yeah, Rakesh, I think we had the white munch first. The
Yeah.
black also wants to munch the
And
bishop.
in fact, this is the French defense, and there's a lot of French fries around.
Yeah, absolutely. I think after bishop e7, black cannot take with the king. By the way, Rakesh, very important. There's knight c6 check. So you take
Loses the rook and the game.
Yeah, knight takes, and now this is very, very simple. I would still back white because of these, slightly expanded pawns at c3, a4 might be a problem. But overall, I think this game should be a very, very simple draw. Might be the first result as well.
Yeah, equal positions, Sahel, equal pawns, material is equal. White has a slight pull, because of the 3 versus 2 pawn advantage, pawn majority on the left side of the board, chat, as you can see. But time is also equal. And I think, Sahel, I agree with you. This might be the first game that ends in a draw.
Yeah. And I think Divya will be pretty happy with it, I think, overall, because at the end, a draw confirming a third spot in this tournament.
Yeah.
She's had some crushing victories. Her team will be very happy with the opening preparation she's kind of showed in this. Of course, she lost that Zuzina game, that important game yesterday. But I think it was just Lewis in such splendid form here.
And Sahil, you mentioned that good preparation. In fact, very good preparation in most of the games. But a couple of games that she lost was against the players who are finishing first and second. So
Yeah.
a good performance by her overall.
Rakesh, all the games look like roughly equal. The c3 castles and knight b3 played. There's only one game, I think,
Yeah.
which shows signs of one side winning. So let's head off there and take us through this game right now. What could be the chances for white? How can Humpy put on the pressure?
So yeah, a lot of ideas here for white, because queen d8 threatening bishop takes h4 is a pawn that is being attacked, but white can just continue to pile on the pressure with rook to c3, the other rook coming around, knight coming into c5, and it just looks very easy to play as well. And let's try out a sample variation there, chat. So rook c3, if Humpy plays that. As Salimova, you do not want to capture bishop takes h4, because knight takes h4, queen capturing the knight in the corner, And you remember you have to defend your bishop. So the bishop drops back, and now you simply are very fast, even though at the cost of a pawn, you have a great position. Knight g5 played. So Humpy does not allow Nurgyul to capture the pawn. She plays knight to g5, and it's it just looks so strong. Still, white still having a plus 1.03 advantage, and this pawn is feeling all alone, just like me in the studio right now, because the pawn can't be defended, and there's no one around the pawn, and there is a lot of munching that is possible for the white pieces. And you look at the cameras, and Humpy looks so relaxed, so focused, and she is on a mission. Whereas Nurgyul, who has had a very topsy-turvy tournament, was close to winning, played two amazing games that definitely could go into the history books, because they had a lot of promise. But nice save by her yesterday, in fact, against Vaishali. But today, it looks like she is going down, because very difficult to defend, from black side. Because how do you get rid of these threats? This bishop is super strong, cutting across the board, stopping your king from castling. Knight h7 is a big threat. And if let's say black plays something like bishop f8, you can simply take rook takes f8. And you know what? Because the king is stuck in the center, it's time to strike for white with boom, pawn to e4. If let's say you take pawn to d5, also looks exciting, and as well as knight e4, threatening knight d6 check, and black's king is caught in the crossfire, and I feel this is completely lost. Playing over the board with the opponent having more than 38-39 minutes, this is going to be very, very tough for Nurgyul Salimova to save this. And this is after one of the most natural reactions with bishop to f8. And I feel she is going to have to use all of her resources that she's been using in this tournament so far very well. But this game looks very unlikely that Salimova will be able to defend. And with that, we should always have an eye. Okay, we have to show Divya's board very quickly, because c3 short castle is where we left, and then rook into d1, knight coming to d5, 0.00. This might be very easily our first result of the day. Everything, the pawn majority, the pawns overall, the material, the times on the clock are also equal, and I would say a draw incoming, and that would give Divya the third place and bronze medal at the fifth leg of the Women's Grand Prix here in Pune. And there's a big update in the Jiner game, and it looks like Jiner has found some advantage. Knight g4 wasn't the best, but after knight coming to f5, knight e7, and knight g3 has given the advantage back to the Chinese players, Sahil.
But could there be a repetition, Rakesh? I don't know. Nice moving back and forth.
I don't see an option of a repetition, though, but in fact, white had dropped her knight back to g3. She had to drop her knight the other way around, because, threatening to trade these knights, because this knight is the dangerous knight for black. And once black captures, you recapture with the bishop, also ready to trade off a couple of bishops more, just so that your queen comes into the game. And once your queen moves, then it's the rook that's going to get a nice open file here on the D line. So knight e3 had to be played by Polina, Shuvalova, and Jiner, of course, doesn't have as big as an advantage as Koneru Humpy does. But if Jiner finds queen to c7 or queen to d7, they are both great moves, but the best move in the position, slightly difficult to find, I guess, is knight going backwards to g8, which allows, ideas like the other knight coming around to f6. Remember, because there is no pawn on h2 that can kick your piece away. So knight g8, if she finds, I think Jiner will have great chances to win today and tie with Humpy. And because it looks like Koneru Humpy is also doing extremely well in that other game. Zuzan, as we can see on the camera, thinking she has 39 minutes versus Polina's 35 minutes. And let's check out the move number 20. We are on move 21, so 19 minutes to go. So we very, very likely we will be having that time pressure phase coming up in this game as well. All the other 5 games, all the 5 games are still very much in the balance except Koneru Humpy's game. Divya versus Alina looks like very close to a draw, and I'm just checking the other boards. Harika versus Munguntuul. Munguntuul looks like she has a slight edge. Let's check in with Vaishali's game though. On the board, one clash between Vaishali versus Salome, where pawn to c4 was the tricky move because that allows black to get into the game, and Salome played pawn to f5, rook to c1 that challenges the queen on the open file, and after queen to d8, rook c2 by Vaishali, and she wants to ideally push pawn to g4, get the rook across to g2, hitting the king here along this file, but rook c2, d takes c4, pawn takes c4, and it feels like the action has been happening on the queen side, which Vaishali would ideally wanted on the king side, Sahil.
Yeah, that F pawn clearly, taking care of any potential attack. Rakesh, this is not what Vaishali would have hoped for. And it all started with that smart, practical try. C takes d4, after which white would never have the option of taking on c5 and opening up that bishop. So now, maybe Salome will get her first win of the tournament, Rakesh. That is a realistic, potential possibility.
Yeah, definitely a possibility there, Sahil.
Yeah. So interesting, 37 and 33 minutes for both players. So interesting game, could twist at any moment, and we could have, I don't know, some crazy attack from white with d5 sacrifices of black, this kind of grinds through. So this game is interesting. And meanwhile, Humpy played knight g5, Rakesh. What do you make of this move?
Yeah, I think as discussed already, knight g5 was super strong, hitting the pawn on h7, not allowing black to break free, and moves like bishop f8, the most logical move in the position, is simply met by bishop into f8, as well as, and you have ideas like knight h7, which is a huge problem.
Yeah, you do not want to lose the edge spot.
That's a very nice move I want to show, which I already showed chat. But bishop f8, rook f8, and now because the black king is stuck in the center, there were very strong ideas like pawn to e4 as well, and d takes e4, knight takes e4. It looks like GG's.
Absolutely, this is not what Nurgyul would have woken up and prepared to play over the board. This is extremely difficult because as black, you're hoping for a solid opening, especially against the exchange Slav, right? This is not what black is aiming for. The king should castle very, very quickly and just kind of try to counter that c5 square. And somehow the problem has become much bigger than that one square. And now it feels like she is defending on all fronts, be it on the queen side, be it in the center, as we saw in that variation, or be it on the king side. So she's kind of struggling on all fronts. And even without any material advantage, just in 18 moves, white is +1 already.
Yeah, and this looks great for white. And if you're a Humpy fan, I mean, ideally after 18 moves of chess, this looks ideal with white.
Yeah, knight g5 and 28 minutes for Nurgyul. I think that is the lowest time anybody has. Yep. Nobody has time less than 30 minutes right now. She is not happy with her position. Humpy, must be in her mind. I think she must be sensing this is going exactly better than I would have thought. But of
Yeah,
course, the game is not yet over.
and especially this came out from the exchange variation of the Slav defense.
Yeah, so we can see such high stakes. And meanwhile, do you think Zujina is keeping an eye on this game and saying, "Oh yeah, Humpy is close to winning. I have to create winning chances." And could there potentially lie a chance for Shuvalova there to sneak in a win?
That's a very high possibility, and with a win, even though she doesn't qualify for a bronze medal, but she will get a chance to get third place points and third place prize money there, Sahil.
Yeah, a lot of stakes here. 27 minutes for Nurgyul. So let's have a look at the Zujina game. 34 minutes, time roughly balanced. As of now, we saw knight g4, knight f5, knight e7, and knight g3 back. So technically, knight g6, knight f5 is a repetition, Rakesh. I don't think Zujina will go for it. What's a better move then than knight to g6?
The knight g8 also looks very interesting, Sahil, because rerouting the knight around and bringing it to f6. Because remember, there's no h3 to
Yeah.
kick the knight. And let's say if you go knight h2, I can even take and play knight f6 again and bring in another knight to g4.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. White has to be careful that h4 move, clearly leaving some weaknesses on the king side, and black could take advantage of that. Also, d4 pawn, by the way, right now is potentially hanging, so you have to be careful. Of course, the king on h7, you have to be careful this way as well, but yeah, black could put on some pressure. So, chats, 5 games. Can we have the bird's eye view? And just to kind of have a glance at who's kind of taking the initiative, board number 1 feels like black is the one, Rakesh, with the better chances. Board number 2, white.
Yeah, completely in the driver's seat.
Yeah, with great chances to convert that. Board number 3, likely a draw, but both players.
Any chances for Divya there, or you think that's a draw?
I think maybe a draw, but of course, like maybe Divya will push for a while, but that's just likely a draw indeed. Board 4, Zujiner, slightly better in a must-win situation now, especially with the Humpy game. Would expect a result there. And board number 5, another potential draw there, Rakesh. So 3 results I'm hoping for, and 3 looks likely.
Yeah, 3 looks very likely, Sahil. And, this is the finale. This is the last round, the last day of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix.
Yeah, so let's start with the game of Divya itself, and let's try to figure out what's happening, because we already saw very likely a draw. I think we had a rook trade as well. Knight comes to d5, knight c5. She's hoping to win that pawn, but the thing is, even if I just ignore this with h6, you won't really take it, right? Because rook a8, knight b4 just takes, so knight c5 and rook a2. And honestly, only black can be better. The chances of you creating a successful pass pawn here are minimal. So you can't really take, and if you can't even take, I can even just go a5, and I will create this minority attack if you can kind of call it that still. And then that final pawn on the queen side will be more weak than strong. So should be a very, very comfortable draw for both sides, but both sides still kind of play.
Yeah, and this looks like a very equal endgame. And Sahil, if you could also show Harika versus Munguntuul, the board 5, and see what's going on there. We left it around a couple of moves ago, knight a, yeah, around this part.
Knight comes to c4, h4, knight a5. We have a bunch of exchanges, Rakesh, and this, I would say, is just as likely to end in a draw as the Divya game. So I would say 2 draws are pretty sure from my angle.
Yeah, bishop c5 looks very ugly. And Sahil, let's go to the Humpy game. Nurgyul has made a big mistake. Let's quickly go there. Bishop d6 played, and Humpy is close to winning +2. That is almost 2 pawns up.
Rakesh, this bishop has seen the entire world, has been to beaches, has been to the mountains, and still not satisfied with the photo he's been able to take, I think, at the end for Instagram. So its bishop's traveled the world, but somehow not been able to fulfill its purpose. And now bishop comes to d6. the square should have gone to in the first place.
Yeah.
And now somehow
10
this
months
gives.
ago, this move should have been played.
Yeah, of course, the idea is very simple. So if you take on h7, queen h4, and black is completely winning. I think that's the concept. Queen h2, queen h6, queen h6, everything for white is hanging. But I don't think there's any chance whatsoever Humpy plays this. Of course, also, by the way, if queen to f3, I think she's planning queen f6 to give that access to the queen to the f6 square. So here, maybe black still fights on. But I think she's really underestimated the pawn move to e4, breaking in the center, and this seems to be completely lost because Rakesh, we saw after takes, this is a free tempo. You can actually take, that is also good enough, but there are some tactics with bishop h2 check, and maybe that's what she's hoping for. That's her trap. King h2, queen h4 check, king g1, and now you pick up on e4, and this is what she's really dreaming of. Even this is worse. But going back after e4 and pawn takes, let's say, you don't take on e4 first, you play pawn to d5, and the queen has no access to the h4 square, and this is just falling apart. You could take on d5, now queen takes d5, threatening the bishop, threatening the pawn, and if you try queen e7, Rakesh, then can you find the winning blow, chat? Let's go.
I mean, it's a matter of time where you have to blow up the position with something like rook takes c6, I think, because pawn takes, I take queen takes, and your rook is hanging, and now the other rook slides to the open file, the semi-open file, rook e4, and Sahil, all the problems started because you did, I mean, not you, sorry, black did not castle her king, and you have to be very careful of whatever is happening on the screen.
In general, people spend less time on their phones and more time on the bigger screen because the boards can somehow vanish sometimes, and we will not get to know the updated position.
And we go full screen on Humpy's position.
Yeah, we have the board. We have the board now. So all good. And as of now, Rakesh, so this leaves Humpy with a great chance to potentially even get the first result today, and that would be insane. For imagine the pressure on Jiner when she has a glance at this game. And just to go deeper, after e4, let's say you take d5, e takes d5, queen takes, queen e7 was a kind of idea there. You don't even have to sacrifice. You could just play the simple move, knight takes e4, threatening the bishop. If you move it back, I mean, rook e1 is incoming, bishop g5, oh my god, and even just again, that rook c6 now gaining another tempo on that hanging bishop with rook e1 in the air. So this is not looking great, and Humpy should be very, very happy with what she has. But Rakesh, any chances she does not play e4?
I mean, there is of course a 5 or 10% chance but even if you play a normal move like pawn to g3 or rook to c3, white still retains the advantage. White is better. But if Humpy finds the strong move, breaking open the center with pawn to e4, then that better advantage turns into a winning advantage, Sahil.
Yeah, and if you don't take on e4, then I think I'm threatening to take on d5, maybe give a check, and you can't even have the f8 square, Rakesh. So let's see. E takes d5, e takes d5. I can give a check on e2, and I mean, this is just really sad. You have to now again move the bishop to e7, and now I can play queen f3, threaten this pawn, threaten this mate, and yeah, this is just really sad.
And Sahil, just a very nice point there. Queen e2, because your king is in center, if you go a move back, queen e2, bishop e7, knight into h7, and you can't challenge it with knight f8 because just a sample variation, because knight f8 and knight f6 is checkmate. All these things are only happening because the black king is kind of stuck in the center.
Yeah, and that bishop h6 move, black should not have played rook g8. That feels not, in the spirit of the position to try and play g5. Your king needs to be on g8, and that's what's costing Nurgyul here. And unfortunately, she had 3 games, Rakesh, where she had amazing chances. She couldn't really, I think, some very, very tipsy-turvy games. But this one, I think, will be pretty smooth, but not in her favors.
Yeah, and it looks very good for Humpy. And if you go to the live position side, pawn to e4, if that is played, how difficult it is going to be for Salimova to defend with only 24 minutes on the clock.
extremely difficult. I feel the only way she can survive is if she gets that f8 square. So bishop f8 in my head is probably the only move, and I can still just play moves like queen f3. I can, for example, take, let's say king takes queen to f3, and I still pressure this. And if you play, for example, queen to f6, now there is knight takes h7, forking king and queen. So you can't even stop me giving a check. So you have to play queen e7 now. But Rakesh, I mean, again, ed5, rook e1, it just seems to be falling apart.
Yeah, and again, Queen F6, you do not want to be blundering like this in front of 600 people in the chat. So let's go. Do hit the like button if you haven't, and we might see history being created here with Koneru Humpy. Wow.
That is a brilliant move from Humpy, sensing the moment, sensing the critical moment, and putting pressure on Nurgyul. And Nurgyul definitely will be on for a shock if she has not seen this move. Breaking open the center when the king has nowhere to go. The queen side being blocked by this rook, the king side being blocked by the bishop. You've squeezed, it's like being in an escape room and both the walls are
Yeah.
you're right in the center and you're getting assaulted in the center as well. There's nowhere to escape. Rakesh, bishop f8 has to be played. Everything else, I think, would lose in 5 moves.
I agree, but Bishop F8 is such an engine when you just played the bishop to d6.
Yeah.
So that move will not cross your mind, at first. It might be with the method of elimination, Nurgyul finally gets there. But even that, let's analyze style. Bishop f8, I think Humpy can simply take bishop f8, king f8, and queen f3. White is completely better as you just showed the chat.
And if you play rook g7, for example, chat, let's go. What's the winning move for white? Black tries to defend the f7 pawn, but there's one more weakness there.
We'll give chat, 5 seconds.
Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and
Happy New Year!
boom is knight to e6 check.
Yes, knight to e6. The pawn is pinned, and it's a fork between the king and the queen, Rakesh, and that is game over. So Humpy is on path to get that important victory in the final round of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix.
And she reaches a score of 7 out of 9, which is an amazing score. In this event, and somebody else could get to that score because Jiner has played the best moves against Polina.
So we saw that knight g3 move and knight g8. Jiner in crunch time finding those critical maneuvers. Pawn to b3, knight to f6, rook to e2, and king to h8. Prophylaxis against the center being opened up, and there will be pressure on the d4 pawn. So now queen to b2. Rakesh, the things are turning in this game as well.
Yeah, and looks like Jiner is putting in the pressure, but this is still slightly better for black, not even completely better. So Shuvalova will have her chances, but Sahil, we have not seen this normally in her games. That is, Jiner is down by 10 minutes.
That's very interesting because if you've not seen this, she might not be able to play the best moves in time pressure. It's a new situation for her, at least in this event. And look at this bishop d7, maybe not the best move there. And this might be the case that in time pressure, she might not be able to convert the advantage that she has. So Humpy having more experience there and no other games. By the way, let's do a roundup quickly, 30 seconds of each game, Rakesh, and let's see what we can expect. So Vaishali against Salome first. I think black was better at one point, but I think rook c2, b5, c5, takes, and now somehow white has control over the e5 square. Black has control over the d5 square. Both sides have a very active knight. So this game looks roughly balanced.
Yeah, all 3 results still possible because, white has a pass pawn, black has the open bishop, and, tricky knights in the center for both. All 3 results possible. Let's move on, Sahil.
Yeah, next is Divya against Alina, the most likely game to end in a draw. We saw knight c5, a5, knight b3. They were trying to create weaknesses here, but I think even a4, a3 might be in there at some point, and this should be a very, very comfortable draw, Rakesh.
Yeah, black has equalized very nicely. Just needs to make an escape square so that there are no backrank tactics. But pawn to a4, a3, Rook endgames are drawn, knight endgames are drawn, king and pawn endgame also drawn. Let's move on.
Yeah, next is Harika against Munguntuul. I would say another game. Although I would prefer white slightly here with the active king, but black is only 2 moves away from king and e6. And she also has the outside pass pawn. So again, a very, very balanced game here.
Yeah, and we saw Harika play the longest game of the tournament yesterday with 115 moves. So we know that she's a fighter. She'll not, drop very easily in this game style, but overall, just one open file. Rooks can be traded there, and no material advantage, and pawn structure also, roughly equal. I feel another draw incoming in this game.
Yeah, and then Polina against Jiner, the important game. Black has to push for a win. And as of now, time might be a significant factor here, Rakesh. So players calculating, but I would say, Polina with, Jiner with good chances to push here.
Yeah, Zuzina with good chances, but just she's under 27 minutes, so she has 16 minutes for 16 moves for 27 minutes there, Sahil.
Yeah, I agree, Rakesh. So interesting dynamic there. And finally, the crazy game of today, the spectacular game where one player is already under 19 minutes and one player has a plus 2.6 evaluation, and that is Humpy against Nurgyul. Humpy getting that break yesterday in that game, so crucial that was, Rakesh. When Alina blundered and she got that half point, remaining unbeaten, and now she's proving, that was, a very, very important. And now E4 breaking in the center, the king has nowhere to go. All of White's pieces, kind of contributing to the attack. The queens and the rooks will also join in, and once that happens, the curtain will be over. Anyways, regardless, I mixed a couple of quotes there because just like the bishop mixed a couple of squares there, Rakesh.
Yeah, and if we just see E4 against Sahil, there's just no good move. Bishop F8 is bad. Like, what else? I feel you're right. This game might be over in the next 5 moves as well.
Yeah, and Nurgyul has no time. She has less than 18 minutes now. So she has to play quickly. Still 21 moves to go. I don't think this game will make it to the 40th move next time control.
Sure.
So Nurgyul has to kind of play fast anyways. She has to play accurate chess. And even accurate chess gives White a +3 advantage. So I think Nurgyul needs a miracle like the one Humpy needed yesterday.
Yeah, pretty much. But that isn't happening because look at the accuracy, Sahil. 98.6 in a clutch game, which you have to win to keep your qualification chances alive. And Humpy playing with amazing precision.
Humpy fans in the chat will be going crazy if this game continues like this. Full pressure on Nurgyul. 17 minutes now. She does not have time. She has to play now, but there is no easy move. And Rakesh, from the practical things, point of view here, would you play Bishop F8? Would you take with the idea that D5 is the only move? Maybe Humpy could blunder with.
She played Queen E7. Not the best move, Sahil.
Queen E7 is another mistake, Rakesh, because that's putting the queen and the king on the same file. Now, simple. You could play E5. I think that is also completely winning. And once the bishop drops back, there is the crazy idea of rook takes C6, pawn takes C6, queen C2, simply threatening to take. And black has no moves. And in fact, one of the best moves here is queen set castling. That tells you how bad this is.
But this is a little anti-positional. I think just pawn takes pawn, Sahil. Pawn takes pawn, takes pawn, queen F3. Bring the rook to the center and it's game over.
Absolutely. It takes D5, opening up the center. The queen comes to F3, putting pressure here. And if you were to just waste a move here, I think rook E1, black will resign. So you have to do something here. So what do? You could try to, for example, take on D4, right? So you try to, control the E5 square. But now queen D5. And still rook E1 is incoming. You might give a check. Oh, I have a fork. But king F1, knight C1, rook C1. And what do you do next? There are no moves. Queen B7 in the air, rook E1 in the air. And it is basically over.
Yeah, and it again reminds me of that escape room example you gave. The king is cut from both sides and the attack is coming in from the center. I think this is resignable for Nurgyul.
I think she'll play on for a while for sure. But Queen e7, so multiple options available. E5 works, ed5 works, even rook c6 directly works, but I think that's a bit complicated. But I think ed5 is the human move, the logical move. Rakesh, let's say I take, and I don't want to allow knight d4. Because after knight d4, the e5 square becomes available, right? So what if I play queen d3 with the idea of rook e1? What can black do here?
Can I go long castle?
I mean, I'm very happy with that. I'm already wondering if I can take on c6 and
It
then
should be possible.
take on a6 with check. That feels so tempting, Rakesh, just to kind of blow open the king side. King b8, now maybe queen c6 as well. I know the bars have gone down a bit. I really love this fight though. So I'm not sure if the king has a safe square anywhere.
Yeah, but it's also just now about calculations. Pawn takes d5, pawn takes d5. You do not want to give up the e5 square or a central pawn, but just pure calculation. After queen f3, knight d4, queen d5, you see that the game is just over.
But you also give an exchange here, Rakesh, so you have to be absolutely sure.
But
that's a
it's
black play.
+4, Sahil. Like,
Yeah, but
for a 2500 grandmaster, I have
Yeah.
a strong player like Humpy. This is game over. It's also the intuition or the feeling that Black's king has to be in trouble.
Yeah. I think queen e7 is a sign that black wants to go queen side. That's the basic premise.
Correct.
She feels that, okay, queen side is not comfortable, but at least that's safer than the center. I think that's what she's thinking here.
And can we go full screen on the play? Just want to see, how the players are feeling and what they're thinking or where they are thinking, on the which side of the board.
Yeah, as of now, how much time do you think Humpy will take here to play her next?
3 minutes.
3 minutes, yeah?
Yeah.
Because I think it will be very quick. I don't expect her to take much time because e4 must have had a bunch of ideas behind it and she probably has seen all the ideas possible. So it's all about figuring out what's the best response to queen e7. And there are multiple moves possible. So Humpy has a pick of many, many good choices.
And you see Humpy, she knows that something has to happen and it is completely like +4. Sahil, like that's almost equal to a piece and a pawn extra for the white pieces here.
Yeah, absolutely true.
And
I was wondering if you can go for a move like ed5 and pawn to b4. The idea being just to kind of allow knight c5 and other ideas to castle queenside. And even that seems to work, Rakesh. The fact that even this works is a sign that, this is not looking great for Nurgyul.
What's the... there's no idea, but you're just highlighting...
No, I mean, I want to play b4 just to kind of, prepare for this. I'm just kind of putting the knight on c5 next, open the b file. Even this kind of gives white a huge edge. So b1 next, b5, opening up the queenside completely without sacking the exchange. So even that seems to give a decisive advantage.
Bro, just looks so tough to defend as black. And no moves on the Polina board, so it's best we stick with this style because Zujina might be slightly better, but nowhere as better Humpy is currently. And Sahil, do you give any survival chances for Salimova in this game?
I think based on what's happened in the tournament so far, I think the producers are having a lot more fun than us. But what I think, Rakesh, I would say Humpy has converted all her games flawlessly. She's not made any mistakes. So I expect Humpy to convert this one as well.
And yeah, it looks completely over. And I just think there is some very vital information coming our way, or it's just absolute nothing that, Salimova can do in the current position.
Yeah, I agree, Rakesh. There is nothing she can hope. I think just like Humpy had no chance yesterday, but she survived. There's always chances in a chess game because it doesn't matter what's happened in the past. If your opponent makes the last mistake, you will still have a chance.
Yeah, and what do you want as Salimova? What do you want your opponent to play?
I don't know. I don't know, Rakesh.
It's just no chance. Like even the variation you showed e5, bishop c7, rook into c6, even that's lost.
Yeah, everything seems to be lost. And the problem is, again, you will have to go queenside, yeah. But I think knowing this, I would still not kind of play e5. It kind of closes the center, and it's just kind of going anti what we have done so far. So I would definitely take on d5. Now, my personal choice is queen d3, purely because it keeps an eye on the queen side and doesn't allow knight d4. And here also, if black castles, then I'm all set for rook c6 and other options. So, but I think also queen f3, very, very deadly, putting pressure on the d5 pawn instead should be very comfortable.
Yeah, and just 17 seconds. We should not forget that because clock is a very essential part of the game. This is very tough.
Wow, chat saying there's a lot of supporters for Zhu Jiner in the chat. By
Yeah, a
the way.
lot of them playing for the Chinese star.
Yeah, cheering for her. But as of now, if we check out her game very, very quickly, she does seem to have a slight edge on the clock as well as the position, but it's more of a strategic edge because of that G4 square. Um, but hard to quantify that right now, Rakesh.
Yeah, I mean, Sujan is definitely better, but there's no real way to, focus on things if there are so many things happening on this side. So Zhu has to focus on what's important and
Yeah.
not do other things.
I I absolutely agree, Rakesh. And these other things are not even that successful. They're so boring. So I think it's best if we just focus on the.
If somebody needs to learn how to launch a winning attack, they need to watch Humpy's game because.
Let's go to Humpy's game.
And wait, Polina has just made a move. Let's quickly check what was that move.
So c4, I think very logical move, taking the center here, maybe even trying to go d5 on a good day, right? Just kind of blocking everything. Polina seems to be doing okay as the ball is as the plane is again in Rujina's court.
The what?
The ball, sorry. As we go to the game of Humpy now, let's check it out because anything can happen at any point. Queen to e7. 24 minutes for Humpy, Rakesh. Somehow it feels like she's using up a lot of time here. I think it's pragmatic. She's trying to figure out all the possibilities. There's so many options. As we saw, rook c6 always in the air, ad5 in the air, e5 in the air, even just other moves. Yeah, so I think even g3, as we saw, is always an option. So a lot of options for Humpy. She's spoiled for choice, and she has to come up with the best one.
Yeah, and that is completely winning. This is just so much better for Koneru Humpy, and I expect this game to be over within the 30th move. Side. This is my prediction.
Yeah, the Blacks' evaluation will fall to the floor in the next couple of next 5 moves if this continues. As of now, Nurgyul fully focused, trying to calculate what is the last option. Is there a trap? Can she potentially, make Humpy fall into a trap similar to what Humpy made her opponent fall yesterday? That's a hope.
And what Nurgyul did against Vaishali yesterday.
Absolutely, that was gone. That was more over than this is.
Yeah.
It was like I think -8. It was like she was completely busted. Somehow survived, so she doesn't have to look far for inspiration to survive this game. But the clock here making a huge difference, Rakesh. Only 17 minutes, so she will have to use every second very, very carefully. And Humpy's choices are quite a few.
Yeah, ED5, E5, G3. We have discussed everything in chat and even plenty of messages coming up in the chat. And Sal, you're absolutely right. Zujan having a lot of fans on the FIDE channel. Costume More on the Chess.com India channel says Humpy will find it.
Yeah, let's see what happens. She's still in thinking mode. 23 minutes, just below 23 minutes now, and she has to find. I think ED5 is where she's focusing most of her attention towards. I think it's just that logical move opening the E file, and that basically forces the black king to head off to the queen side, where she's already set up with that rook on C1.
I thought she was about to play. She's changed her thinking posture and ED5 incoming, Sahil, I feel.
Yeah, it has to be played. I think it's just so logical.
And yeah, it just looks like there is so much to eat or so much to munch on for the white pieces. That pawn takes d5, then rook takes c6, everything just looking amazing, and it's completely winning.
Yeah, this is better than the position she had yesterday. So I think I would say this is the better version for sure. It would be so awesome to play this position with the white pieces, Rakesh.
Yeah, absolutely. And uh, Humpy's win will be shared by all of our Indian teammates as well. So by because
And she's played it. Oh, 85 on the board. That's a moment to celebrate, I think, for any Indian fans in the chat. Beautiful moment. Black takes back, and the e file has opened up, and the blacking has to have quickly, Rakesh, or Queen F3 and Rook E1 will be game over.
yeah, and Queen F3 possible, Queen D3 possible, and Humpy very close to punching her ticket to the Women's Candidates 2026, hoping also Zujina does not win.
I think Zujina definitely better. She will be keeping an eye
For
on this
sure,
game
for sure.
And Nurgyul, by the way, 17 minutes on her clock, 21 for Humpy. So time will be a huge factor still. And Rakesh, we saw Queen F3, Queen D3. Are there any other options for White?
I think Queen B3 is an option somehow. Just going to the left side of the board. Again, my idea is long castle, and I can somehow crash through with Queen D5, Rook C6 at the right moment.
Yeah, totally a possibility.
So ED5, that's big news coming in, Sahil, that White can win this game in the next 10 moves. And my prediction is this game is going to end under 30 moves.
Very, very likely. Meanwhile, all the other games roughly balanced. So this promises to be the star game for today so far. And Rakesh, I think an important choice yet again for Humpy. Black did that pawn capture very quickly. She, I think, understands now the only hope she has is putting Humpy under time pressure and inducing some sort of mistake.
Yeah, that's, I think, the last trick Salimova has. But looks like too little, too late, Sahil.
Yeah. Humpy also falling below the 20-minute mark soon, yeah? So it's getting a bit tricky.
And our apologies to not cover or focus on all of them, because these two games are the major ones. And Vaishali also under 10 minutes, but position still roughly equal. But we should stick to this game because this is where the tournament can be decided.
Yeah, Nurgyul does not look happy with her position. I think
She knows.
Yeah, I think that indecision, right? I think moving, first the bishop to e7, the rook to g8, the queen to a5, the pieces are operating as single units rather than a team. And that was her downfall here. And now she will have to put the king on the queen side, which we discussed way back, Rakesh, and I mentioned that that will be impossible to happen, but that's very, very likely that the king will end up on c8. And then this rook has been there from the start of the game to prepare for that.
Yeah, and when I jokingly suggested long castling about 2 hours ago, you laughed in my face, Sahil. But it looks like Black might be able to do that.
No, I think definitely tough times call for desperate measures, and this is exactly what Black is doing now. The king has to go to c8. Let's imagine a dream scenario for Black. So let's say White plays a normal move, let's say Queen to d3, Black castles, White plays a3. Now Black puts the king to b8, and let's say you play b4, you try to attack even, and now somehow knight f6, knight e4, and this is what you're hoping for, happens in the game, and somehow even though White is still better at attacking, you're getting some counterplay, and the game is not over instantly. Your queen is defending the king side, your bishop controlling the c5 square, but knight c5, now knight g4, and you can see the bishop on h6 is trapped, and suddenly there are bishop h2 checks, for example. What do you do? It's already equal, Rakesh. So if you play like me, suddenly the game can turn around very, very quickly. So you have to be very, very cautious as White, and ideally be precise in what you're playing.
Yeah, and make things happen, like create those chances, and blow open the files against Black's king quickly, and Humpy should win. But you know what? There is a huge update coming in the Jiner game where Polina has fully equalized the position.
Oh wow, so this is where we saw c4 on the board, queen c7, bishop c3. The king escaped from the diagonal of this bishop on c2, but now it's on the diagonal of the bishop on c3. Pawn takes, bishop takes, queen takes, knight e5. And Rakesh, this position, I mean, either side could win still, it's a lot more comfortable for white than what it was.
Yeah, and from a 0.8 advantage, now the advantage has dropped to 0.08. So
Yeah.
you imagine things going really good for Koneru Humpy, and she might just win this Grand Prix by winning her game.
Oh,
And
as you said that, rook e1, a mistake by Polina. Apparently, bishop g4, pinning the knight on f3 can be a problem, Rakesh. And look at this. If you play rook e3 now, trying to defend this,
Yeah.
bishop f3, gf3, and d5 is already lost.
again, the same idea as in the Humpy game, blowing up the central file to against the queen or the king in that position. And remember, if you go to the live position, Sahil, bishop g4, is that the only move for black?
That is the only move, and then white has an only move to even continue the game. That is queen c3.
Bishop g4 played.
Jiner grabbing on that opportunity like there was no other option, and now the knight is pinned. That rook on e2 looks misplaced. The queen has to come back to c3, and the next move for black is basically could be a pre-move. Bishop f3 and d5, just kind of using that weakness on the king side. Now those double pawns, and Jiner getting that chance, Rakesh. So there's another twist in this story.
Very likely. Queen c3, only move there. And Sahil, what happens if I play queen to e3?
Queen e3 again. The queen is opposite the rook. Now d5, breaking in the center again, and everything is still pinned. So this is not what Polina hoped for. Rook e1 was a bit more ambitious. I think she did not sense the danger. And after bishop g4, it feels like queen has to drop back, or suddenly both Humpy and Jiner will be winning. It will be completely winning should I play queen c3.
Yeah, and as we know, even though same results or both players winning, Humpy will clinch the gold medal because she's played more games with the black pieces. But there is no use because both players want those extra Grand Prix points and for the FIDE women's candidates qualification.
Reminds me of that, candidates match between Ian Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah.
Either side wanted to win, but ended up in a draw, and both were disappointed.
Rook e3 play.
It's a blunder from Polina, and
Oh my god, what a big blunder. Pawn to d5, and black is completely winning, Sahil.
yeah, but the black also has to find the only move now, but it feels like it is a very, very natural one. You want to damage the structure on the king side. King safety is the number one factor to focus on when you're trying to play the game of chess. Doesn't matter how many extra queens you have on the a file if the king gets mated. And now bishop f3, damaging that structure, and now pawn to d5, using that misplaced queen on d4 seems to be completely winning. Look at Zoo's body language. It has
She
changed.
knows it.
She knows it's winning for her now. It's better for her now. I don't know if she senses how much better, but it is indeed better. She senses this is a blunder from Polina. So now we are looking at both the leaders winning their games, Rakesh. This is really twisting, back and forth yet again.
Yeah, and an idea is pawn takes d5 and just knight f3 check.
Wow.
Rook f3 and rook takes e1.
And this would be resignation, Rakesh, already, because there is absolutely no counterplay. The light square bishop feels like a useless piece on c2. So Polina, unfortunately, has blundered, and that's a great situation on the board for Jiner. And both Humpy as well as Jiner now winning in their respective games.
And you know what, Sahil? And I don't know if it's good news or bad news, but Humpy has played your move, queen to d3, and still winning for white. But queen f3 would have been much stronger.
Yeah, queen d3 to me as well felt a bit more human because you keep an eye on the queen side as well, and you also do not give the d4 pawn. So now Nurgyul under pressure, 15 minutes. Rakesh, what are you expecting now with Jiner also winning? So will we have two leaders on 7 points?
Yeah, two co-champions, I think, there. And wouldn't be ideal for either player. But yeah, that's sport, and let's see. Games have not finished yet, so all results possible. Let's stick with the live action.
Humpy just got up and came back. Maybe she also had a brief glance at the Zujina game, realizing that maybe she could also win now. Let's say either player senses that okay, I'm winning, but the other guy is also winning. So does that demoralize them? Oh, yeah, I really wanted soul victory. Does it affect their game?
It might, but still, it's like the job is not complete. So you have to, finish off the opponent first before start imagining all the accolades, achievements, and everything. So you have to finish the game. Games are not over until the opponent has resigned, as we know.
Yep, 500 people watching on the FIDE channel alone. Let's like the stream as we look at both the leaders playing some flawless chess under pressure and trying to, get that coveted spot to the candidates.
Yeah, and Zuj, I will update you because she has not yet played, because that's going to be a huge moment in the scheme of things. And in other games also, positions roughly equal. Vaishali under 5 minutes. We might go there, later on, but the whole action, the tournament hinges on these two games, Sahil. And I'm not sure if we have a scene to show both games, because that would be amazing to. And Bishop F3 played by Zujina. Can we quickly go there?
Zujina finding that only move, and it is good enough for a clear advantage here. And of course, you do not take with the rook, you will lose the exchange. So pawn takes played instantly. But now d5, another only move. Zujina finding only move after only move after only move. But I think the earlier ones were the difficult ones. This one is an automatic one, Rakesh. The rook is up with the queen. Let's just move the pawn.
Yeah, this looks very easy. And though Zoo can be think of move like knight g6, rerouting the knight to the weak f4 square, hitting the h4 pawn. As a Humpy fan or an India fan, you currently just hope for this.
But even that is clearly better, Rakesh. So
correct.
The fact that even that is better tells me that Zujina is comfortable. But I think she will find d5. I really can't imagine d5 not being played. And once d5 happens, regardless of how you takes, Black will take with the pawn, and the bishop is now hanging, for example. And yeah, this is just over. So maybe this game will end before the Humpy game now, Rakesh, because somehow once the king is weak, it just gets very difficult.
Yeah, very likely, and all possible results. And you ask me this question almost every day. Today it's my chance to ask you, Sahil, is there any twist incoming?
I think yes. I think we'll see a bunch of twists in all the games. And one of them is Vaishali against Salome, where Vaishali has just made a mistake after a6, queen h4, slight error, bishop d5, a4 apparently wasn't the best either. And Black now can play knight to c6 and challenge that strong knight on e5. And it feels like, this is going to be better for Salome here. So 4 minutes for Vaishali, 16 more moves to play. I love this scene here. We can look at the board and the camera angles of 3 games where one side is better, Rakesh.
Yeah, and in that game, it looks like Salome might get her first win of the event. Remember, Salome and Alina Kashlinskaya have not won so far, and Humpy is the only undefeated player. Queen f6 played by Nurgyul. Can we go to that game, Sahil, quickly?
Yeah. Queen f6, so no castling yet. The queen drops out, but Rakesh, now I have rook e1 check. And will you be able to castle now? Because after rook e1 check, if you go king to d8, you have lost castling rights. This will be, lost gradually. King f8 is not really possible. You can't bring any of the pieces to e5. If you play knight to e7, I mean, rook c1, you can't castle anyways. So you have to play bishop e7. I think that's the only move. And maybe the Black's idea is, okay, I want to grab the d4 pawn, but I really don't think that's so scary. Maybe I can play this rook a c1. And if you take this, for example, maybe queen b3 now, pressuring this.
Yeah, this looks so tough. And even long castle now, you simply go rook takes bishop because the knight on c6 is pinned.
Yeah. So, okay, still, not a finishing blow for Humpy yet. Yeah, the game goes on, and Black is still hoping that White fumbles this, but 12 minutes for Nurgyul now and 14 for Humpy with 19 moves to go.
Yeah, I think this game is just going to end pretty well. I think rook e1 check has to be. You opened up the e file for this. You played queen d3.
Yeah.
So definitely rook e1 played.
Yeah, on the board, I think we'll see Nurgyul's move very quickly. I don't expect her to take more than 30 seconds for this because queen f6. Maybe king d8. Do you think she can play king d8 here?
Yeah, king d8 definitely a possibility because king d8, queen b3.
I would even think just to get the bishop here somehow.
Yeah,
I was wondering this, but I think, yeah, even this could work. Where does the queen go? Queen d4 is the problem.
Yeah.
Oh, queen d4, knight d4, and now knight g5 seems to be winning.
Yeah, it is possible.
Anyways, I think let's see what Nurgyul first plays. Critical moment.
So bishop e7, knight e7, and king d8. 3 possibilities there.
Yeah. I think bishop e7 looking like the most natural choice there. And again, the bishop has to move. So
for the 100th time.
Travel the world, but it doesn't try new destinations and keeps going to the old ones.
Nurgyul still think it's Style you predicted she might play in 30 seconds. And I agree with you because she should, because only 10 minutes left for her.
I think that's the only try, right? You have to put Humpy in the time pressure. You have to play those moves quickly, use Humpy's time to find the best defenses and hope that she crumbles or makes a mistake. I mean, rook e1 is the most obvious move, right? You expect that as the first choice for white. So your response should come extremely quickly now.
I agree. And can we go to the Shuvalova Zoo game? No updates yet, but just to quickly point out, pawn to d5 is the best move in the position, is completely winning, but knight to g6 is also very comfortable for black.
Yeah.
And she's down to 15 minutes ahead.
Well, how is the Divya game better for Alina? Can we have a brief look? So apparently this was the position. She blocked these pawns, king f1 and knight b4, and apparently knight b6 here gives a slight edge to Alina. That's very, wow.
Yeah, if the knight comes around to c4, then it's very tough to defend the pawn on b2. And it's just like the initiative has shifted, but I wouldn't expect a result in this.
The most obvious move, it's close to, getting really, really lost now. She has to find knight d3. That's the only move.
Wow. And, even if Jiner beats Polina, Divya automatically guaranteed of finishing third. So
yeah, that's
good news. And d5 played in Jiner's game.
So Jiner is not going to go soft in this position. She's playing the most, like literally only move after only move after only move. And now d5 breaking in the center. And regardless of how you capture, if e takes d5, knight f3 is literally resigns, Rakesh. So I don't expect that to happen. And if c takes d5, then c takes d5. And this also seems to be lost. Meanwhile, board number 5, Harika against Munguntuul, seems to have ended in a draw. They have repeated moves. King d2, rook a5, rook b4, rook c5, and the rooks dance around a couple of times. And that is the first result for today. And Munguntuul, after 7 results, having a couple of draws there.
Yeah, having a little bit of breather, but a nice finish for the Indian star who goes up to 4.5 out of 9, 50% score, while Munguntuul is on 3, finishes her tournament with 3 out of 9. Let's quickly jump back to the action game. Jiner playing d5. Sahil, is there any chance, any trap, any trick for Polina Shuvalova to save the game?
I mean, looks difficult. After c takes d5, you have to react to the pawn. Ignoring it looks extremely risky because pawn takes come with an attack on your queen. So let's say you play c takes d5, which is the only move. C takes d5 now. There's knight f3 ideas. There's d takes e4 ideas. So you might have to play bishop d1, controlling that pawn. But now I play d takes e4. And you can't take with the queen. You have to move the queen somewhere. I don't know, queen b2. And now the knight can even come to d3. This is falling apart faster than the Humpy game now.
Yeah, and what a exciting last round game.
Yeah, so exciting round D. Let's go to the Humpy game quickly. Has something happened there? After rook e1, bishop e7 has been played. But Nurgyul taking 4.5 minutes for that move, that doesn't feel practical at all. This feels like a very, very dangerous position, and she would have needed that extra time later on. Rakesh, how do you finish off? I would actually think Zuzhina's game looks much cleaner than this one now.
I mean, yeah, I think both positions
Yeah.
look completely winning, and it's again action on those central files near the d5 square in both games. King, whoever kings were weak, they ended up suffering. So it was Polina in that game against Zoo and Nurgyul in this game. So castling your king and keeping your king safe is the real deal, Sahil.
Absolutely. And now 13 minutes. So she has to also play quickly. As we discussed, I think Rook C1 makes a lot of sense. Are you comfortable giving up the D4 pawn here, Rakesh? Or do you want to save it in somewhere?
No, I'm super comfortable because I'm even comfortable to give up a piece, for example, just to get to your king. So really like your idea, Rook C1 and Queen D4. Just move it away. Queen B3, I think it's too strong.
Queen B3, so B5, you hang this knight. If Queen B4, for example, I take the D5 pawn, and if you take this one, then Queen F7 should be game over. So what can Black do after Queen B3 then?
Yeah, that's a tough choice, and with just 8.5 minutes, it's not going to be easy for Nurgyul.
Meanwhile, Vaishali's game as well getting worse now. After Knight C6 has been played, so she has 2.5 minutes to play 16 moves. I really don't know if that's even possible to play good moves at that pace, Rakesh.
Yeah, very tough, and she plays pawn takes pawn, which is not the best move in the position.
Okay, I think that's the automatic move. Yeah, you want to exchange those pawns.
Because you played A4 on the last move as well, and knight takes E5 is the only move.
Yeah, because if you take, I take with the bishop and pin the knight, I get that pawn, so you have to take on E5 to allow you to grab that pawn, and let's say knight E5, you grab with either pawn, let's say F3-5, now A takes B5, and the queen defends that pawn.
Yeah.
But look at the bishop on B2, Rakesh. It's not really happy on B2, looking at its own pawns. The black bishop on D5 is a monster. The black knight on E4 is a monster. And it's just a difference in the value of the minor pieces that dictates the position. And his passed pawn on C5, it's not really going anywhere.
Yeah, and Sahil, quick update in the Humpy game. She's played knight back to C3. Not the best move.
Wow, so now knight B6 gives a chance to Nurgyul, and she's played it very quickly. Maybe the game isn't just over, Rakesh, and maybe there'll be a fight back from Nurgyul here.
And this is the plot twist you were talking about, but sadly it's not working for the Indian player. And now, Sahil, I finally agree with you that Zujina's position looks much more winning than Humpy's position.
Yeah, because I think now black is threatening to castle. You might play Queen H3 to stop that, but Queen F5, I'm ready to give you those double pawns just to get my king safe. And if knight H7, there is rook G6, and somehow these pieces now look more awkward than attacking. So maybe there could be a twist, and Nurgyul again promising a back and forth game. She will not go down with a boring game, Rakesh.
Absolutely, and she showed her defensive resilience in the last game against Vaishali. And Puneet in the chat asking, will there be any tiebreaker between Humpy and Jiner? Nope, not at all, because the players will just...
Mistake! That is a slight mistake, and Queen F5 is the breather that Nurgyul is looking for. By the way, almost 600 people watching on the FIDE channel alone as the things heat up with Humpy losing a chunk of her advantage and Jiner getting a winning position. So could there be another twist with Jiner getting first play? Rakesh, if Humpy spoils this.
Yeah, two back-to-back slight inaccuracies by Humpy, allowing Salimova to get back into the game, and Jiner is completely winning on the other board with around 850 people overall. It's destined to be a thrilling finale, Sahil.
Yeah, Mr. Roro saying it's like watching football commentary, very enthusiastic. It's the moves talking, Queen coming to F5, and Rakesh, we would have, bet money on that game getting over in the next 5 moves.
Yeah.
It was looking so bad for Nurgyul, but somehow these knights on b6 and c6 look very natural now. They're like, oh, wait, what? Like, there was nothing wrong in the position at all. And the only problem is now black is not castled. If black could have castled, put the king on b8, the bishop on h6 now looks a bit weird. Yeah, what's it doing on h6?
Very true. You need that bishop out, on f4, maybe stopping the rook coming to b8 and so on. But queen f5, the only move for Nurgyul.
Yeah, at least practically, because if you don't play queen f5, then what? You can't move the bishop, you can't move the knight, d5 hangs. You don't want to play moves like this and then, rook a d1 and then you lose your last hope. So you really want to exchange this most active piece. What's the piece that can cause you the most damage when the king is enter? It's the queen. So you have a chance to play this and also put some pressure here with f6 and so on, kick the knight back. And the bishop can, again, we've seen variations like this, the bishop get trapped here. Then rook g8 might feel like a brilliancy 10 moves from now. Trapping the bishop on h6.
Yeah, and Sahil, the most difficult part for Humpy is a move like queen f5. Opponent's king is in danger. You do not want to trade queens.
Yeah.
Psychologically, you have been on the attack throughout the game. You don't want your opponent to castle and you don't want to trade queens.
And Rakesh, surprise, surprise, there is a way to avoid that queen trade, but you have to play g4, which is the best move in the position, which is insanely hard to play and raises the stakes even more. And then the queen has to drop back to d7, maintaining that pin. Then you go rook a c1, and then black castles, and then you play knight takes.
Queen f5 played on that note.
Wow, so this is getting really, really sharp. Will Humpy trade queens? Yes or no?
I think she will. I don't know. G4 is still tough to find, and if there is one person in the world who can find it currently,
I don't think she'll trade queens. I think if G4 exists, she will find it. Because somehow 6 minutes on the clock, queen f5 feels like a compromise, Rakesh. It feels like, this is not what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
I'm settling here a little bit, and then maybe the game is not completely winning. All of black's pieces here, the minor pieces, look very active, by the way, not to forget that. Once black castles, the rook will also come into the game. And then, after queen f5, g5, you do have these double pawns. And then after this, you have to find knight at 7, which itself is not easy.
Not easy at all, and Humpy has 11 minutes of thinking time for 16 minutes. That's less than a minute a move, Sahil.
Yeah, 16 moves are a lot, and we can see both players. And we can also see there's Jiner as well fighting it out.
Yeah, that's a great camera angle by our producer with showing us both the games. No move after d5 in that game.
Is shocked. She's realizing the gravity of the situation, that she's underestimated Zoo's inside attack here, and now she's not able to come up with a defense. So Zoo's on track.
CD5 played.
C5. No, C takes d5, I think. Yeah. C takes d5 is the only move, by the way. I think we will see C
Zoo immediately recaptures.
Yeah, no time. And rook c3 played.
Mistake.
The simple refutation is just to put the queen back to b8 and not change anything. And now, there's knight f3, even more deadly, Rakesh, at some point.
Yeah, at the point being, let's say queen b8, how do you stop this pawn takes pawn and the rook attacking your queen? It's very tough, and knight f3 check is game over.
Wow, so lots of twists. Going back to the Humpy game, meanwhile,
no moves
yet, dropping below the 10-minute mark. So Humpy feeling the pressure as well.
And meanwhile, no need to go there, but Divya did in fact find the best defense and will, I think, draw comfortably.
Yeah, that was important there. Also, Vaishali still worse. So lots of results possible. She has exchanged queens, Rakesh. So no g4 on the board. But now, there's only one move to get a better position. And that is knight at 7. And after rook g6, you have to find bishop to f8. So if she doesn't find this,
she finds it.
She finds it. Nice. Knight at 7. Great move. And now she's won a pawn. And of course, the black remaining pawns are also under pressure.
Yeah, knight at 7. You win a pawn for all of these tactics and the attack that white was building up. Rook g6. Is that the only move, Sahil, for black?
If you play castles, for example, then I have time for bishop g5. And somehow I will get rid of my problems. Let's say takes. Now I'm simply a pawn up, and also you have double pawns. So practically, Humpy should be able to convert this comfortably. So from Black's angle, you really want to force Humpy to find Bishop F8 and play Rook G6 and challenge White a little bit, especially with less time on the clock.
Yeah, 5 minutes and 50 seconds for Salimova, and she also has to find all of the best moves for the next 14 moves.
5 minutes, Rakesh, 5 minutes. Meanwhile, Vaishali playing on 2 minutes. Just one brief look at that game. 95 did happen. AB5, Queen E1, and it feels like White's pieces are coming back, Rakesh. Queen E1, Bishop F1, and Black is activating her pieces. So Vaishali is struggling.
Let's go to Zujina's game where she's made a slight inaccuracy. She's trying to make things happen, and this has given a chance to Shuvalova to trade queens and stay alive in the game.
Yeah, because now Rook C7, Rook D4, and now maybe do I take? Because I think if I take, there is Knight F3, right? And I lose anyways.
Yeah.
So I have to probably play something like King F1.
Rook C7 played.
Played.
Let's stick with the position. Rook D4. No. Stay live. And now you have to be wary of Knight F3 check. So maybe you go Rook D1, give up a pawn, and now the Rook is on the 7th rank, can chop off all those pawns B7 and F7.
Yeah, but there's also some Knight G4 incoming, some Rook D8, Rook D1 incoming. So let's say Rook B7 here. I think Rook D8 would be literally winning, Rakesh.
And so let's stick with the right because Zhu played Knight F3 check first.
Oh, wow. She played Knight F3 first. And
she has spoiled half over advantage from -3. It's down to -1.5.
Basically, she had to take with the pawn to limit the king. And now Rook D1 at least gives some holding chances for Shuvalova. Either Humpy, we can see a bunch of moves.
G5 played by Humpy.
Castles, Bishop G5. So Nurgyul not finding Rook G6 as the only resource. And now Humpy should be better and in a winning position. And now there are less complications on the board. So she should be able to convert this, Rakesh.
And suddenly this pawn on H4 is going to win you the game because that is a pass pawn because it has nothing in front of it. The pawn can just march to glory.
Yeah, absolutely. And going back to the Zuzhina game once more, this is the current position. 8 minutes for Shuvalova, 14 for Zuzhina, Rook D4. And I think you really need to stop Rook D2 at all costs. So Rook D1 seems to be an automatic move if she can find it.
And a few more trades in Humpy. We see both camera angles moves coming in thick and fast. Bishop G5, Knight G5. And Humpy still having the 2-pawn advantage in terms of
I think
the evaluation.
Black has to take on D4. I really can't imagine just kind of defending passively. This should be just done. So she has to take on D4, threaten Knight C2 and just hope for the best. It has to be done. Otherwise, I think Humpy will squeeze through with the H-pawn, Rakesh, and it'll be a very, very simple win.
Yeah, and Salimova has 4.5 minutes. That's not enough to play 12 good moves against a top-class opponent.
Yeah, this is difficult, and Humpy looks fair. Although she will not be very happy with how the game went, she would have loved to finish this with a devastating, sacrifice of the Black King. But this position does look very, very comfortable. You have a passed pawn and extra pawn. And these 2 pawns are also doubled. So, by the way, Knight D4 played. It had to be done.
But Humpy will be very happy with what Polina has done. Rook D1 on the board. I know we are switching, chopping and changing very quickly. But this is where the championship of this event will be decided.
Yeah, Rook D1 played. And now Black is also stuck. Yeah, if you play Rook to D8, for example, I can take, you can take. And there is Rook F7. And suddenly I'm going to grab all these pawns. That pawn needed to be on F3 instead
for those checkmating ideas.
And whenever you move the rook somewhere, that E4 pawn is weak. That is the problem now. And suddenly this is completely drawn, if not better for white. So in this position, she needs to take on D1. And that's a rook takes D1, bishop takes D1, and play rook to D8. Activate it immediately. Because now if we take, that's again the same problem. The pawn is on F3, Rakesh.
Yeah, so white has to be very careful as Zuzhina thinks. Maybe she doesn't know she lost her advantage. Maybe she does. Time will tell. But this is anybody's tournament to win.
I agree. This is getting very, very intense. Even the games we thought will end in a draw, Divya and Alina are still fighting it out. But as of now, these 2 games will decide the first 2 ranks and who gets a chance at a potential candidate spot.
Yeah, and it's anybody's guess. Because all results possible, Sahil.
Yeah, now
What an exciting finish we have.
Jiner thinking, yeah, she's not hurrying with the move. Also, Humpy now thinking after knight takes d4. I would say this is the last long thing they're gonna have before the time control. So 12 moves to go in the Humpy game, and around 4 more moves. So I think maybe Jiner is lucky that she has only 4 moves to go, and she will get that long thing yet again in front. So if she maintains this advantage for 4 more moves, Rakesh, she's likely to win this.
Yeah, I agree. And maybe she would have wanted those minutes before her move where she took on pawn takes e4, because she spoiled her advantage by a little. But still, I feel if black puts in the pressure and plays the best moves, she should be able to win.
Yeah. Super important. Both players hoping that they win and the other loses, and they finish it sole first and get the maximum number of points. So both the players, by the way, having similar clothing, and both the opponents have similar clothing as well in terms of color. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, and situation is exactly the same.
Yeah, exactly the same. Time is the same. The valuation is the same. Humpy thinking, Zoo thinking, and she has played something.
Rook d1.
Rook d1, apparently not the best move from Humpy here. And after pawn to f6, that gives an outside chance for Nurgyul to kind of put up some resistance, because it undoubles her pawns, I think.
Yeah, pawn to f6. Rook has to capture the knight. Pawn captures.
Knight f7, there is knight f3 check, equalizing on the spot. So after f6, rook d4 will be forced, and that means black basically just won a pawn on d4, Rakesh, and the material, at least for now, will be equal again.
Absolutely, and that's why pawn to f6, white cannot move the knight. Rook takes d4, pawn takes knight, if we can show chat.
Yeah.
Now Humpy should play pawn to h5, keeping her pass pawn in the position, and now the other rook on rook h8, and rook can come into e6 as well to keep the pawn alive on h6.
Yeah, rook h5, rook f5, and somehow, yeah, the game is lasting longer than we thought, Rakesh. There's no doubt about that. So I'm not sure how happy Humpy is right now. Do you think she's happy that she has a better position? Do you think she's a bit disappointed that she's not won already?
I think she would be a little disappointed, but she knows the task is not yet completed. She will have time to analyze the game, but later after the event is done.
Yeah, less than 3 minutes for Nurgyul now. Still 12 moves to go. 4 moves a minute. That is another problem for Nurgyul, right?
That is a big problem.
He doesn't have time to calculate the best defense, unfortunately. So Humpy still in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and she's played some knight c6, and that's not the best move. That's a big mistake. Knight into f7 is just a free pawn now.
Yeah, white will get the pawn, and still f5 and d5 seem to be weaknesses. The rook is also attacked, and now the h pawn is a free man to walk all the way to h8. It is looking like Humpy will convert this game. The knights on the queen side looking very impressive, but they're doing nothing to stop the king side pawns.
Yeah, and this looks quite difficult for Nurgyul. Only 3 minutes to go and 11 moves to make.
Yeah, going to the game of Jiner quickly. Just check it out. Rook d1, no moves just yet. So time equalizing in this game. So Jiner taking this, moment to think carefully, what is the best way I can put pressure on my opponent?
Any moves in the other game? I'm just checking. No, Jiner still thinking after rook d1. So maybe, just maybe, she is hitting a roadblock, Sahil.
Possible. Maybe she's trying to find the cleanest way. Because she knows that she will get another 30 minutes without 4 moves. She has time to utilize. And Humpy, by the way, has grabbed the pawn on f7, so she seems to be cruising now again. And rook d7, she can simply drop the knight back to g5.
Yeah, and clean pawn up, no compensation, and Humpy should be very happy. And it's like a 3 pawn on versus 1 majority on the right side of the board, and looks like it should be game over.
Meanwhile, let's have a very, very small look at the Divya and the Vaishali games. Divya game, first of all, wait, what am I seeing now? It seems to be another glitch, yeah? I'm hoping it's a glitch because that would be a weird move from Alina to take on a3. So I'm going to just.
Let me get the other angle so we can see.
Yeah, this is the current position, Rakesh. So the a4 pawn will likely fall, the c3 pawn will likely fall, and we are looking at a very, very quick draw. In fact, the game should be over because knight b1, rook a4, knight c3, and that should be a draw.
Yep. We are on move. Yeah, we in fact instead we will reach move 40 on rook takes c3. So it's the ideal time to offer a draw. And this might be our second result of the day.
Yeah. Also, one look at the Vaishali game. She seems to have 1 minute still, and the position has only gotten worse. 7 more moves to play. Salome could potentially get her first win if she keeps putting on the pressure.
Yeah, she has 11 minutes, so perfect time to do that. And in fact, in fun update is Jiner is down on the clock for the first time yet again in this event.
Yeah, Havyang saying commentary can scream a bit less.
Commentary, he means commentators.
Commentators, yes.
Yeah.
So we'll try to scream less.
And maybe Bhavya can also learn something else. And real learning is writing that is there tie break? No, there is no tie break there. Commentators curse, don't celebrate till it's done, Prerna is saying.
No, I think we. Oh, by the way, something happened in the Humpy game, I think.
Commentators curse?
No, I saw a move, but I don't see it on the
Knight
board.
g5, Knight g5 played.
Why don't I see it? Now I see it. Knight g5 played.
And yeah, let's go to the Divya and Alina game because we'll be seeing handshakes there.
Oh wow! So are we? Is it a draw already?
And we see producers bringing in the heavy resources right before the end of the event. Knight c3, knight into c3, rook into c3. We will see a draw being offered and being accepted. There's absolutely no way for either player to push.
I think fair result for both players. Alina getting in 4 draws consecutively after a disappointing start.
Yeah.
And also kind of having multiple chances to win there. So fair enough. And of course, Divya, after a loss yesterday, getting a draw. She does look disappointed, but I think she never really had a chance there.
Yeah, she never really got going. And 51 seconds for Divya. Remember, she gets 30 minutes after the 40th move. So she has to take on c3 and take the draw file. I don't think there's anything here.
Yeah. He takes the knight, rook takes c3, maybe a couple of checks, and they might just repeat. I mean, I really can't imagine either player pushing in this position. It's funny though, the position is actually symmetrical, yeah? The pawns, the kings, or the rooks kind of looking a bit different.
Players of fight and draw.
There is the second result of the day, a draw between Divya Deshmukh and Alina Kashlinskaya, and that is the end of their event. Divya likely to finish in 3rd place, Rakesh, and Alina, I think, likely to finish in last place, depending on the Salome game.
Yeah, and there you go. Draw is completed. Let's quickly jump into Zujina's game side because she has not played anything. Because she played Did she play E3, Sahil? Yes, a big mistake by Zujina.
Yeah, but has White found? Oh, White did not find the defense. White had to play rook takes d4, knight takes d4, and then bishop d1 as the defensive resource. But she just takes on e3, and now rook h4 is the only move for black to get a winning advantage. So twist, and I mean, there are so many twists, Rakesh, in every game. It's so much fun to watch. Let's go to the Humpy game. Knight g5.
Rook h4 played, by the way, by Zujina. So
wow. d4 played, and now knight to e2. I think Humpy's plan should be obvious. Just try to, gobble up one of these pawns somehow and then push the h pawn. This pawn has to be kept in the check, of course.
Yeah, rook takes h4 in that game, and d4, knight e2, rook e8 played by Salimova.
Oh, that seems to be a mistake, right? Because knight f4 now. And if you take and try d3, I thought there is this check, but apparently there isn't.
I think you just go h5 maybe.
h5, d2, rook d1, knight c4, h6, 9. I mean, you have to calculate all of this. Rook d2, h7, rook d8, 9. Okay, I mean, as white, you don't want to go here, right? You have to be absolutely precise.
Yeah, but it looks winning, yeah?
I mean, this is not easy to calculate, Rakesh. Now, knight d6 check. I mean, this is too much.
I think it's maybe easy.
With 5 minutes.
Yeah, and especially from the position you have.
Yeah, not easy. Not easy. I don't think Humpy will go for this variation. What else then? Rook e8, a great practical option maybe then. Meanwhile, Polina has made another mistake, I think. Rook f7 and now knight to e5 or g5. Moving the knights away seems to be a winning position for black.
Yeah, the knight goes back, attacks the rook, and then black's rooks are getting active, and it's very difficult for for Polina to save against those threats against her king.
Yeah, this is going to be over soon. So Polina on track to win. Let's go to the Humpy. Oh, knight f4 hasn't been played. It has been played. So that d3 move after, let's say, rook e1, d3, I think is the critical option, and then we'll see that variation.
We might see that pawn rolling up the board for Humpy, and we see Polina on the camera making another move. Bishop g6, she has played the best move. A chance of a tiny comeback there, because remember, the threat rook takes f6 is a huge threat by
Black
Shuvalova.
has set up her pieces pretty well, but the problem is she needs one more piece to finish the job. Humpy also playing something. The moves are going back and forth. Oh, by the way, this happened. Rook e1, and we are going to see d3 on the
We are going to see d3. 1 minute 30 seconds for Nurgyul. 3.5 minutes for Zujina. All three results possible on these two important boards.
Crunch time. Nurgyul has no time on the clock. 7 more moves to play for her in just over a minute. Will she go for d3? Will she try knight c4 to grab the b2 pawn? I think she has to go for d3. That's the only counterplay she has. That one pass pawn, and hope for a miracle there.
Yeah, and it's also Humpy's h pass pawn that's going to keep pushing. And in fact, we see the best try, and d3 played by Nurgyul.
Oh, this is going to get tricky. So, Humpy, how much time do you think she will take here to kind of push the h pawn? Because if she doesn't push the h pawn, this can go really, in the other direction as well.
I think she's going to push it. She knows the power of the pass pawn. Then she has to sacrifice this rook for black's pass pawn, and then bank on her pawn becoming a new queen.
Not easy, Rakesh, when you have been dominating the game from the outset itself, from move number 5 literally, to kind of calculate all this long variation, trust your, calculation, 5 minutes on the clock, that, d2, rook d1, I can sacrifice my rook for a pawn, and then still win with that, because you also understand that black can also sacrifice the rook for a pawn, right? So this is a very, very difficult dynamic, and if Humpy can come up with that variation, that would be really impressive.
I think it's forcing. That's good in a way, but Humpy will have, if she's going to play that, she will double check and triple check before playing that.
Yeah.
But I feel there is around a very good chance she does that.
Yeah, 700 people watching on the FIDE channel alone, as both the leaders, winning but missing some edge, now winning and missing that edge, and somehow it's going back and forth. And this is nerves talking, this is time talking. Still 6 more moves to go in the Humpy game time control, and in the Polina game, 1 more move to go to time control. So both games could pretty much, have a decisive result by the time they reach the 40th move.
Yeah, and we see this bishop g6, rook c8 played. It's a very simple.
Oh, Melia, something happened to Vaishali. Oh, they're repeating moves, yeah?
Yeah, I think Vaishali is claiming a draw, a threefold repetition there.
Wow, black is just better there. Black is just
completely better.
That is a huge miss from Salome if she did not realize that the position has been repeated. So this was the position, right? So rook a3 was the move. Now let's look at the repetition, yeah? So once
Yeah, and the arbiter is talking to the
Yeah.
opponents, and the draw has been confirmed in
Yeah.
that game. If you could get the chessboard quickly and just show the last few moves of the repetition, the chessboard, if you could show. Yeah, it looks like, yeah, that was a draw.
Yeah, so that was a very, very nice draw from both. I mean, not from Vaishali's perspective, of
Yeah,
course,
from Vaishali's
but
perspective.
not from Salome's perspective, who misses her golden opportunity. And look at this; it's not even like a photographic draw. Yeah? So this was the position. This is once, this is twice, this is thrice.
Yeah, very simple. Let's go to the main
Yeah.
games now.
So
Sahil.
3 draws so far today, Rakesh, already. So your prediction likely to be correct.
Let's go to the Jiner game because I see a very, very simple threat for black. Rook c2, rook h2 checkmate. As Polina, Shuvalova, you have to be very careful against those threats.
Yeah, but Rakesh, let's say what does white do here matters. So if you play rook takes b7, and if you play rook c2, then rook d8 is also
There's
made.
a reverse made.
Yeah.
Rook takes, king takes, and rook
But if
checkmate.
you play rook b7, it's actually made after knight g4 for black.
Oh my god.
It could end on the 40th move.
And Sahil, you were absolutely right about Humpy. She did not find the h5 move. And she brings her knight back, which is a mistake. And knight a4. And looks like Nurgyul clawing her way back into the game.
Wow, Nurgyul coming back, and rook d1 is another mistake. Wow, this is getting extremely tense. Humpy losing her winning advantage now. So this is Nurgyul coming back from the brink of a loss, and off with 50 seconds on the clock, fighting it out in that game. Also, Jiner, by the way, still Polina thinking one more move she has to play with time control.
And how the tables have turned silent. It currently it's looking like Humpy may not be able to win, and Jiner would win. And last move played by Polina, and that's bishop to f5, the best move in the position. And Jiner just has to simply find knight to d5 or
that
knight to d2 check.
Insane move, because knight d5, first of all,
Very
the
smart.
knight is hanging, but
Yeah, but
c1 is made. And if you
Very
play
smart
bishop-
by Jiner. She played knight d2 check because king g1, knight f3, you repeat,
Yeah.
get half an hour, Sahil, and then calculate the
So
cost.
Jiner on track to win this game with that extra time on the clock, but Humpy does not. Oh, now Nurgyul blunders with knight c5. What is happening, Rakesh? I'm gonna lose my voice like this. Knight b2 was the free pawn. Why did she not take that pawn?
I'm not sure. And now Humpy, who has 3 minutes for 4 moves, should just simply start pushing the pawn. No, she does not. She plays pawn a3, but okay, still maintains her winning chances. And this h pawn is going to decide whether white wins or draws the game.
I think the problem was if knight b2, rook d2, she thought she will lose this pawn. But after knight to c4, rook takes, knight takes, apparently king d8. This was the best setup black had, but not easy to figure this out for Nurgyul. After a3, a5 played by black. Black is trying to create her own pass pawn. Potentially one more, if just in case this one falls. But now h5, h6, and white is all set to win this game.
Yeah, 3 minutes to go, 3 moves to play. Pawn to h5 incoming, as we have more than 1,000 people across all channels. So hit the like button if you haven't, and it's going to be a very exciting finish. And we see in the camera side, Jiner has not gotten up even after the 40th move break.
Yeah, she knows there's a winning condition somewhere there. h5 played by a Humpy. I think Humpy's moves are a bit simple.
Yeah.
But of course,
Yeah.
I think Jiner might just win in 2 moves as well. So let's see what happens. h5 on the board. The pawn is very well defended by the knight. So no risk to it whatsoever. Next, you can play g3, king g2. Ooh, knight d4. Interesting try. I think we can just chop this off, Rakesh.
And keep pushing.
Yeah, very important. Yeah, if knight d3 happens accidentally, then knight takes f3 check and you lose this knight. So you have to be careful.
Yeah, so I think knight d4 you can take. Should take, right? Knight d4.
There are other moves, I think knight e1, for example,
That's
just to
tough,
win this.
though.
But it just wins the pawn on the spot, Rakesh. There's no way you can save this pawn now. If d2, rook d2, knight f3, there is knight takes f3 defending the rook. So knight e1 is the killer move, simply winning the pawn on d3, but even knight takes, rook takes, and simply a pawn move like g3 should also be winning.
Yeah, and Jina looks like she's writing down her move. And that knight d5 played brilliancy. Look at that, Sahil. Knight d5, clutch play by Zujina.
What a move. You cannot grab that knight because of rook c1 mate. You cannot grab the rook because of knight e3 mate. And
Oh, what a mate. Can we show that to the chat? Like, can we
Yeah.
appreciate that beautiful construction? The king cannot go anywhere and is checkmated by a knight.
Yeah, it should be red, not really green, and that is game over. So here, what is the move then, Rakesh? What is the move that White can play to even continue the game?
What if I play a move like, I don't know, crazy, but rook e7, protecting the pawn on e3, knight takes e7. Now I take the rook. You capture my bishop. Now give a check and capture the rook, the knight.
Yeah, that seems to be the only move in the position, but how hard it is. The second best could be sacrificing the exchange, but I can't really imagine.
Yeah, let's come back to the Humpy game because only one move left before the time counter. We'll
Yeah.
let Polina think because she has 30 more minutes.
But the knight d4 has been taken by Humpy, and now she needs to find one more move. Apparently, even knight d3 wins.
Wow.
Wow. Knight d3, if rook d3, then rook c1 pinning the knight and you win. But yeah, I don't think that'll happen over the board.
Humpy has 1.5 minutes. I think that's good enough time. But knight d3 very tricky to find. She plays pawn to g3.
Yeah, that's the human move. I think the king can now walk up, and if you play pawn to d2 here, you have to find the simplest way to get to this pawn. I'm thinking king f1, Rakesh, just to win the king to e2 and just attack this pawn. That's very important.
Also freeing up your rook in case the rook wants to go behind the pass pawn where it belongs so that you can start pushing the h pawn to a queen.
Yeah, later on the rook can come here. So g3 Humpy has reached the time control now. We can see two Humpy and two Nurgyuls there for some reason. But Rakesh, that means she's all set to win the game as well.
And
You
now
can see three of them now.
yeah, it's a great multi-cam angle there. And can we go? I think this angle is also great because just one move to make for Nurgyul before the time control. 50 seconds, Ayan. What does she do? Do you push the pawn or do you bring your king over?
I don't think she can. I mean, she can push the pawn, but there's no way for her to attack the d1 square really. So where do you attack it from? I mean,
She plays it. Pawn to d2 on the board.
wow, 40th move, a committal decision, and now I think both players might have their first thing in a long while.
Yeah, and finally we have both the cameras on for the two important games. Time control, Sahil reached in both games now. Sahil, imagine we started round 5, the last round with 5 boards. The 3 inconsequential boards have drawn, all 3 of them. The 2 games that decide the championship are still going on, fighting as we go into the next hour of play.
And if both win, then I think I don't know if both players would be happy with that.
Yeah, getting a note from a producer that in case there is the same result of Humpy and Zujina, Humpy wins the Pune Women's Grand Prix, but sadly, the Grand Prix points and the prize money is divided between both the players. As we see Salimova settle down in her chair after a break, and Sahil, 1 minute to go. Do not be worried about the timings, the clock timings, because 30 minutes will be added for both players. In fact, all 4 players that are still playing in today's round.
Which game do you expect to end first?
I think Zujina. Because
okay.
that's just a knight d. It's like a mate in one threat.
Yeah.
By Zu.
Also, I think the game that ends first puts some pressure on the second game.
I agree. I fully agree. It's like, their job is done. Even if it would have been a draw, it's still extra pressure because you score half of a point more.
Sakar saying great tournament for Divya. Absolutely. She likely to finish in third. Oh, h6 played. So she is backing that pawn to simply move forward. And if rook d6, I think she pushes d7. And if rook h6, she takes the d pawn and she says, okay, you get the h7 pawn, but I get the d2
No,
pawn.
and then rook c2 and the knight is
Ah,
lost.
knight is also
Because if you play pawn, yeah, rook c7 is knight d5, rook c6 is check, and rook c2, if you protect the knight with pawn to b6, then I just go, yeah, I just go pawn to b4 and pin the knight and win.
Yeah, so deep calculation there by Humpy, but absolutely precise. So rook d7 will have to be played by Nurgyul here.
Looks like, oh, Polina found the best move, rook e7.
Wow. So Polina not giving up yet.
That's a brilliant move, and both players not at the board. As we see, rook e7, the only move for white, right?
Yeah.
To stay in the game.
And now knight d2 check. Okay, that doesn't really change much, right? King e1, knight
It's a
f2,
repetition.
king f1. Rook d2 is the way forward. Just to exchange those rooks. If, for example, you go with the rook here somewhere, then maybe there's no check now, right? I can just pick up the rook, Rakesh. There's no rook d8 check.
It's a free piece.
It's a free piece. So you have to trade rooks. Now knight d2 check, king e2, and knight e7. This is just winning on the spot, right? One pawn up, h pawn, it's completely winning.
I wouldn't be so sure though.
The h pawn should be easy, no?
Yeah, but I have a rook on the 7th track, right? So practically, I think it's like what Humpy did in the game. From a very attacking position, you go into a pawn up end game. But yeah, should win. I'm not saying it doesn't, but rook e7, any other move style for
I think this does feel like the cleanest way. Rook to d2 from Jiner feels like the cleanest way.
Actually, there's no other move style because rook to d8, let's say protecting my rook and my knight, black is just lost because rook takes d5.
Yeah.
You cannot recapture because your king is weak and it's going to get mated.
Yeah.
So rook d2 very likely possible. And as Zoo is thinking, clock times will go down.
Yeah, you will see 30 minutes added as soon as Zoo's time goes below the 0-second mark. I actually prefer having the time added instantly. This is
This is
like you have this in the back of your mind. What if I've calculated the moves wrong and accidentally I end up losing? That would be embarrassing. So
and it's also confusing for the viewers. Also, why is the clock going down to 0? Is there? So it just makes sense to. And there, I think there was a feature in the earlier clocks where you could just add it instantly. But yeah, I think
sometimes what happens is people accidentally press the clock, right? So it just adds automatically. That's why they don't prefer those clocks. But I think for the players,
at lower levels they do that, right? So just press the clock, adjust your pawn, like things like that are common, But Rajiv in the chat is asking, who wins the Grand Prix overall? And I think that is Humpy wins the Grand Prix if both Humpy and Jiner have the same result at the end of today.
Which is very, very likely actually. Meanwhile, rook d7 played by Nurgyul there. So great calculation from her as well. Do you expect white to just give up the h pawn for the d pawn, or do you expect that Humpy kind of brings the king and tries to win this as well?
Yeah, and just trying to see if anybody's listening to us or just on their phone, because the board has been changed 5 minutes ago, but the cameras have not been changed and not even listening to us anymore.
All is well that ends well, but this is not ending well clearly.
Yeah, pawn to h6. What a game. What a tournament, Sahil, overall.
Yeah, crazy tournament over. Lots of results. I think that's been the highlight of this entire event.
Very true, very true. And, plenty of action we saw throughout. Exciting games, decisive games, and what a way to finish the Grand Prix in round 9 with two decisive games of the two leaders.
Humpy has a sip of water, calculates carefully. How can she convert this? Would you give up the H pawn for the D pawn? That's the question. Or would you try to maintain that?
No, I want the H pawn to be alive. I've already lost the advantage in a way.
But how do you preserve that pawn now? It's gone, right? Rook h7 is incoming.
Can I go king? No. King g2, rook h7, rook h1, you queen.
King g2, knight b3 is already a draw, Rakesh. So,
Oh wow, I have to be very, very careful.
so I would just go h7 directly, not to.
Wow. Both. What do you play? Knight g6 or pawn to f3?
Knight g6. What's knight g6? Not clear. If rook h7, then rook d2.
Yeah.
Rook h6, there is knight e7 check.
And pick up the pawn.
But if I just play knight b3, knight h4. Okay, I mean
That's tough.
not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. I think very unlikely.
No moves so far by Jiner either.
800 people watching on the FIDE channel alone as the two leaders try.
Almost 1200 overall because it's 200 on Chess.com India as well as 150 on Chess24 India. So
Yeah, and all the players trying to figure it out who will win the event.
any Sahil again new situation but same old question. Any more plot twists that you see coming up?
No, I think this one should be pretty straightforward for both players actually. So expecting that maybe Humpy and Nuzina will miss out on some points from the cross table there, but
And Polina has played something. So has Zud. 97. Not the best move by Polina. As soon as you said no twist, there we go, Mr. Tikku.
yeah, knight e7, bishop c8, and maybe she has an intermediate move planned, Rakesh, and she will not allow you that check on d8. Is that possible?
Knight d2, king g1.
It's
So you're attacking your rook. So
knight c8, rook d8, king h7, and now after this position, rook takes c8. Not sure, Rakesh. Still seems to be completely winning.
yeah, but it was like minus 3.5 down to minus 2. So definitely it's better for Humpy and her fans to see this rather than rook to d2.
Yeah, true. So some chances, maybe Zook couldn't find the cleanest way, and she goes for the practical try.
Yeah, I agree.
There will be some twists. Who knows? Which is the game less likely to end in a result for the leader?
This one, Zoo.
I think it has more chances that Zoo goes wrong than Humpy.
Yeah, because for Humpy it's quite straightforward, I think. If she finds that one idea, and yes, it's like 2 pawns versus 0 pawns, whereas here in the position that we see, it's 2 pawns versus, and Sahil, very interestingly, if knight c8 is done, both games will have a rook and knight end game. So many similarities in this event.
Yeah.
In these two games.
So Humpy still calculating, not being able to come up with the best plan yet. And she has played h7, so she goes for the practical option as well. Both players choosing the practical option. Yeah, nobody wants to go into tactical, complicated variations right now. They want the cleanest way forward, and rook h7 and rook d2. So pawn up Rakesh is winning, and I think the problem main is that somehow these two pawns on the same rank, and also this potential pin, I think gives Humpy a better advantage than you usually have in just a pawn up endgame.
Yeah, and rook coming to the d5 square in the center, hitting both the pawns also looks very strong, and The advantages are also getting similar to plus 2.3 for Humpy, as well as plus 1.9 in fact just for Zujana.
You can see Humpy walking there, collecting her thoughts.
And also checking out Zujana's game,
Yeah.
keeping an eye out on what's happening on that board.
And meanwhile, we can see Nurgyul there. She would be happy to have that time on her clock. She's been playing under time pressure for a long while in this game.
Yeah.
And this entire event actually. So she has more time on the clock now. It seems to be going okay for her.
Wow, what an exciting end to this FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024-2025 in Pune. The fifth leg, remember, out of 6. So we
By the way,
have one more.
864 people watching on FIDE alone, Rakesh. We can potentially beat our highest viewership of 902.
Yeah. So for that, can chat help us out by liking the stream?
Let's go, chat, because we are going to have the winner soon of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. We are possibly, I think, minutes away from knowing who takes the gold medal home, and is there still a chance for either player to get those full Grand Prix points and potentially qualify to the Canadians?
And chat, finally, do let us know quickly your favorite. Who wins gold medal? Last chance. Voting ends very soon. Koneru Humpy from India or Zhu Jiner of China. Let us know in the chat very, very quickly.
Humpy gets up again, leaves Nurgyul with her thoughts. She tries to figure out what is it. And Rakesh, what do you play as black here? Because problem is, I have 2 pawns hanging, and I have rook c2 as a threat as well. And ideally, you don't want to exchange rooks also. So what can black do?
Maybe pawn to b6. And rook coming in the center, I'm thinking rook f7.
Got it. So you're kind of passively defending. What if I go rook d6 instead?
Okay, if I come up, okay, king b7, so I don't get into any knight checks.
Yeah, and now rook f6.
Oh, can I go after your? By the way, Zhu Jiner has played knight c8 style, rook d8 immediately by Polina, and she is blitzing it out. King comes up, rook takes knight by Polina Shuvalova, and Zhu Jiner has to find a couple of important moves like knight d2 check and rook h4, which she's moving the rook style.
She hesitated.
She's moving the rook to b2. That's again not the best move.
Yeah, but now she wants to grab both these pawns. Then she wants to create a pass pawn on the queen side as well. Let's see how much time Polina will take. Rakesh still seems to be winning for her. Rook c7, activating that rook. And if you were to grab the b3 pawn, then knight to h5, threatening to grab the g7 pawn. And maybe there is some potential counterplay there.
This is huge counterplay. It's very difficult to defend this island. Even if knights are traded, we know the axiom that all rook endgames are drawn. What an exciting finish.
You are right, Rakesh. I think this is so much more amazing to watch. And as of now, both players losing their edge a little bit, gaining it back, losing.
As the commentators, and here we go. H rook into d2. Oh my god, what an exciting finish to this Grand Prix.
Meanwhile, Humpy, after rook, you still thinking, I think rook, after let's say b6, rook d6, rook f6 seems to be a great, great maneuver.
Yeah, looks tough to defend this.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Nurgyul taking that time, I think she can we have the cameras from Nurgyul as well against Humpy, because I feel we should be moments away from Nurgyul finding that defensive structure. Where does she put the pawns? Where does she put the king? And Rakesh, long term, I think white will bring the king, somehow create a pass pawn. So black needs some counter attack as well. But I don't see how you get to these pawns. It's not as simple.
It is not simple at all. Once the f5 pawn, the black pawn on the right side of the board falls, these 2 pawns are going to start marching up the board without any opposition.
Yeah.
And Axel says, let's go Zhu and Humpy, supporting both.
Yeah, that's a very safe bet. Yeah, no risk at all. And I think I agree with you. Once the f pawn falls, 2 connected pass pawns are going to be very, very strong, and they can sometimes overpower an entire rook. So Nurgyul has a difficult choice, and we saw b6. Maybe knight e4 is the other option, trying to prevent rook d6. But now we have rook d5, and again both these pawns hanging. Of course, you want to save the f pawn, right? Because that's the critical one. You can honor this. But now I take on a5, and I have an advantage on both sides of the board, and this should be comfortably lost.
Yeah, and I think Humpy's position is much more humanly winning, or just it's demoralizing more for the opponent. But Polina has made a comeback, not now, but just in the last few moves. She's yet to play her move, but it just feels easier for Polina to defend than to Nurgyul to defend, I would say.
I agree. I think the end game, where there are less chances for you to create counter-attacking chances, the pawn on b2 is far away. You're losing another pawn, one of these. Your king is far away in the corner as well. And once this pawn on f5 falls, I think the game is over. So let's go to the Polina against Zuzina game, because we are still looking at Polina having a think. Anything else apart from rook c7, Rakesh?
Rook c7
Played on the board. So you have to take, you do something of b3, right? Because if I take on b7, then I will also play f5. So rook b3 played.
Rook b3 played immediately, and now you have to go knight h5. Sahil, at one point, Zuzina's advantage was minus 3.2, and that has dropped to just 1.2. Big drastic difference. Knight h5, the only move for Polina to keep the game in the balance.
The point is that the number of pawns matter. If FIDE can trade off as many pawns as possible, I think at the end you can sacrifice your knight for the last remaining pawn, and that rook knight against rook would be a very comfortable draw for a player like Polina. So knight h5 basically threatening to capture this pawn, and it's not easy for a rook. For example, rook takes e3 would be an instant draw. Rook takes g7, check, king h8, and rook takes b7. Very comfortable draw. So you don't want to do that. So what is the move for black here then?
I don't see like a good move here, Sahil.
Because if the king gets stuck on h8, it's over. So you have to move the king somehow.
If you get the king out, king g6, knight check, that's why you had to go knight f5. Because if you had gone, let's show that to chat. If you go knight f5 and now king g6, there's no knight h4 check. So knight h5, king g6, knight check.
f4. If you go back, I come back. That's repetition. You can't come here. If you come here, then I pick up check. King goes somewhere. Check. King goes somewhere. You can't really go here. There's a barrier here, Rakesh. You can't enter any of these squares. You have to go back, and I give you a check again.
And what if I go king on the g file? King g.
I take with check now on g7. So, but this barrier has to be noticed, right? That the king has no way to escape after rook e7 check. That's not easy to see.
Because if I go king e5 on the last move,
King e5, I think now I can potentially still give a check, right?
Now I want to go king back, f6.
Now I take on g6.
King f6.
King f6.
Knight d5 also.
Knight d4. This is not easy to see. It's very difficult, because now king g6 again check, and if king f5, now rook g7, and this is not easy, Rakesh. This is not easy. I think Zuzina is still in the driver's seat.
No, I think this is very easy, in fact, for white. Knight h5. I mean, if you find knight h5, it's so tricky for how does black win?
No, king g6 has to be the move. Also, by the way, if knight g7, that's the other move you might play. Rook takes e3, rook takes b7. I think black is actually still winning with a move like knight g5 and starting.
Yeah, the knight is stuck.
Yeah,
g7 there, and looks like Nurgyul has made a move.
Let's start off that game and see what happens.
Pawn to b6 ahead.
Pawn to b6. I think rook d6 has to be the move here, with the idea of rook f6, winning that f5 pawn, and then it should be smooth sailing for Koneru Humpy.
Yeah, rook d6, only move for Humpy that retains a very good advantage. And let's get the numbers even higher. Chat, do like the stream if you haven't, because we have more than 1100 of you in the chat on across all channels. So do hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't. Let's get it higher, if possible, as we crown our champion for the FIDE Women's Grand Prix here in Pune, India. Rook d6 is a very, very strong threat. b6 that was just being played by Nurgyul has to be attacked by Koneru Humpy. And I think she has made a move. There you go, Rook d6 on the board. That's a very strong move. You know, how else do you defend this pawn? If you go King c7, you're always caught in a few checks, you know, once you save the rook. So the pawn on b6 is attacked, has to be defended. I mean, if you go moves like knight e4, rook takes b6, and it's just lost because you are losing another pawn after rook b5. So, chat, this looks completely over. Koneru Humpy is on course to win her game. And can Jiner do that? Because remember, she has to mirror Humpy's result even just to tie for first place. If she betters Humpy's result, then she wins the Grand Prix outright. All three results possible in this one, because remember, if we just quickly go to the Jiner camera, rook b3 played, knight h5 attacking the pawn has to be found by Polina Shuvalova, which will boost Humpy's chances of winning the Grand Prix, because remember, both players, Koneru Humpy and Jiner, want to win the event outright. If both players tie for first place, it's good news for players like Alexandra Goryachkina and other players in the Grand Prix cycle. So, and knight f5 played, not the best move. This allows king to g6, and that has been played immediately by Jiner. And now after knight takes g7 played, rook takes e3. Now this knight is caught offside into enemy territory. Rook takes e3 will be played pretty soon. And the point being, how does white stop this pawn from advancing? The knight has to be protected by the rook. And it's getting tough for white to continue the defense. And if we switch to the other game, knight e4 played by Nurgyul. That's a very attacking move. Rook takes pawn, giving up a second pawn. So Humpy is going to be 2 pawns up with absolutely no compensation. After, let's show a random line. Rook d7, rook check, king b7, and you can simply come back with the rook, protecting the second rank, protecting both of the pawns. This looks completely game over, but this is great news for Humpy. But while knight f5 in the other game, not looking that great for Humpy.
Yeah. So it was difficult to find the knight file.
Yeah,
Rakesh.
Yeah, knight g7 played, rook into e3 played in the Jiner game. Both games in rook and knight end games, where the leaders of the tournament, Humpy and Jiner, pressing for the win in both games.
Wow. We have to appreciate, both the leaders potentially winning on demand.
Yeah.
White pieces, black pieces, the opponent doesn't matter. They know they have to win. They find the resource to win.
Very true. And knight e4 in the still not captured by Humpy. Rook takes pawn has not happened. But yeah, in this game, rook into e3, king f2 looks like the best move. Otherwise your knight is trapped. You want to play king f2, forcing the rook away, rook b3, and now the knight has an escape square on e6 or e8. Yeah, both should work, I think.
Yeah.
2 pawns up in this. Azu.
2 pawns up,
Humpy as well.
And both rook and knight end games, yeah?
Wow.
So quite similar position. By the way, knight e4 played. So she controls this square and doesn't want to give the f pawn away. So rook b6 now, very, very likely.
Yeah, I mean, rook b6 has to be played.
The thing is, Rakesh, somehow after rook b6, I'm still not sure if Humpy will not win another pawn out of these. They still feel weak In fact, the b6 pawn was the only pawn that was easy to defend. After rook b6, if you play, king c7, you can imagine already rook b5, double attack, you will lose one more, and then it really gets out of hand.
Yeah, that's game over. And while Jiner thinks if and Humpy has captured the pawn file. Rook into b6 played.
She was on path to win, by the way. Both rook c7 played in a second by Nurgyul, yeah?
Yeah, immediately played, trying to get to the c2 square, the 7th rank where rooks are best placed, hitting the pawn on f2, hitting the pawn on b2. Nurgyul trying her best for some counterplay.
I think, but simple, Rakesh. Rook b5 just kind of attacks all the remaining pawns that black has. And even if you win, one of those pawns on the 2nd rank, I'm going to win both of your pawns on the 5th rank. And at the end, it'll be like maybe 3 pawns up for Humpy.
Yeah, rook b5, rook c2, and you just protect the f2 pawn maybe by going knight to the side in the corner. So let's show that line. Rook b5, rook c2, knight h3. Looks like that should be game over.
Yep, and I think once this is defended, you might force me to, take on a5, you take on b2. But now rook d5, king d7, and I'm simply 2 pawns up. I can even bring the rook back, bring the knight to g5. Very, very safe.
And there we saw Jiner coming up to Humpy's board, checking out what's the evaluation, what's the position looking like there. Maybe even she notices the rook and knight endgames in both positions. It's like drama all the way.
Yeah. Divya game has already ended in a draw, chat. Anybody who's waiting for that. Vaishali against Salome was also a shocking draw, yeah? I mean, Salome kind of agreeing to a repetition when she was better. And then finally, Harika as well. That was the first result today. So, only the leaders still playing and their opponents suffering. Can they both kind of convert? Even if one player falters, the other really benefits in a huge way.
Absolutely, it's the benefit that goes along a long way, like reaching the women's candidates and maybe the world championship match there.
Absolutely. So pressure. And of course, they have time right now on the clock, right? So they're thinking, but once the time, if they don't finish the game off in the next 15, 20 minutes, we will again see that time trouble phase hit. And then we saw how many mistakes were happening. So they should ideally be able to reach a position where they cannot, blunder the advantage away regardless of the time.
Yeah, and in fact, we thought Humpy will win like about a couple of hours ago because of position.
The first game to finish, we thought literally.
Exactly, and Vivek Kumar is saying Jiner is the winner, and Lonely is saying if both Humpy and Zoo win, will they go to tie breaks? No, there will be no tie breaks. Humpy wins the gold medal, and Zoo will win the silver, but Humpy and Zoo will share the Grand Prix points and the prize money.
Yeah. What an important moment this for both players. I would say 10 days of effort, Rakesh, right? Coming down to this moment. We see a move from
King F2 played, best move in the position.
I think rook b3 is automatic because you want to defend the pawn on b7.
Yeah.
Should come out in just about a second.
There you go.
Yeah.
Best move, protects the knight, protects the pawn, and now Black's pawn is ready to march up the board.
Yeah. Tricky position still. Black is, by the way, 3 pawns up technically, yeah? 2 pawns aside, 2 pawns, yeah. 2 pawns up here, 2 pawns up there.
Very similar, these endgames.
So it's 3 pawns, rook and knight, versus 1 pawn, rook and knight. And we go there, it's 4 pawns, rook and knight, versus 2 pawns, rook and knight. And of course, you're going to trade these 2 pawns soon. So it will be exactly the same endgame.
Yeah.
It's literally like a perfect test, yeah? When you go and give an examination of the same question paper, you have the same endgame here. Whoever plays it better wins.
Yeah, and we will have a winner. I think in the next half an hour or so, we should be finding out the winner of this event.
Somebody chat said, Polina's poker face is impressive. I don't know if there was a poker face or not, but in general, chess players are good poker players, yeah? Okay.
Yeah, and Magnus Carlsen leading from the front, even there. So Rook C7. I think Rook B5 has to play it. No? I don't know what Humpy is thinking. Like, is there any other move side?
Not that I can think of at least. I mean, knight d3 is one that comes to mind, but at the end, rook d2 will force the knight to move, so I'm not really sure. He could start with knight h3 just to kind of preempt that, but then black can go rook c5 and kind of defend both these pawns. I really need the f pawn. I already have, thing is, if I have to choose between these two pawns to capture, I will choose the f5 pawn because basically that pawn is far away from the king and is closer to my king. So these pawns are much easier to push for white. So let's say, if we go back, rook b5, rook c2, knight h3. Let's say black just plays a random move, king d7. I would first grab this. Let's say black plays a4 in fact, rook f5, rook b2. I'll be very happy with this development because now the g pawn can run like there's no tomorrow. So still Humpy calculating. Meanwhile, Jiner is calculating. We have a move. So Polina plays knight to e8, the best move, one of the only moves in the position. And if black were to pass a move, let's say black plays h5. I think the idea is knight d6 to grab this pawn. Let's say h4, and now rook takes b7. And again, that endgame is a dead draw because there are very few number of pawns, so that cannot be the situation for black. So Jiner needs to be very accurate. For example, h5, knight d6. Let's say h4 clearly would not cut it. So maybe she needs to find some other move. What that move is not absolutely clear. Apparently, there's knight e5 after rook b7, knight g4 check. And if king g2, there is rook to d3 as the only move, which is again not an easy take. And if knight e4, then there is h4, and the h pawn basically threatens to win the game. But again, this is not crystal clear. Meanwhile, in the Humpy game, rook b5 played. So great move by Humpy, attacking both the pawns. Very, very practical. And rook c2, just one update that you cannot give the f2 pawn away. That would really weaken the g3 pawn. So knight s3 will be played. And Humpy is sailing very smoothly towards winning this game, Rakesh.
Completely silent. Let's show chat why giving up the f2 pawn is a bad idea. So let's say I'm greedy and capture rook takes a5.
Yeah.
Then knight takes f2. You see the bar dropping, but let's show chat why the bar is dropping. Rook takes b2. And now suddenly you can't push the pawn on g4. And what if you play knight d5, for example?
Simply knight e4, and I have the same philosophy. I'm going to try to grab one pawn and I'm going to try to give up the knight for the other. And this is going to lead to a rook knight versus rook endgame. If they were connected pawns, I think there was some hope. But isolated pawns are easier for your enemy to attack. So that's why the f2 pawn is important, because we need connected pawns to have the maximum chances to win this game. So rook b5, great move by Humpy. Meanwhile, we do have a game there, and Jiner comes up with the best move, knight to e5, making no mistake and noticing the winning pattern here. It is h5, h4, knight g4, combined with the rook, pushing the king back and creating a mating net. So wasting no time whatsoever.
And Humpy plays knight h3. Koneru Humpy played the most important move of knight coming back, protecting the pawn before capturing the opponent's pawns.
Yeah, only move, and now black has to find knight d6. It's okay to give up the a5 pawn, but she cannot give up the pawn on f5. Then the g pawn will be like, sitting in a Ferrari and literally run through to the g8 square, and there's nothing or nobody who can stop that pawn. So you need to play this move. Give up the a5 pawn, take the b2 pawn, and play for the best.
Yeah, this would be the best defense And let's see, Polina still thinking the knight going to f5 was, I think, her last mistake. But let's see what Nurgyul does here. If we go to the live, is this a live position?
Yeah.
And knight d6 played by Nurgyul, Sahil.
Wow. Let's go back to that board. So 96 played. I think pretty obvious why we guys discussed. Makes a lot of sense. And now we come to the moment where we will see the same endgame, Rakesh.
Yeah, the exact
Rook knight 3 pawns versus rook knight.
And I think white can easily pack up all the pawns there and finish as we wrap up this tournament.
Yeah.
Rook a5, Humpy about to play, and there you go. Rook takes pawn. White is 3 pawns up, so Salimova has to recapture the other pawn now. White's eyes are fixated on the f5 pawn and rook. We have a move in the other game. Rook g7 check. King h5 only move and
It's a
played.
tricky move, by the way, by Polina. The king is now in some sort of cut off on the h5. If you had gone on f5, then apparently rook b7 gives some chances to hold for white. So going to h5, maintaining connection, physical connection with the pawn on h6 is the best move. But now knight f6 check, king h4, and again, the king is kind of stuck.
I think that is exactly why I feel this is tougher to convert for black.
Yeah, we can see the king trying to simply push the h pawn and send the opponent packing, but as of now, white putting up some resistance there, Rakesh.
Yeah, and
I feel now the opponents are in a hurry.
yeah, I don't know why the leaders are not in a hurry. Then why are the opponents in a hurry to play quickly?
Yeah. So we go back to the game of Humpy again. I think this game is a bit more cleaner somehow. Even though I think the bar might say that position is better, I like Humpy's advantage. It's very simple to understand.
Yeah, it's simpler to play as well. 15 minutes for Polina, 20 minutes for Zujina, whereas 14 minutes for Humpy and 17 minutes for Nurgyul.
Yeah. Meanwhile, 17 and 13, Humpy behind on the clock. I wouldn't say this is something to worry about here, because as long as she has these two connected pawns, it seems to be a simple win. So, Rakesh, I think simple plan would be rook d5. The knight moves, I pick up this pawn, so you have to play king c7, for example. And now I can, activate this knight yet again. I have to be worried about these ideas though, so maybe knight g5 feels a bit better, controlling the e4 square. And if king c6, then simply rook e5, and next I will go rook e3, defend the pawn. Rook b3, for example, I think rook e3, and I still maintain winning chances.
Yeah, I think those two connected pawns is the dream, is ideal there. And
Chat, we are moments away from reaching that time trouble phase again, as we see 12 minutes for Humpy. So once we see those digits go down from 2 to 1, that will be pressure. And same in the Polina game against Zuzhina, where 13 minutes for Shuvalova. So king h5 played, and now she's trying to come up with some complications that can confuse Zuzhina. If we can have the cameras though.
And yeah, knight f6 check, king h4. You're right, the king is caught like in a weird mating net, but I think it's just about enough to maintain her advantage.
If we could move the knight away, there could be some possibilities. But the knight on e5 doing a great defensive and an attacking job.
And a very important update coming from a producer about, what is exactly going on. If you could tell, what's really up with this position, where we can see king to h5, knight f6 check, king h4 is a safe haven for the Black King, but just about enough. And so, a very important update from my side is it's quite difficult to check out and confirm the standings, but looks like Humpy will go up to 279 points and second place in the FIDE Women's Grand Prix standings. But unfortunately for her, that does not guarantee her seat. And for once, Alexandra Goryachkina will always be ahead of her. And Anna Muzichuk or Zuzana herself can overtake Humpy in Austria. So things will not be in her own hands.
King G2, by the way, I love that move, creating this, controlling the S3 square and creating some chances to go wrong. For example, let's say Black plays Knight C6. Black wants to put pressure on the A4 pawn, and suddenly the game is over. Knight F6 check, King H4, and Rook to G4. Checkmate. So the king getting stuck on the H file. So I like this move, practical bet from Polina on kind of getting the Black king stuck. So Black has to be careful. For example, Rook D4, trying to win this pawn. I will move the king further up. And if you grab this, then there is Knight F6 mate. So some clever tactics there from Polina there. And Zoo has to be careful in this position.
Yeah, Zoo really has to be careful. And, Sahil, what about this idea? I don't know if this position is winning, but let's say I play Rook B6. You continue with your King G3 waiting idea. Can I play Rook G6 check?
Yeah, that would be lost, Rakesh. If you exchange rooks,
that's
I
over.
think that is pretty much over. 2 pawns up, there should be no hope. 1 pawn up, maybe I can hold that endgame. But 2 pawns up, there would be absolutely no hope. So if you play Rook B6, I have to play something else. Maybe I'll play Rook E7 now, trying to displace that knight. And we have Knight G6, and again, it should be winning. So yeah, King E2, a great practical bet, but still winning for Zoo. Meanwhile, going to the Humpy game, Knight G5 played by Humpy, so controlling that E4 square, not hurrying with Rook D5.
Yeah, Knight G5, bringing a knight up, and also stopping Black's knight coming to the center. Now you can just capture that, and it's gonna be game over. So Humpy has exactly 10 minutes. Nurgyul 17 minutes, but with a very tough task of saving this lost position.
Yeah, exactly 10 minutes, by the way. Rarely do you see that. Yeah, 10 minutes and 0 seconds.
Yeah, and if you go to the other game, we are switching a lot, but Knight G4 played, stopping all this Knight F6 threats all at once. And Knight D6 by Polina attacking the pawn on B7.
And still maintaining some chances. For example, B6, knight, let's say, comes to E4. And if you try to, attack the pawn again, it's repetition, Rakesh.
Uh-oh.
Again. So always, keeping Black on her toes here, not giving her any chance to breathe, where she can potentially take this pawn or create another pass pawn. So, some interesting dynamic play. B6 played by Black. Let's see how Polina keeps up the pressure. Rakesh, lots of hanging pawns here. I believe if you find it, it's yours. If I grab these pawns, if I see these pawns, I will grab them. If I see anything else, I will grab it as well. Let's see what happens in this position right now. B6 played 11 minutes for Polina.
What if Knight E4? I like that idea.
I think King H4 now maybe. And you kind of get out of...
stuck.
Yeah, I know.
That's right.
Rook B2 check is incoming, and I get a feeling this game is about to be over, Rakesh.
Wow. Which game do you think ends first?
I think the Polina game ends first.
So Jiner will win and put the pressure on Humpy?
Yeah.
Humpy, remember, still will win and go into the second place in terms of the Grand Prix standings, but she's hoping that Jiner and Anna Muzichuk do not get a good performance in Austria.
this tournament has been so fun. Rakesh will be kind of missing out on the action in Austria, yeah?
Absolutely, and there'll be no commentators like us, and this amazing production team is like. Shout out to our production team again, MGD1. They're doing an amazing job from day one. Yeah. And size 94 not on the board yet. I would play 94, just to try and get those checks in. But yeah, King F4 is really, really strong.
Yeah. In the Humpy game, still no moves from Nurgyul. I think we praise the production team a lot, but sometimes one bad apple can really spoil the bunch. Can we have the cameras for the game? Thank you. And
Knight G5 is really strong, stopping the Black Knight coming into E4. And Nurgyul thinking, how can she get counterplay? Knight C4 cannot be played because Rook C5 check loses the knight.
Mr. Chang saying, I just got done with my work. I thought the games would have finished by now, but not really. Both the defending sides offering up a lot of resistance here, actually. They're not ready to give up. In fact, we expected the Humpy game to end, the first game to end with some crushing attack on the king, but somehow we ended up in an endgame. And I think both players not giving up in the final game and fighting it out for hours and hours and hours. Do you think any of the defenders will be rewarded here with that patience? Or do you think it will all be for nothing?
It's very unlikely, though. Even if the defenders put up a nice defense, the motivation of the leaders is very high, and we see as a Tejasvi, Utkarsh, and Samar all say Humpy will win the tournament. And yeah, Bright Moon, you're absolutely right. If they have the same points, they simply share the points and the prize money.
But the King B7 from Nurgyul, I feel like the king has moved in the wrong direction, Rakesh, because I think this pawn is easy to stop for the rook from A2, and the king needed to be somewhere closer to this pawn. At least that's my intuition talking there. Maybe the king can come to 6 anyways. So what can white do to win this pawn as quickly as possible? Because now that the rook is attacking this, whenever you move the knight, I grab this and it also defends f2. So my knight is a bit free. Maybe I can play knight e6, knight d4, just to kind of attack this pawn and win it.
Yeah, knight e6 looks like a very strong move. Knight d4 also coming. King b6.
King b6, and now I play rook e5 was my idea. Also having rook e3 in emergency.
And looks like Humpy has played something.
Yeah, knight e6 on the board. I think she's going after the f5 pawn, and Nurgyul will need something fantastic, something out of the box to put up a challenge here. If the pawn on f5 falls, Humpy would be glad to give the a3 pawn in return for it and then play with these two pawns, which should be a comfortable win for a player like Humpy.
Yeah, looks like this is pretty much over. As soon as I think white wins the pawn on f5, it is resignable for black. Until then, I think Nurgyul will keep defending. Like, she's a very, very good defender. Got a very nice fighting draw yesterday against Vaishali as well.
By the way, in the Sujina game, we have a move. So after b6, rook g8 was played instead. Not sure what the idea is there, but now knight e3 check played. And the king will have to commit, and king f2
played.
Maybe we will see repetition once. Knight g4, king g2. I think the idea is, if king h4, that is the idea of rook g8, Rakesh. Now knight f5 is an instant repetition. That is a trap there.
Yeah, king h4 played by Zhu.
By the way, 800 people watching again on the FIDE channel. Do like the stream. King h4 played. And now maybe rook g6, trying to attack the h6 pawn, put indirect pressure on the b6 pawn, and then the knight can move, and again trying to create those mating nets, Rakesh. But 7 minutes for Polina, it doesn't feel like it's easy.
King h4, knight e4 coming up. And so many people, like more than 1100 of you in the chat, so many. And Humpy has played rook d5, Sahil. Everybody's so excited here.
Yeah, and king c6, she might just play rook e5, I'm guessing. Or does she want to play rook d3?
I think rook e5, knight d4, and then you win the pawn with check.
True. Very
King c6 on the board. I think, Sahil, this is the game that might finish early.
Yeah.
Rook e5. How do you defend the pawn?
By the way, if knight d3, that is also winning, but rook e5 does seem to be clinical.
Rook e5 played.
She could have played rook e5 directly, but first d5, dragging the king, and now rook e5. Just flawless.
So that you get knight d4 with a check. In fact, a move like rook b3 would end the game immediately with knight d4 check. So Nurgyul, of course, will not play that.
If she plays rook a2, Rakesh, trying to win the pawn, knight d4, let's say king d7, I might even just play rook to d5, pinning the knight. And if rook a3, then, rook d6 is also possible, actually.
Yeah.
Just winning
nice
on the spot. So lots of tactics in the air.
Yeah, and it's a tough thing to do, that what Nurgyul is doing, because she is defending a lost position for the last 3 hours. So kudos to her.
She's done it multiple times, Rakesh. I think, especially the second half of the tournament, she's been winning, she's been worse, but the games have been extremely exciting.
Yeah, and if Humpy wins, she ties with Zuzina, she goes up to 279 points, which puts her in second position in the FIDE Women's Grand Prix standings. But Zuzina herself and Anna Mozichuk can overtake her with a strong performance in Austria. So Humpy is not guaranteed of a spot in the candidates.
Meanwhile, as little things, let's have rook d2 played.
Stopping knight d4 check.
Yeah. But knight g7 maybe. And f4, Rakesh, what do? Do you kind of take this pawn and be 3 pawns up with double pawns? Do you play g4? That's not an easy choice, right? Because
f3 and your king is caught in some trouble. So I think I would just capture gf4.
Interesting choice there. Maybe I would just play a4, a5. That feels like a nice... Because the knight
easier.
Cannot move, right? Knights cannot move. So if you move the knight, I grab the pawn. So a4, a5, let's just kind of wait and force black to move. There's nothing black can do, right? There's no threat.
Yeah, agree. There's absolutely no threat there. And, just too many pawns to be worried about for Salimova.
Because double pawns, you never know, chat. Knight g7, f4 takes. If this pawn is lost, these 2 pawns sometimes can be tricky to convert. So connected pawns, always the best if you can have it.
You see Humpy thinking how to convert this position. Can we go to the other game, please? Because Shuvalova under 5 minutes, Sahil.
Wow, so we saw, I think, knight e3 check, right? King f2, king h4 played, rook g6 attacking the pawn, and pawn to h5. The king dragging the pawn bit by bit, and White hoping that at some point there'll be some sort of repetition or a mating net that she can take advantage of. But as of now, Zuzina giving absolutely no hope.
Yeah, and Very, very interesting to note that this king on the h5 is the only counterplay for Polina, and who is under 4.5 minutes now. She has to play the entire game with this time. Remember, there's no time control, there's no additional time. So, Polina thinking what's the best way to create as many problems as possible for the Chinese player.
King e2. Okay. Sidestepping any checks. But okay, I mean, maybe just knight g4 now. Because if I play king h3, I thought there would be something, but even this works.
Yeah, at knight e4, if I'm threatening
Yeah, that
to play
would,
rook check, you just play h. No, you
No.
can't play h4.
Hey, h4 also is possible, but it's a bit risky. I get your angle. Knight f2.
Yeah, this is getting tricky.
Yeah.
King f3, and if you don't pay attention, oh no, even that, there's no rook g2 made either.
Yeah, but it's barely holding. Yeah, you're tied down to
Correct,
defending the
correct.
square. So I think maybe knight g4 there is kind of limiting the scope of the rook. It's very, very normal. Maybe then rook g5 and then h4, and you keep kind of dragging this formation one step at a time. Ulin has to be a bit careful though. You never know.
Yeah, has to be careful, like you said, Sahil, one mistake can throw away the advantage of so many days. And knight d5. Idea is to just come around with knight f4 check that forks the king and the rook. So Polina has to be wary of that.
I think rook g8. Yeah, just put the knight back, or rook back, sorry, on g8, far away from the black knight. Makes a lot of sense. And if knight f5 check, it's still very, very close. Only one square for the king. And rook g5, h4. You keep moving this forward and you keep maintaining that bind here on the king side. But I do think black should win this.
And if you go to the other game, king g2 played by Humpy.
Also very logical, I think. There is no plan for black. Let's activate every single piece we can. Also, if rook d3, Rakesh, do you play rook e3 or do you just push the pawn? I think just push the pawn.
Just push.
Rook e3, I think maybe there could be some scope here in this endgame like this.
Yeah,
Although
it's too risky.
not sure. Okay. This should be winning. But yeah, not too kind of go to that.
See, I think it's 4.5 hours of chess already. 3 games drawn. All the other games, the most important games, are still going on.
6 minutes for Humpy, 9 minutes for Nurgyul. Peasant saying, I want Humpy to be championship challenger. I think there's a lot of variables right now in that equation. And 2 very important ones are the results of these 2 games. Oh, Zuzina playing something there.
Knight f4, not the best move, Sahil.
Knight f4, not the best one, but kind of doing the job for now. Let's put the rook on g8, maintain that bind on the king. For example, rook g8. If you decide to again grab this pawn, maybe there is some potential with some few checks. You never know what can happen. So, as of now, rook, maybe g8. It's the move.
Yeah, keep the rook as far as away as possible from the knight so that you don't lose your rook. And king d7 by Salimova on the other board.
Yeah, that doesn't really change much. Yeah, you can just knight g7. Finally, she goes for it. I think the plan is after f4, maybe to even go g4. And you can try to gobble this pawn up with knight h5 or some other way.
And very important trick is knight c4. Can we go to the Humpy board? The live position?
Yeah, knight c4, rook e4, yeah?
No. And without f4, g4.
Yeah.
Knight C5. Do not play rook takes f5 because rook knight e3 check will lose you the rook.
Yeah, that will be a draw. Maybe Carlsen has won this once, but yeah, don't want to go there.
At g7, Nurgyul under 8 minutes now. Both end games. And what are the chances of both leaders just playing at both positions having the same material balance?
No, I think these two players deserve it. Yeah, both of them have played some fantastic chess. They both probably had one lucky break.
Yeah.
So Humpy had it yesterday. Zuzina had it in an earlier game. I think it was against Salimova, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the queen sacrifice.
Yeah, so both have had one lucky break there. Both have really had some crushing victories as well, and have just played some fascinating chess. And they drag it all the way to the last round, even under pressure, not giving any chance for their opponents.
Yeah, and both games still going on. Knight g7 played by Humpy. Who will win first?
Even their evaluation, by the way, is each plus 2.8 and minus 2.8, just completely equal.
I think these players deserve to, split and share the prize money and the Grand Prix points at this point.
Sometimes it happened. I don't remember who I was commentating with, but I said something like this, the dialogue he said, and suddenly next move, one person blundered.
So if that happens again, then what are the chances?
And then one person won that. So I'm not really sure.
Oh my god.
Pre-moving the commentary now.
The commentator's curse.
Producers OP saying Naranjeet in the chat.
Yeah, fully deserved.
Maybe his name is Vansh. I don't know. I have a guess. Yeah, look, G8 now. 14 minutes for Zuziner. The thing is, in this game, if Zuziner makes a mistake, she can literally lose. But in that game, there is no way Humpy can lose that game. That's the basic difference here.
Correct.
And it's possible to go wrong with the black king on h4 if you're not careful. In the Humpy game, however, if you look at this, it's almost impossible to imagine, unless you blunder an entire rook for free.
With that, even that is draw. Even f5
exactly. Draw. So there's no way.
And if you quickly show the standings for about 5 to 10 seconds of this tournament, just to show the players on the same point. 6-6, Divya has already drawn, so both the players have to win to get the better of each other. And f4 played by Nurgyul. Sahil, do we take or no?
I would, with the king on g2, I would actually prefer g4. There is no f3, no clear counterplay. So g4 just feels normal. And if black tries to, capture this pawn, I can even just play knight h5 and try to win this pawn. There are tactics with knight f5 and seems to be winning on the spot. But even if there was no tactic, knight h5, rook takes a3, knight takes f4, seems to be completely winning.
Fair. And yeah, and she goes g4, Sahil.
Yeah. Varun, we are not switching rapidly. I think we're getting one move at a time in each game. So our production crew is pretty, good at switching games, and do not worry. And we have left the broadcast in good hands.
Yeah, and just like we have the players' camera, if Varun, you could see a camera of our comedy room, you would be stunned to see
the dedication, the hard work, the sweat.
It's just blood and tears and the high level of production these guys have been managing for the last 8 days. Similarly, how they did the Chennai Grandmasters tournament by themselves.
I can see. By the way, let's go to the other game quickly.
Some action coming. Knight e4 played, and what's happening here, sir?
By the way, after rook g8, the rook was attacked. King moves to h3. So another, shift one step forward.
One step at a time.
Yeah, and here, if you go h4, that's a blunder already. It's a draw. Knight g5 check, king h2, knight f3 check. and it's a repetition. And if you dare go to h1, that is mate in one. So you see how there are easy ways for black to go wrong. h4 would be a blunder, so you have to come up with something else. And also, by the way, rook b2 check, king f3, so that doesn't really improve matters at all.
What do you do now then, sir? Knight d3 check looks like
Knight d3, king e2 maybe. Again with knight f2 check. So knight d3, king e2. I'm threatening knight f2 now. Maybe knight g5, I don't know. Still.
knight d3 check on the board
Whoa.
by Zoo. King e2 has to be.
Wow. So knight f4 now.
Yeah, is that a repetition there?
Could be, right? Because king e2, what do you play as black? If you play h4 now, knight g5 is again a draw. With the same repetition.
Things are getting tricky, and Zoo luckily has 12 minutes. Otherwise, it would have been tricky.
And now king h4 and knight f4 are the only two moves. That is not easy, Rakesh, to play. And you cannot move the king back, and knight f4 back is a repetition.
King h4 has to be played, and we just see what she plays. Because let's quickly have a look at Humpy's game, because it looks like Salimova is going to lose the pawn.
Oh, f4 played, g4 indeed, knight c4, and now rook to e4, giving up the a3 pawn for the f4 pawn.
Knight e3 check.
Oh wow, king f3 seems to be the
only move.
And of course, it's an obvious one though. King h3, you lose the f2 pawn, so that's no surprise.
And we are going to get this position. Knight takes g4, king takes g4, rook takes f2. Now white has to maintain this pawn on a3.
Do you think Nurgyul goes for this? But this should be lost, right? Maybe not actually. The a4 pawn, you never know. Wow.
King f3 played by Humpy.
Oh, will we see this variation now? King f3 played. Now will Nurgyul go for knight takes g4 with the hope to grab that?
Because let me show you quickly. Knight g4, king g4. Rook takes f2. You cannot play rook takes f4 because rook g2 check hangs the knight. And if you don't capture that, my pawn on f3 will still be alive.
Wow, and here, let's say you try to, I don't know what you do, let's say knight f5. I will try to move my king and simply try to prepare for this pawn. And if I win that pawn, it's a draw.
Yeah, a rook and knight versus a rook is theoretically drawn. And these players are very strong. They can maybe, even draw it blindfolded, Sahil.
Yeah, and this means there could be another twist here, Rakesh, if white goes wrong a little bit. Do you think Nurgyul goes for this variation? I think she will. She has to.
She has to. I mean, where else does the knight go?
Yeah, I mean, knight d5, this cannot be the way I can even just move anything. Yeah, just g5, knight f5. If lots of options possible.
No, she goes knight d5.
Oh, she does.
Misses a great practical chance.
Yeah, that would have been the practical try. Goes knight d5. Is there a threat? For example, let's say I go a4, rook d3 check, king g2, f3 check, king g3. I don't see what was the point of all this. Now I'm simply going to gobble this pawn up and it should be over.
Yeah, and a4 is like the best move, I think, because g5 you have to calculate this rook d3 check. King moves, rook captures pawn. You might have to, you'll still win. You have to capture that, but I'll just like pawn to a4. Simple.
Yeah.
Pawn to g5, also winning.
I think Nurgyul missed a trick there. Of course, that would have been lost likely, but it could have, led Humpy to think, and with less time on the clock. Nurgyl's plan would have been simple. Yeah, king 6, king b5, rook a2, let's just grab the pawn. So it would have been difficult for Humpy, but she misses that opportunity. If Zoo wins this and Humpy also, then who will be first? Rakesh has already answered multiple times. If that happens, then Humpy does win the gold medal, but she doesn't get the maximum number of points she can for the FIDE Grand Prix circuit. So I think that means her chances of qualifying to the candidates are not as high. By the way, a4 played, rook check, and simple king g2 seems to be pretty convincing for Koneru Humpy.
I think now, Sahil, this looks over for Nurgyul and Humpy edging closer to victory. Jiner has not played.
Let's jump to the Jiner game. After knight e4, king e2, she has not been able to come up with a move yet. 8 minutes for her. She needs to come up with a move. Let's say knight f4, king f2. That doesn't change much. And king h4 would be an incredibly difficult move to find. So I think we will see knight f4 now. some sort of repetition. After king f2, she will try to find something else. She still can't go h4. That's a draw because of this variation. So she will have to probably find a move like rook.
She played king h4, Sahil.
Wow, that is impressive actually. King h4. Not an easy move to play when you're under pressure on the clock. And you want to push the h pawn, right? It doesn't seem cohesive with your plan, but it is the best move.
What a move. Deserving. What a player.
Yeah.
Jiner, China. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, I think she's not in a hurry to grab those pawns, Rakesh. That is the main point. She has that patience. Some people just grab whatever they see. That's not the best philosophy, Rakesh. And she is focused on the longer vision there of simply trying to win the game.
Just patience is the key, because that is how you ensure you don't miss anything or you don't forget anything and everything is just smooth. King g2 played by Humpy.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there is a lot of sharpness in this position.
It's the position actually. Deadly threats, I would say, Rakesh. And
King g2 played.
yeah, on the board.
Yeah, just you can start promoting the A pawn.
The tension is so much. The commentators have no words. Wow.
King g2, what does black do now?
I think she has to just understand it's over. I think she missed her last chance, and now there is absolutely no practical way she can put up resistance, and it will be a heartbreak for Nurgyul, I feel, who's had a bunch of games where she could have won, she could have had some amazing results, but she couldn't convert, and that means this will be another heartbreak. And she will finish at 3.5, Rakesh, and that could be at the bottom 3 of the table, number 7 maybe. She will not be as happy with that performance, I feel.
True, very true. And she's down to her last 2 minutes, Sahil.
Yeah.
We will have a result very, very soon, and then we can shift our focus to the other game where, Zhu not showing the best of techniques, but still somehow managed to get the things done.
I think that is the critical game, Rakesh, because that's where I feel it's not as easy, as smooth for either side to convert. And of course, Black has 8 minutes now. What happens when she has 1 minute? So if White can kind of keep coming tricky moves and keep putting Black under pressure, not allow her to make it simple, she will face some problems. And Knight d6 on the board, threatening Knight f5, and then Rook g3 and Rook takes d3. So winning that piece, so Knight c5 on the board, and now Knight f5 check could be a possibility. And if King h3, then Knight d4, attacking the Rook as well.
And Sahil, another thing which could be very challenging for Zhu Jiner is if she sees Koneru Humpy win the game.
But a move there in that board again.
F3 check.
Pushing our production crew to the limit there, as Chad said. F3 played. Now King can come up to G3, and that is an extremely safe square for the King. And now you might not even get the A pawn, Rakesh. This might even be a situation where you have 3 pawns up.
Yeah, and let's stick with this game. King G3 played.
Yeah.
And as soon as there is resignation on this board, you can feel the tension for Zhu Jiner rising.
Yeah, and simple plan. I just want to grab this pawn. Maybe something like this could be game over. They might be. You can simply even push the G pawn, Rakesh.
There's no threat.
The Rook is also kind of stuck there. Even the Knight coming back. Lots of moves, and you can't even go forward, right? Because then the King kind of picks up this pawn.
Plays Knight C3. Idea is Knight E2 check.
But Rakesh, rook e3, that could be, but okay, I don't want to lose the a4 pawn, yeah? Maybe it's best not to do that. Because rook e3, you take, you pick up a4. They should be winning, but usually I think with split pawns, maybe Humpy might not go for this. What do you think she might go for this?
It's like I think there's no reason to go for this.
But the a4 pawn is hanging, and if you go rook f4, that's how you lose the game with knight e2 check, and you lose the rook for free. So you have to be careful.
That's the only way I think white could lose.
And rook e3, I think black has no option. You have to take, right? Because knight e2 check and you just pick up the pawn for free. So you have to take that rook. So Nurgyul is hoping that those split pawns will give her some chances to hold a draw.
We have some moves on the other board side. Shuvalova down to 1 minute.
Wow. So, we have king f2, king again, moving towards the black king, king h3, and now rook
g6, blunder.
That is a big blunder from Shuvalova with a minute on the clock. Apparently simple knight d3 check.
And the rook is lost.
Yeah, because king e2, there is knight f4. And if you move the king to f3, there is knight e4. And king up is also knight e5. So
king f1 is rook b1 check, king e2 and knight f4 check. Loses the rook.
So that is game over. So the game of Shuvalova versus Zuzina is about to end. That will be the first game to end. Let's go there quickly. And let's see the final few moves. Can Zuzina find knight d3 check?
Yeah, and while we stay at this camera and this scene, remember, Humpy has played rook e3 and we have reached that endgame, so that will end later.
Yeah.
So let's stick to this because we will see a handshake very soon.
Yeah, this will last for the next 10 minutes. I think Rakesh, as Humpy tries to push these pawns, but that is a huge break for Zuzina, getting that moment when her opponent has no time. So time again working in her favor and all the pressure working out, and knight d3 check will end the game on the spot if Zuzina finds it.
I think she's going to find it. And you see Polina realizes it, shakes her head. Zoo's about to play her move. Knight d3 incoming. If she plays knight d3, the game is over. White can resign this.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
no, she plays knight takes a4.
Wow, another twist. This game promises to just keep on giving, Rakesh. Of course, it's a free pawn now. It's 3 pawns versus 0 pawns. But it could have been over in one move.
Yeah, and oh my god, what a twist. Let's go to the other game because Humpy has started to push her king and the pawns.
Yeah, and of course, it is completely winning. You just have to be a bit careful, not to get into some folks where you lose one of the pawns. If you lose one pawn, it's a forced draw.
Yeah.
So every pawn matters here, but it is a very, very simple win. So we keep guessing this game will end first, then a twist happens, this game will end first, a twist happens. So they end together, Rakesh. I don't know.
Yeah, and Humpy, just pushing king f5. Looks super strong.
By the way, almost 900 people watching on the FIDE channel. Do like the stream. Let's get to 1K watching if we can. As of now, Humpy close to winning. King f4, moving the king forward. King e7, king f5, moving the king forward. King s7. And usually, Rakesh, it's a good, strategic decision to kind of keep the king at a, a distance from the knight where you cannot be checked instantly. So knight cannot check the king in one move. And that's a good pattern to follow.
Knight h5 played. Idea is to push the pawn. Let's go to the other game. Only 9 seconds for Polina.
Oh, knight f5 played. So again, keeping that threat in mind of some check, some repetition on the h-file. And Zuzina will probably bring the knight back and then start pushing her a-pawn if there's nothing else for white. Okay, is there a... Let's say, what if I give you 3 moves? What do you play? In terms of trying to go for repetition. Not like rook g3 and rook takes b3 and rook c3.
Knight e3, rook g1, rook h1 is checkmate. So
no, I mean, is there a repetition? How do I maneuver the knight to go for repetition?
No, repetition is tough. Like ideally, I need to bring my knight to f3.
Yeah.
For some repetition or even a rook g3 checkmating. 15 seconds.
She has to play now. 12 seconds now. Pressure on the clock.
Play, Polina.
Knight e3 check incoming, and yes, rook g8
Rook
gets
G8.
away from any check, so she will not lose the game in one move. But maybe just a4, Rakesh. The passed pawn must be pushed, and Polina is about to go down to Zuzhina, and who will take sole lead until maybe Humpy also wins.
Yeah, and A4 played.
Yeah, she's not waiting around. Okay, knight. She's going for your plan.
Yeah, now Rook G3 is a huge threat. Pawn to A3 is a blunder.
Yeah, pawn a3. It's losing now.
Yeah.
King h4, knight g2 is mate, and king h2 simply knight f1 here. And okay, here mate. I was about to do this. Happens. So yeah, nice move.
So, this pawn and this G3 square has to be covered. So, pawn to H4 is a very, very strong move. Knight E4 check, also a strong move.
Knight e4 looks more human, of course, but then the knight can be attacked. So what's your next move? There needs to be a follow-up. I'm getting a feeling if Zuzhina had 1 minute here, this would be extremely difficult. But with 7 minutes, she should have enough time to calculate this through. Meanwhile, in the Humpy game, we have a bunch
Few
of
checks.
Knight f4, few checks, but as long as you don't lose a pawn, it should be elementary now. E4, I think, will come on the board.
Yeah, pawn to G5 again. Do not hurry because Knight F3 check and you lose the advantage.
Yeah, G5, Knight F3, and it's a draw. So be very careful going back to Zuzhina game. Knight D3 check on the board. Just King F3, Rakesh. I mean,
Yeah, keeping the threat alive. You still have Rook G3 check and the draw alive. King F3 has to be played by Polina Shuvalova.
all the pressure on the players. These are the final moments. You could throw away 5 hours of effort in one move here if you make a mistake. That's the hard part about chess. Do you think we'll see a twist or both players win?
I think we will see both players win. Now it's too far along, but if we have to see a twist, I think it's going to be in this game.
Both games possible now, Rakesh. One pawn move and it's a draw.
15 seconds left for Polina.
11, 10,
9,
6,
5,
5,
4, 3, play.
2, 1, play. Oh, she played on 3 seconds. Wow.
And that's a good move.
But now A3 works, Rakesh. Why not King F3?
Maybe A3, King F3.
But how does that help?
It doesn't. And no, Knight E5.
Okay, so still maybe King F2 again.
King F2,
Or
Knight
G4.
No, Knight into G4, H4, Rook H8, checkmate. Oh my god. Can we see this?
No, it's not. It is check. Yeah, it is. But I can give a check first. I can give a check first. That would be insane. By the way, Rook G5 played. Oh, Rook B2 is the only move. What?
What?
How is Rook B2 the only move?
No way. No way, chat.
That's why you should not have too much coffee. But Rook B2 check seems to be the only move for Zuzhina here. Because the knight and the pawn are both attacked. That is the problem.
Zuzhina under pressure. Sahil, will we have another twist to the tail?
I am in for twist always. Would love to see one player win it all. But of course, Rook B2 is a logical move for Zuzhina. She has time on the clock to calculate this. And it pushes the king back to the back rank. So it's such a logical move for black.
Yeah, and again, Rook B2 check. If you go king one step back, there is a fork with Knight F3 check. So Rook B2, the most important move.
And then you have to play King F1, for example, and then Knight comes to F3, and if Rook H5, King G3, you don't have any checks, and Rook F2 is literally mate. So that will be game over. So we could be a couple of moves away.
Can we go full screen, please, just for this one important move?
Awesome.
Yeah, this is an amazing scene. Rook B2 check, the only move in the position there.
Polina hoping against hope. That does not give that check.
As the whole of Indian supporters hold their breath and pray for Rook B2 not to be played.
By the way, 900 people watching on the FIDE channel. Let's like the stream. Let's push it to 1K if possible. And Rook B2 check. Rakesh, also, there are the moves. I think you can play Knight G4, for example, and still hope. But the cleanest way and the only way where you have no tricks is...
Sahil, is Knight G4 still winning?
It's actually close to winning, yeah? Rook H5, King G3. And it is, dodgy here how you hold. For the Knight F5 check is needed, which for white is not easy to play. But I think Rook B2 has to be played. You have to push the king back.
Yeah, let's stick to this game because this is the most important. And she played the last few moves with just a few seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Sonu saying, don't shout so much, guys. Rakesh, bye.
Yeah, I mean, that is the excitement.
Yeah.
And rook b2, the only move possible.
Meanwhile, in the Humpy game, the king is getting a bit too close, Rakesh. I don't know. How do you push these pawns?
Can I use the phone a friend option there? But yeah, I think knight.
h3, g5.
Yeah, it is tricky. It is very tricky.
It's tricky. Correctly, pawn much is good.
But you can use the zugzwang maneuver. Let's switch to
Yeah.
the other board quickly.
Oh, she played rook b2 check, the critical move, finding that only move, and king d1, the best move in the position, because after that exchanges, that king g3 was a mating threat on rook f2, as we saw in that variation. So king d1, nice move, getting away from those threats and closer to these passed pawns, because the h5 pawn will fall.
What if I just play pawn to a3, so that in case you capture my knight, I just ignore. Yeah, okay. And I just ignore and play pawn to
that is this clinical, yeah. Knight c2 just takes the knight, and maybe that is the idea of Jiner, to forget about the pawn, forget about the knight, just to queen the a pawn. That is winning. So Jiner about to win her game. Moments away. All she has to do is push that pawn to a3, and after a couple of checks and a couple of captures, Polina will have to resign.
Yeah, this looks completely over now. Rook b2, the last important move she had to find there.
Wow, what a finish this game has had. Lots of tricks, Rakesh, with that king stuck on the h file. But finally, the a pawn will come through and win the game for black.
Wow, what a finish we are having here. In fact, if the rooks are exchanged and a pawn is lost, same position we have in Humpy versus Nurgyul.
And if he played, Jiner is flawless in her. And I think Polina has realized that the game is over. You can grab a few pieces there, it doesn't matter. It is over. So for example, rook e5, a2, you can even give a check for free because the king cannot attack the rook. And now there is no way for the rook to be back to stop the pawn. And knight c2, I just pick up the knight and queen. And of course, if this pawn did not exist, I would expect Polina to play rook against queen, and we've seen that in a draw. But here, that extra pawn just makes sure it's such a designable position. So a3, Rakesh, do we expect Polina to resign now?
No. At least she'll play on for a couple of moves for sure.
Yeah. 903 people watching. I think that's the peak watching we've had, Rakesh, in the entire tournament so far. So let's see.
So it's almost 1300 across all channels. So big shout out to everyone in the chat. Rook takes pawn check played.
Yeah. She takes with check, wins one of those pawns. But is there any chance she can hold that a pawn? I don't see it.
Yeah, 37 seconds. You just feel it's going to be game over in the next couple of moves.
Yeah.
And then we can go to Humpy's game and see.
Which is also tricky, yeah. It's not
clear.
Yeah.
15 seconds for Polina. This pawn is queening, so knight c2 has to be played.
Let's go. 4 seconds. She takes the knight, and after a2, the only move, of course, but the most obvious one, she will play knight c2. Black will take the knight, and then she will press the clock. Design. Rakesh, that is a great game by Jiner to go to first place.
Yeah, knight c2 on the board. Zhu will play rook captures knight, which allows her. There you go.
She gives it check. Okay. She wants
to go rook a3. That's a great attempt.
Yeah.
Try and delay it, but rook goes to the side simply for black. No, rook b2 and rook b1 check is unstoppable.
Yeah. I was giving this check. So.
Yeah, even that everything is winning, but just a nice little check. before resignation, and king f2 by Zoo.
Yeah, rook a3 and rook b2 resigns.
What a finish.
With this, I think Divya's third position also becomes confirmed because Polina was the only one who could have caught up with her. So she will go down, and Divya finishes in third place with 5.5. And now it's all about the first place. 907 people watching, so that's another peak.
Yeah.
Record after record, Rakesh.
And rook a3, I think rook just to b2, and it should be resignation.
Yeah.
There you go.
King
Zujiner
b1.
playing it
Sure.
instantly, and great camera work there by the arbiter. And just about rook b1 check, and it should be game over. That is resignation, I think, sir.
Yeah, that's resigns. And Polina will sit there for maybe 30 seconds. Then she'll press the clock, and then she will have to admit defeat. There it is. The game is over. So Zuzina with a stunning victory with the black pieces, ensuring that she will at least finish tied first. What a beautiful game. Let's quickly head off to Humpy. Can she also win, or will Zuzina have
Soul
soul first? Let's have a look. Knight S2 was played. Knight S2 attacking the pawn. Rakesh getting tricky. G5 check. King G6. King D6 now. Knight to F3. So still, some.
Yeah, but now pawn to e5, because I'm
Yeah.
happy to give up one pawn
Yeah.
to capture, to promote the other pawn.
Yeah, e5 push. Great play there. And we are very, very close to Humpy winning this. Simply
Yeah.
pawn to e6. You can ignore
Keep
all of
pushing.
this. This is like a separate unit. You can just kind of play with these two against the knight, and this pawn should win. So Humpy will also win, and that will be tied first, and Humpy will be the winner.
Yeah, it's joint winners, and well deserved. I would say both of them deserve this championship, I feel. And yeah, that's
950 people watching on the FIDE channel, by the way.
Oh my god, that's a big peak.
That's the maximum we've had. Can we reach 1K watching? That will be insane, as we have the finale to the final game of the final round of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix.
Absolutely, very well put there, Silent. Nice call. And king d6. Knight d2 check. Pawn to e6. Pawn to e7. Pawn to e8. Simple threats by Humpy. How do you stop that, Silent?
There is no way. I think Nurgyul looking around. There is no way, actually. I think two connected pass pawns were strong, but even two split pawns kind of doing the job. Humpy making sure that there are no complications. The problem is, Rakesh, the knight is behind the pawn. The king can never really approach the knight. You can't even take this pawn. So it's basically just this again, this. You will have to sacrifice the knight for that pawn, even in the best case scenario. And then the king will walk back, wait for you to push, and then king, knight, and pawn against king should be winning. So there is no way that Nurgyul can create any complications now.
Yeah, pawn to e7 incoming. No way to stop that. Knight e4 check. I just think king
C6
yeah,
feels this is the diagonal distance, right? The
From the knight.
longest time it takes for the knight to give a check is like 2 squares diagonally from the knight. So here the knight cannot give you a check, and king cannot push f7, and she plays king c6. I think
No, king d5 played.
king d5 also works. Knight c3, she's making e5, Rakesh, and again the same
Diagonal distance. In fact, computers showing something like mate in 24 and so on. So it is completely winning now. Zuziner still in the lead by a 1 point, unless and until Koneru finishes her game.
King d5, maybe knight. Yeah, knight g5, very important. Takes, and the king.
Knight c3 played, Sahil. So king e5, we are expecting the diagonal distance, as you mentioned.
Is there a term for this distance, Rakesh? Like there should be, right?
I don't know the term. Yeah, it's
976 people watching, Rakesh. We are
Wow.
very, very close to that 1K viewership. If we can touch it, that would
Yeah,
be a big thing.
980.
That too in the final moments of the
Final game of the 5th leg of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix.
That would be a great finish to the tournament as Koneru Humpy catches up with the tournament leader Jiner. All she has to do is put that king on e5, push that pawn at some point, and it should be all over.
Inside chat, do like this stream if you're watching, because 987 viewers now. We are closing in like how Humpy is closing in on the win.
And king c6 also very effective. No checks possible. I think we'll see knight e4 and now simply e7, Rakesh. King f7. I think king to d7 should be winning, I'm guessing here. Maybe something else. Wait. Oh, this knight f2 as the winning move.
Beautiful. But
That is crazy.
knight e4 played, Sahil. We might see this variation.
Yeah.
Pawn to e7. King goes back. You play knight f2. Knight takes f2. Free knight. Not at all. King d7. That's a queen.
But I think that's a bit tricky as well. Yeah? You want a cleaner way as white to finish it off. I wonder if there is one. Maybe king d7 first.
And we have 1,002 watching. That's
Let's
amazing.
go! One country watching finally, Rakesh.
Yeah, that's great news. Big shout out to all the viewers in the chat. Thank you for supporting us, liking the stream, and thank you to the organizers and the production team as well. Big shout out to everyone. And Sahil, to you, of course.
Oh, thank you, Rakesh. Amazing to commentate with you on these exciting games. Meanwhile, Humpy trying to finish the game off. Let's see how much time will that take. I think king comes to... Oh, she's not played king d7 yet.
Yet, she's thinking. She's still trying to figure out.
1 minute on the clock, Rakesh. So, you never know.
King d5.
Ooh, another twist. They have repeated once, by the
It
way.
is getting very tricky, Sahil.
They have repeated once. So if king c6, knight e4, king d5 is a draw. So they have to be careful.
Humpy has to be very careful of these, tricks. King e5 now.
Yeah,
When
that's what you're hoping for, right? Because now there's also threat of knight f4 check. And if you take, then e7, e8 just queen. So that's also in the air in some lines. And the knight probably has to go to b5. Maybe, I don't know where the knight will go now. No comfortable square.
Knight goes to b5, Sahil, you're right.
Oh, knight f4 check does win now. Knight f4, if you take, then e7. Knight c7, knight e6 wins on the spot.
Yep, that is
If
game
knight e4,
over.
now it's a check. Yeah, it's over. Knight f4 check played. She has sacked the g5 pawn, and Humpy has spotted the win there. If the king goes back, of course, 2 pawns down, it's over. You have to grab this pawn, and then e7, knight c7, and knight e6 is game over.
Wow. What a finish.
Yeah. Oh,
King
she
g7 played.
She does not take it.
Nurgyul keeps fighting.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely loving the positive comments in the chat. Thank you so much for your support. Loving the positivity and the feedback. Big shout out to everyone in the chat there.
Yeah. Okay, king g7. Rakesh, how do you finish this off? There has to be a way because king f5, there's knight d4 check. You have to repeat.
Knight
Knight
d5.
d5, okay.
I really like that, the black's knight has been controlled by both the king and the knight.
Yeah. Now I think e7 is in the air. If the knight moves, the king can also come up. We can even kind of forget about the g pawn and just focus on the e pawn. Now just 2 squares away from queening.
Absolutely, and I think we should see the end of this game in the next
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Yeah. 82 move game. A very well fought game between both players.
Yeah. So I'm saying, what is the secret of our energy? I would say Bisleri, Rakesh. Is a great secret there.
Yeah, always keeps us hydrated in this lovely hotel at the Fern in Amnora town in Pune. King f8
Oh,
played.
this should be simple. I think g6, king f6, lots of options. once the Black Kings of the back rank, that's already, I think, a sign that the game is about to be over.
And yeah, you could just start pushing the other pawn as well, right? Pawn to G6 looks like that would be GG's. Yeah, and King F8, pawn to G6 should be over. Humpy has 1 minute on the clock. Salimova has 2 minutes, but no hope in the position.
In total, we have already crossed 1,500 people watching, Rakesh. That's amazing.
Yeah, 1,500 across all channels. That's a huge number. And big shout out to everyone in the chat and the lovely moderators as well. And our production crew, everyone.
G6 pushing the pawn, both the pawns on the 6th rank now, and black is stuck, unfortunately. There is no defense. Simply E7 check, King E8, and G7 pushing
the pawn queens.
Pawn queens. There is no.
It's an unavoidable checkmate in one if you go King E8. Polina, Nurgyul plays knight.
I think E7 check. Yeah. E7 and here, and then you maybe push the 3 pawn, yeah? E7, King E8. G7, knight C6.
But I like E7 check, King E8, and King to E6.
Nice.
How will you stop checkmate in one? And I expect resignation in the next 30 seconds. And there you go! Koneru Humpy wins a big game, joins Jiner in the lead, and both of them finish joint first with 7 out of 9, Sahil.
That is such a great finish to this epic tournament. Some stunning games. And the winner of the tournament is indeed Koneru Humpy. She's played some amazing chess. And Rakesh, I think the games were such a treat to watch, including this one. And overall, the tournament itself has been amazing.
Yeah, and what a marathon game by Humpy. Both leaders giving the viewers what they wanted. 2 champions played a very similar end game. The rook and knight and 2 pawns put up nice pressure. Both of them ended up on 7 out of 9. But because Humpy had more black games, she wins the India leg of the Grand Prix. She gets the gold medal. Jiner gets the silver medal. And Divya Deshmukh with the bronze.
Congrats to all the winners. Of course, maybe the players would have hoped for more Grand Prix points. But I think in terms of the standings, all the players will be pretty happy. Be it Humpy, be it Jiner, be it Divya. And there you see the results for today. Vaishali escaping in a worse position with the draw. Koneru Humpy getting that crushing victory. Divya drawing against Alina. And then, of course, Jiner striking with the black pieces. And Harika and Munguntuul had a very calm draw. So exciting games overall, Rakesh, as they have been during this entire event. And they've been a treat to watch.
Absolutely. What an exciting round 9, Sahil. Very exciting finish. And it was a treat to commentate throughout the tournament here.
Yeah, it's been amazing. The venue is amazing. The players have been fascinating. The games have been amazing. Our production crew is amazing. I think overall this event has just kind of been has shown that how well India can organize these events. I would love to have more and more of these in our country.
Absolutely, so I fully agree there. And just to wrap up, Koneru Humpy has finished first, gets the gold medal, tied with Jiner of China. So remember, Zhu and Koneru both get the same number of Grand Prix points, that is 117.5. And even the prize money is shared at 15,500 euros. Divya gets the bronze medal, Sahil. Any last thoughts about your about commentating on these events, the quality of the games?
I would say what's been fascinating have been the twists and turns in the games, especially during time pressure phases. It's just been, you can never predict what's going to happen. There might be a twist coming up.
Yeah.
And the games have been extremely high quality as well. We've seen 99 point something, 7 accuracy in one game. It doesn't get better than that. And I think this tournament overall just proves how good these events can be if the players are kind of pushed for the win. Till the last moment, we did not know who would win the event. Till the very last moment, and the winners themselves, the leaders, both winning on demand. How difficult that is in an event like this when the other players are so strong as well. Just proves how good this format is and how good the players have become.
Absolutely. I'm just checking in on the stats quickly here. So it is a total of 45 games, chat. 11 white wins, 11 black wins, 23 draws, Sahil.
I'm even shocked that White managed to equalize that
Yeah,
game,
yeah.
because at one point Black was just kind of cruising through, and getting a lot of victories. And Rakesh, overall, this event was amazing. So if you are here at the venue, you probably got to meet some of the legends of the game, the stars of the game, and of course, wishing that we have more and more of these events in India. So that's it for now from the FIDE Women's Grand Prix Pune, and congrats to all the winners.
Yeah, and just before we wrap up, quick shout out and thank you to all our sponsors here, and Persistent Systems, Amnora Town, the Fern Hotel, your Sports Authority of India, Bisleri, the Government of India as well, and yeah, there we have our Bisleri bottles, and as well as the Sports Department of Maharashtra. Big shout out. The local organizers, Sahil, Maharashtra Chess Association, them, big thanks to our production crew, Team MGD1. Big thank you for the seamless and smooth production. Shout out to Vansh, Nick, Manu, Divya, and Shrikar, everyone. So thank you, everyone. And Sahil, what a delight it was to be here for the last 9 days.
Absolutely. Sometimes things go very smoothly and you don't realize there can be a lot of complications, but everything went smoothly and the event itself was just stunning to watch. And of course, the Grand Prix doesn't end. There's one more leg remaining, and that will kind of finalize who qualifies and who gets that coveted spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is International Master Rakesh Kulkarni and National Master Sahil Tikku. We had a blast here, and we'll be back very soon.